The Magnetic North ******** The Magnetic North by Elizabeth Robbins, C.E. Raymond, author of The Open Question Below the Salt etc. With a map 1904 Contents Chapter I, Winter Camp in the Yukon Chapter 2, Housewarming Chapter 3, 2 New Specimens Chapter 4, The Blowout Chapter V, The Shaman Chapter 6, A Penitential Journey Chapter 7, Kavik's Crime Chapter 8, Christmas Chapter 9, A Christian Agnostic Chapter X, Princess Mukluk Chapter 11, Holy Cross Chapter 12, The Great White Silence Chapter 13, The Pit Chapter 14, Kurila Chapter 15, The Esquimau's Horse Chapter 16, Minuk Chapter 17, The Great Stampede Chapter 18, A Miners' Meeting Chapter 19, The Ice Goes Out Chapter XX, The Klondike Chapter XXI, Partners Chapter XXII, The Going Home The Magnetic North Chapter I Winter Camp on the Yukon To labor and to be content with that a maneth is a sweet life, but he that findeth a treasure is above them both. Ecclesiasticus. Of course they were bound for the Klondike. Every creature in the Northwest was bound for the Klondike. Men from the South too, and men from the East, had left their plows and their pens, their factories, pulpits, and easy chairs, each man like a magnetic needle suddenly set free and turning sharply to the north, all set pointing the self-same way since that July day in '97. When the Excelsior sailed into San Francisco Harbor, bringing from the uttermost regions at the top of the map close upon $1 million in nuggets and in gold dust. Some distance this side of the Arctic Circle, on the right bank of the Yukon, a little detachment of that great army pressing northward, had been wrecked early in the month of September. They had realized, on leaving the ocean-going ship that landed them at St. Michael's Island, near the mouth of the Great River, that they could not hope to reach Dawson that year. But instead of getting cold feet as the phrase for discouragement ran, and turning back as thousands did, or putting in the winter on the coast, they determined, with an eye to the spring rush, to cover as many as possible of the 1,700 miles of waterway before navigation closed. They knew, in a vague way, that winter would come early, but they had not counted on the big September storm that dashed their heavy-laden boats against the floe ice, ultimately drove them ashore, and nearly cost the little party their lives. On that last day of the long struggle up the stream, a stiff northeaster was cutting the middle reach of the mighty river, 2 miles wide here, into a choppy and dangerous sea. Day by day, 5 men in the 2 little boats had kept serious eyes on the shore. Then came the morning when, out of the monotonous cold and snow flurries, something new appeared. A narrow white rim forming on the river margin, the first ice. Winter beginning to show his teeth, said one man, with an effort at jocosity. Day by day, nearer came the menace, narrower and swifter still ran the deep black water strip between the encroaching ice lines. But the thought that each day's sailing or rowing meant many days nearer the Klondike, seemed to inspire a superhuman energy. Day by day each man had felt, and no man yet had said, "We must camp tonight for 8 months." They had looked landward, shivered, and held on their way. But on this particular morning, when they took in sail, they realized it was to be that abomination of desolation on the shore or death. And one or other speedily. Nearer the white teeth gleamed, fiercer the gale, swifter the current, sweeping back the boats. The Mary Sea was left behind, fighting for life, while it seemed as if no human power could keep the Tulare from being hurled against the western shore. Twice, in spite of all they could do, she was driven within a few feet of what looked like certain death. With a huge effort, that last time, her little crew had just got her well in midstream, when a heavy roller breaking on the starboard side drenched the men and half filled the cockpit. Each rower, still pulling for dear life with one hand, bailed the boat with the other, but for all their promptness a certain amount of the water froze solid before they could get it out. "Great luck, if we're going to take in water like this," said the cheerful Kentuckian, shipping his oar and knocking off the ice. "Great luck that all the stores are so well protected." "Protected?" snapped out an anxious, cast-iron-looking man at the rudder. "Yes, protected. How's water to get through the ice coat that's over everything?" The cast-iron steersman set his jaw grimly. They seemed to be comparatively safe now, with half a mile of open water between them and the western shore. But they sat as before, stiff, alert, each man in his ice jacket that cracked and crunched as he bent to his oar. Now right, now left, again they eyed the shore. Would it be, could it be there they would have to land? And if they did? Lord, how it blew! "Hard a port," called out the steersman. There, just ahead, was a great white-capped roller coming, the biggest wave they had encountered since leaving open sea. But McCann, the steersman, swung the boat straight into the crested roller, and the Tulare took it gamely, bow on. All was going well when, just in the boiling middle of what they had thought was foaming whitecap, the boat struck something solid, shivered, and went shooting down, half under water, recovered, up again, and seemed to pause in a second's doubt on the very top of the great wave. In that second that seemed an eternity, one man's courage snapped. Potts threw down his oar and swore by he wouldn't pull another stroke on the Yukon. While he was pouring out the words, the steersman sprang from the tiller, and seized Potts' oar just in time to save the boat from capsizing. Then he and the big Kentuckian both turned on the distracted Potts. "You infernal quitter!" shouted the steersman, and choked with fury. But even under the insult of that meanest word in the language, Potts sat glaring defiantly, with his half-frozen hands in his pockets. "It ain't a river, anyhow, this ain't," he said. "It's plain, simple hell and water." The others had no time to realize that Potts was clean out of his senses for the moment, and the Kentuckian, still pulling like mad, faced the quitter with a determination born of terror. "If you can't row, take the rudder." "Damnation! Take that rudder! Quick, or we'll kill you!" And he half rose up, never dropping his oar. Blindly, Potts obeyed. The Tulare was free now from the clinging mass at the bow, but they knew they had struck their first floe. farther on they could see other white caps bringing other ice masses down. But there was no time for terrors ahead. The gale was steadily driving them inshore again. Boat and oars alike were growing unwieldy with their coating of ever-increasing ice, and human strength was no match for the storm that was sweeping down from the pole. Lord, how it blew! "There's a cove," called out the Kentuckian. "Throw her in," he shouted to Potts. Sullenly the new steersman obeyed. Rolling in on a great surge, the boat suddenly turned in a boiling eddy, and the first thing anybody knew was that the Tulare was on her side and her crew in the water. Potts was hanging on to the gunwale and damning the others for not helping him to save the boat. She wasn't much of a boat when finally they got her into quiet water, but the main thing was they had escaped with their lives and rescued a good proportion of their winter provisions. All the while they were doing this last, the Kentuckian kept turning to look anxiously for any sign of the others, in his heart bitterly blaming himself for having agreed to Potts coming into the Tulare that day in place of the Kentuckian's own partner. When they had piled the rescued provisions up on the bank, and just as they were covering the heap of bacon, flour, and bean bags, boxes, tools, and utensils with a tarpaulin, up went a shout, and the two missing men appeared tramping along the ice-encrusted shore. Where was the Mary C. Well, she was at the bottom of the Yukon, and her crew would like some supper. They set up a tent, and went to bed that first night extremely well pleased at being alive on any terms. But people get over being glad about almost anything, unless misfortune again puts an edge on the circumstance. The next day, not being in any immediate danger, the boon of mere life seemed less satisfying. In detachments they went up the river several miles, and down about as far. They looked in vain for any sign of the Mary C. They prospected the hills. From the heights behind the camp they got a pretty fair idea of the surrounding country. It was not reassuring. As to products, there seems to be plenty of undersized timber, plenty of snow and plenty of river, and, as far as I can see, just nothing else. Well, there's oodles o' blueberries, said the boy, his inky-looking mouth bearing witness to veracity, and there are black and red currants in the snow, and rose apples. Oh, yes, returned the other, it's a sort of Garden of Eden. A little below here it was 4 miles from bank to bank of the main channel, but at this point the river was only about 2 miles wide, and white already with floating masses of floe ice going on a swift current down towards the sea, 400 miles away. The right bank presented to the mighty river a low chain of hills, fringed at the base with a scattered growth of scrubby spruce, birch, willow, and cottonwood. Timberline was only 200 feet above the river brink. Beyond that height, rocks and moss covered with new fallen snow. But if their side seemed cheerless, what of the land on the left bank? A swamp stretching endlessly on either hand, and back from the icy flood as far as I could see, broken only by sloughs and an occasional ice-rimmed tarn. We've been traveling just 8 weeks to arrive at this, said the Kentuckian, looking at the desolate scene with a homesick eye. We're not only pretty far from home, grumbled another, We're still 1,300 miles away from the Klondike. These unenlivening calculations were catching. We're just about 2,500 miles from the nearest railroad or telegraph, and, now that winter's down on us, exactly 8 months from anywhere in the civilized world. They had seen no sign of even savage life, no white trader, nothing to show that any human foot had ever passed that way before. In that stillness that was like the stillness of death, they went up the hillside, with footsteps muffled in the clinging snow, and 60 feet above the great river, in a part of the wood where the timber was least unpromising, they marked out a site for their winter quarters. Then this queer little company, a Denver bank clerk, an ex-schoolmaster from Nova Scotia, an Irish-American lawyer from San Francisco, a Kentucky colonel who had never smelled powder, and the boy, who was no boy at all, but a man of 22, these 5 set to work felling trees, clearing away the snow, and digging foundations for a couple of log cabins, one for the trio, as they called themselves, the other for the colonel and the boy. These two had chummed from the hour they met on the steamer that carried them through the Golden Gate of the Pacific till the end of my story. The colonel was a big-toned fellow, nearly 40, eldest of the party, whom the others used to guide discreetly, because you couldn't mention a place anywhere on the known globe, except the far north, which he had not personally inspected. But for this foible, as the untravelled considered it, he was well liked and a little feared, except by the boy, who liked him first-rate and feared him not at all. They had promptly adopted each other before they discovered that it was necessary to have one or more partners. It seemed, from all accounts, to be true, that up there at the top of the world a man alone is a man lost, and ultimately the party was added to as aforesaid. Only 2 of them knew anything about roughing it. Jimmy O'Flynn of Frisco, the Irish-American lawyer, had seen something of frontier life, and fled it, and Mac Cann, the Nova Scotian schoolmaster, had spent a month in one of the caribou camps, and on the strength of that, proudly accepted the nickname of the Miner. Colonel George Warren and Maurice Burnett, the boy, had the best outfits, but this fact was held to be more than counterbalanced by the value of the schoolmaster's experience at Caribou, and by the extraordinary handiness of Potts, the Denver clerk, who had helped to build the shelter on deck for the disabled sick on the voyage up. This young man with the big mouth and lazy air had been in the office of a bank ever since he left school, and yet, under pressure, he discovered a natural neat-handedness and a manual dexterity justly envied by some of his fellow pioneers. His outfit was not more conspicuously meager than O'Flynn's, yet the Irishman was held to be the moneyed man of his party. Just why was never fully developed, but it was always said, O'Flynn represents capital, and O'Flynn, whether on that account, or for a subtler and more efficient reason, always got the best of everything that was going without money and without price. On board ship O'Flynn, with his ready tongue and his golden background, representing capital, was a leading spirit. Potts the handyman was a talker, too, and a good second. But, once in camp, Mac the Miner was cock of the walk. In those first days, quoted Caribou and ordered everybody about to everybody's satisfaction. In a situation like this, the strongest lean on the man who has ever seen anything like it before. It was a comfort that anybody even thought he knew what to do under such new conditions. So the others looked on with admiration and a pleasant confidence, while Mac boldly cut a hole in the brand new tent, and instructed Potts how to make a flange out of a tin plate, with which to protect the canvas from the heat of the stovepipe. No more cooking now in the bitter open. Everyone admired Mac's foresight when he said, "We must build rock fireplaces in our cabins, or we'll find our one little Yukon stove burnt out before the winter is over, before we have a chance to use it out prospecting." And when Mac said they must pool their stores, the Colonel and the boy agreed as readily as a Flynn, whose stores consisted of a little bacon, some navy beans, and a demijohn of whiskey. A Flynn, however, urged that probably every man had a little mite something that he had brought specially for himself, something his friends had given him, for instance. There was Potts, now. They all knew how the future Mrs. Potts had brought a plum cake down to the steamer, when she came to say goodbye, and made Potts promise he wouldn't unseal the packet till Christmas. It wouldn't do to pool Potts' cake, never. There was the Colonel, the only man that had a sack of coffee. He wouldn't listen when they had told him tea was the stuff up here, and, well, perhaps other fellows didn't miss coffee as much as a Kentuckian, though he had heard, never mind, they wouldn't pool the coffee. The boy had some preserved fruit that he seemed inclined to be a hog about. "Oh, look here. I haven't touched it." "Just what I'm saying. You're hoardin' that fruit." It was known that Mac had a very decent little medicine chest. Of course, if any fellow was ill, Mac wasn't the man to refuse him a little cold pizen, but he must be allowed to keep his own medicine chest, and that little pot o' Dundee marmalade. As for a Flynn, he would look after the demijohn. But Mac was dead against the whiskey clause. Alcohol had been the curse of Caribou, and in this camp spirits were to be for medicinal purposes only. Whereon a cloud descended on Mr. Flynn, and his health began to suffer, but the precious demijohn was put away in stock along with the single bottles belonging to the others. Mac had taken an inventory, and no one in those early days dared touch anything without his permission. They had cut into the mountainside for a level foundation, and were hard at it now hauling logs. "I wonder," said the boy, stopping a moment in his work, and looking at the bleak prospect round him, "I wonder if we're going to see anybody all winter." Oh, sure to Mac thought, Indians, anyhow. "Well, I begin to wish they'd mosey along," said Potts, and the sociable Flynn backed him up. It was towards noon on the 6th day after landing. They had come to speak of this now as a voluntary affair, when they were electrified by hearing strange voices, looked up from their work, and saw two white men seated on a big cake of ice going down the river with the current. When they recovered sufficiently from their astonishment at the spectacle, they ran down the hillside, and proposed to help the castaways to land. "Not a bit of it. Land in that place. What you take us for?" Not much. We're going to St. Michael's. They had a small boat drawn up by them on the ice, and one man was dressed in magnificent furs, a long sable overcoat and cap, and wearing quite the air of a North Pole nabob. Got any grub? Mac called out. Yes, want some? Oh no, I thought you're not going to try to live through the winter there. Yes. Lord. You are in a fix. That's we thought about you. But the travelers on the ice raft went by laughing and joking at the men safe on shore with their tents and provisions. It made some of them visibly uneasy. Would they win through? Were they crazy to try it? They had looked forward eagerly to the first encounter with their kind, but this vision floating by on the treacherous ice, of men who rather dared the current and the crash of contending floes than land where they were, seemed of evil augury. The little incident left a curiously sinister impression on the camp. Even Mac was found agreeing with the others of his trio that, since they had a grand, tough time in front of them, it was advisable to get through the black months ahead with as little wear and tear as possible. In spite of the trio's superior talents, they built a small ramshackle cabin with a tumble-down fireplace, which served them so ill that they ultimately spent all their waking hours in the more comfortable quarters of the Colonel and the boy. It had been agreed that these two, with the help, or, at all events, the advice, of the others, should build the bigger, better cabin, where the stores should be kept and the whole party should mess, a cabin with a solid outside chimney of stone and an open fireplace, generous of proportion and ancient of design, just like down south. The weather was growing steadily colder, the ice was solid now many feet out from each bank of the river. In the middle of the flood the clotted current still ran with floe ice, but it was plain the river was settling down for its long sleep. Not silently, not without stress and thunder. The handful of dwellers on the shore would be waked in the night by the shock and crash of colliding floes, the sound of the great winds rushing by, and, hush! What's that? Tired men would start up out of sleep and sit straight to listen. Down below, among the ice packs, the noise as of an old-time battle going on, tumult and crashing and a boom. Boom. Like cannonading. Then one morning they woke to find all still, the conflict over, the Yukon frozen from bank to bank. No sound from that day on, no more running water for a good 7 months. Winter had come. While the work went forward they often spoke of the only 2 people they had thus far seen. Both Potts and O'Flynn had been heard to envy them. Mac had happened to say that he believed the fellow in furs was an Englishman, a Canadian, at the very least. The Americans chaffed him, and said, "That accounts for it," in a tone not intended to flatter. Mac hadn't thought of it before, but he was prepared to swear now that if an Englishman, they were the hardiest pioneers on earth, or a Canadian was in favor of lighting out, it must be for some good reason. Oh yes, we all know that reason. The Americans laughed, and Mac, growing hot, was goaded into vaunting the Britisher and running down the Yankee. Yankee, echoed the Kentuckian. and up in Nova Scotia they let this man teach school. Doesn't know the difference yet between the little corner they call New England and all the rest of America. All the rest of America, shouted Mac. The cheeky way you people of the States have of gobbling the continent, in talk, just as though the British part of it wasn't the bigger half. Yes, but when you think which half, you ought to be obliged to any fellow for forgetting it. And then they referred to effete monarchical institutions, and by the time they reached the question of the kind of king the Prince of Wales would make, Mac was hardly a safe man to argue with. There was one bond between him and the Kentucky colonel. They were both religious men, and although Mac was Blue Presbyterian and an inveterate theologian, somehow, out here in the wilderness, it was more possible to forgive a man for illusions about the apostolic succession and mistaken views upon church government. The colonel, at all events, was not so lax but what he was ready to back up the Calvinist in an endeavor to keep the Sabbath, with a careful compromise between church and chapel, and help him to conduct a Saturday night Bible class. But if the boy attended the Bible class with fervor and aired his heresies with uncommon gusto, if he took with equal geniality Colonel Warren's staid remonstrance and Mac's fiery objurgation, Sunday morning invariably found him more agnostic than ever, stoutly declining to recognize the necessity for service. For this was an occasion when you couldn't argue or floor anybody, or hope to make Mac hop in mad or have the smallest kind of a shindy. The colonel read the lessons, Mac prayed, and they all sang, particularly a Flynn. Now, the boy couldn't sing a note, so there was no fair division of entertainment, wherefore he would go off into the woods with his gun for company, and the Catholic Flynn, and even Potts, were in better odor than he down in camp on Sundays. So far you may travel, and yet not escape the tyranny of the outworn creeds. The boy came back a full hour before service on the second Sunday with a couple of grouse and a beaming countenance. Mac, who was cook that week, was the only man left in the tent. He looked agreeably surprised at the apparition. "Hello," says he more pleasantly than his Sunday gloom usually permitted. "Back in time for service." "I've found a native," says the boy, speaking as proudly as any Columbus. "He's hurt his foot, and he's only got one eye, but he's splendid. Told me no end of things. He's coming here as fast as his foot will let him, he and 3 other Indians, Esquimaux, I mean. They haven't had anything to eat but berries and roots for 7 days." The boy was feverishly overhauling the provisions behind the stove. "Look here," says Mac, "hold on there. I don't know that we've come all this way to feed a lot o' dirty savages. But they're starving." Then, seeing that that fact did not produce the desired impression, "My savage is an awfully good fellow. He's a converted savage, seems to be quite a Christian." Then, hastily following up his advantage, "He's been taught English by the Jesuits at the mission 40 miles above us, on the river. He can give us a whole heap o' tips." Mac was slowly bringing out a small panful of cold-boiled beans. "There are 4 of them," said the boy, "big fellows, almost as big as our colonel, and awful hungry. Mac looked at the handful of beans and then at the small sheet iron stove. There are more cooking, says he, not over cordially. The one that talks good English is the son of the chief. You can see he's different from the others. Knows a frightful lot. He's taught me some of his language already. The men with him said Kiami to everything I asked, and that means no savvy. Says he'll teach me, he'll teach all of us, how to snowshoe. We know how to snowshoe. Oh, I mean on those long narrow snowshoes that make you go so fast you always trip up. He'll show us how to steer with a pole, and how to make fish traps and everything. Mac began measuring out some tea. He's got a team of Esquimaux dogs, calls them Malamutes, and he's got a birch bark canoe, and a skin kyak from the coast. Then with an inspiration, his people are the sort of royal family down there, added the boy, thinking to appeal to the Britishers' monarchical instincts. Mac had meditatively laid his hand on a side of bacon, the boy's eyes following. He's asked us, all of us, and we're 5, up to visit him at Paimu, the first village above us here. Mac took up a knife to cut the bacon. And, good gracious! Why, I forgot the grouse. They can have the grouse. No, they can't, said Mac firmly, they're lucky to get bacon. The boy's face darkened ominously. When he looked like that, the elder men found it was healthiest to give him his head. But the young face cleared as quickly as it had clouded. After all, the point wasn't worth fighting for, since grouse would take time to cook, and here were the natives coming painfully along the shore. The boy ran out and shouted and waved his cap. The other men of the camp, who had gone in the opposite direction, across the river ice to look at an air hole, came hurrying back and reached camp about the same time as the visitors. Thought you said they were big fellows, commented Mac, who had come to the door for a glimpse of the Indians as they toiled up the slope. Well, so they are. Why, the colonel would make 2 of any one of them. The colonel. Oh well, you can't expect anybody else to be quite as big as that. I was in a hurry, but I suppose what I meant was, they could eat as much as the colonel. How do you know? Well, just look how broad they are. It doesn't matter to your stomach whether you're big up and down, or big to and fro. It's their furs make 'em look like that. They're the most awful little runts I ever saw. Well, I reckon you'd think they were big, too, big as Nova Scotia, if you'd found 'em, come on 'em suddenly like that in the woods. Which is the... Oh, the son of the chief is in the middle, the one who is taking off his civilized fur coat. He says his father's got a heap of pelts, you could get things for your collection, Mac, and he's got 2 reindeer skin shirts with hoods, parkies you know, like the others are wearing. They were quite near now. How do, said the foremost native affably. How do? The boy came forward and shook hands as though he hadn't seen him for a month. This, says he, turning first to Mac and then to the other white men, this is Prince Nicholas of Paimu. Walk right in, all of you, and have something to eat. The visitors sat on the ground round the stove, as close as they could get without scorching, and the atmosphere was quickly heavy with their presence. When they slipped back their hoods, it was seen that 2 of the men wore the Tartar tonsure after the fashion of the coast. "Where do you come from?" inquired the colonel of the man nearest him, who simply blinked and was dumb. "This is the one that talks English," said the boy, indicating Nicholas, "and he lives at Pymue, and he's been converted." "How far is Pymue?" "We sleep Pymue tonight," says Nicholas. "Which way?" The native jerked his head. "Up the river." "Many people there?" He nodded. "White men, too?" He shook his head. "How far to the nearest white men?" Nicholas's mind wandered from the white man's catechism and fixed itself on his race's immemorial problem, how far it was to the nearest thing to eat. "I thought you said he could speak English." "So he can, first rate. He and I had a great powwow, didn't we, Nicholas?" Nicholas smiled absently, and fixed his one eye on the bacon that Mac was cutting on the deal box into such delicate slices. "He'll talk all right," said the boy, "when he's had some breakfast." Mac had finished the cutting, and now put the frying pan on an open hole in the little stove. "Cook him?" inquired Nicholas. "Yes." "Don't you cook him?" "Take heap time, cook him." "You couldn't eat it raw?" Nicholas nodded emphatically. Mac said no, but the boy was curious to see if they would really eat it uncooked. "Let them have some of it raw while the rest is frying," and he beckoned the visitors to the deal box. They made a dart forward, gathered up the fat bacon several slices at a time, and pushed it into their mouths. "Ah," said the colonel under his breath. Mac quickly swept what was left into the frying pan, and began to cut a fresh lot. The boy divided the cold beans, got out biscuits, and poured the tea, while silence and a strong smell of ancient fish and rancid seal pervaded the little tent. A Flynn put a question or two, but Nicholas had gone stone deaf. There was no doubt about it, they had been starving. After a good feed they sat stolidly by the fire, with no sign of consciousness, save the blinking of beady eyes, till the colonel suggested a smoke. Then they all grinned broadly, and nodded with great vigor. Even those who had no other English understood tobacco. When he had puffed a while, Nicholas took his pipe out of his mouth, and, looking at the boy, said, "You know savvy catch fish in winter?" "Through the ice?" "No." "How you do it?" "Make hole, put down trap, heap fish all winter." "You get enough to live on?" asked the colonel. "They must have dried fish, too, left over from the summer," said Mac. Nicholas agreed. "And berries and flour. When snow begin get soft, Pymues all go off." He motioned with his big head towards the hills. "What do you get there?" Mac was becoming interested. "Caribou, moose, any furs?" "Yes, trapperman, marten, lynx, too, I suppose, and fox." Nicholas nodded. "All kinds?" wolf, muskrat, otter, wolverine, all kinds. You got some skins now? Asked the Nova Scotian. Why, yes. More when snow gets soft. You come Pimew, me show. Where have ye been just now? Asked a Flynn. Saint Michael. How long since ye left there? 12 sleeps. He means 13 days. Nicholas nodded. They couldn't possibly walk that far in. Oh yes, says the boy, they don't follow the windings of the river, they cut across the portage, you know. Snow come, no trail, big mountains, all get lost. What did you go to St. Michael's for? Oh, me pilot. Me go all over. Me leave in a T&T boat St. Michael's last trip. Then you're in the employ of the Great North American Trading and Transportation Company. Nicholas gave that funny little duck of the head that meant yes. That's how you learnt English, says the Colonel. No, me learn English at Holy Cross. Me been baptized at that Jesuit mission up yonder. 40 mile. Well, says Potts, I guess you've had enough walking for one winter. Nicholas seemed not to follow this observation. The boy interpreted, you heap tired, eh? You no go any more long walk till ice go out, eh? Nicholas grinned. Me go Ikogimew, all Pimew go. What for? Big feast. Oh, the Russian mission there gives a feast. No. Big Inuit feast. When? Pretty quick. Every year big feast down to Ikogimew when Yukon ice get hard, so man go safe with dog team. Do many people go? All Inuit go, plenty in Gaelic go. How far do they come? All over, come from Kozrevsky, come from Anvik, sometime Nulato. Why, Nulato's an awful distance from Ikogimew. 320 miles, said the pilot, proud of his general information, and quite ready, since he had got a pipe between his teeth, to be friendly and communicative. What do you do at Ikogimew when you have these? Big fire, big feed, tell heap stories, big dance. Oh, heap big time. Once every year, eh, down at Ikogimew. 3 times ev year. Ev village, and, he lowered his voice, not with any hit of reverence or awe, but with an air of making a sly and cheerful confidence, and when man die. You make a feast and have a dance when a friend dies. If no priests. Priests no like. Priests say, man no dead, man gone up. Nicholas pondered the strange saying, and slowly shook his head. In that the priests are right, said Mac grudgingly. It was anything but politic, but for the life of him the boy couldn't help chipping in. You think when man dead he stay dead, eh, and you might as well make a feast. Nicholas gave his quick nod. We got heap mosquito, we cold, we hungry. We here heap long time. Dead man, he done. Why no big feast? Oh yes, heap big feast. The boy was enraptured. He would gladly have encouraged these pagan deliverances on the part of the converted prince, but the colonel was scandalized, and Mac, although in his heart of hearts not ill-satisfied at the evidence of the skin-deep Christianity of a man delivered over to the corrupt teaching of the Jesuits, found in this last fact all the stronger reason for the instant organization of a good Protestant prayer meeting. Nicholas of Pymue must not be allowed to think it was only Jesuits who remembered the Sabbath day to keep it holy. And the 3 poor benighted heathen along with him, if they didn't understand English words, they should have an object lesson, and Mac would himself pray the prayers they couldn't utter for themselves. He jumped up, motioned the boy to put on more wood, cleared away the graniteware dishes, filled the bean pot and set it back to simmer, while the colonel got out Mac's Bible and his own prayer book. The boy did his stoking gloomily, reading aright these portents. Almost eclipsed was joy in this find of his, for he regarded the precious Nicholas as his own special property. It was all going to end in his, the boy's, being hooked in for service. As long as the Esquimaux were there he couldn't, of course, tear himself away. And here was the chance they'd all been waiting for. Here was a native chock full of knowledge of the natural law and the immemorial gospel of the North, who would be gone soon, oh, very soon, if Mac and the colonel went on like this, and they were going to choke off Nicholas's communicativeness with a service. "It's Sunday, you know," says the colonel to the prince, laying open his book, "and we were just going to have church. You are accustomed to going to church at Holy Cross, aren't you? When me kid me go church. You haven't gone since you grew up. They still have church there, don't they?" "Oh, Father Brashay, him have church. Why don't you go?" Nicholas was vaguely conscious of threatened disapproval. Me must take up fish traps." "Can't you do that another day?" It seemed not to have occurred to Nicholas before. He sat and considered the matter. "Isn't Father Brashay," began the colonel gravely, "he doesn't like it, does he, when you don't come to church? He take care him church, him know me take care me fish trap." But Nicholas saw plainly out of his one eye that he was not growing in popularity. Suddenly that solitary organ gleamed with self-justification. "Me bring fish to Father Brashay and to Mother Aloysius and the sisters." Mac and the colonel exchanged dark glances. "Do Mother Aloysius and the sisters live where Father Brashay does?" "Father Brashay, and Father Wills, and Brother Paul, and Brother Etienne, all here." The native put 2 fingers on the floor. Big white cross in middle. He laid down his pipe to personate the cross. "Here," indicating the other side, "here Mother Aloysius and the sisters." "I thought," says Mac, "we'd be hearing of a convent convenient." "Me help Father Brashay," observed Nicholas proudly. "Me show him boys how make traps, show him girls how make muclucks." "What?" gasps the horrified Mac, "Father Brashay has got a family?" "Family?" inquired Nicholas. "Kiame," and he shook his head uncertainly. "You say Father Brashay has got boys, and, as though this were a yet deeper brand of iniquity, girls." Nicholas, though greatly mystified, nodded firmly. I suppose he thinks a way off up here nobody will ever know. Oh, these Jesuits! How many children has this shameless priest? Father Brachet, him got 17 boys, and me no savvy how much girl, 12 girl, 20 girl. The boy, who had been splitting with inward laughter, exploded at this juncture. He keeps a native school, Mac. Yes, says Nicholas, teach boy make table, chair, potatoes grow, all kinds. Sisters teach girl make dinner, wash, all kinds. Heap good people up at Holy Cross. Devil a doubt of it, says a Flynn. But this blind belauding of the children of Loyola only fired Mac the more to give the heathen a glimpse of the true light. In what darkness must they grope when a sly, intriguing Jesuit, it was well known they were all like that, was for them a type of the heap good man, a priest, forsooth, who winked at Sabbath breaking because he and his neighboring nuns shared in the spoil. Well, they must try to have a truly impressive service. Mac and the colonel telegraphed agreement on this head. Savages were said to be specially touched by music. I suppose when you were a kid the Jesuits taught you chants and so on, said the colonel, kindly. Kiami, answered Nicholas after reflection. You can sing, can't you? asks a Flynn. Sing? No, me dance. The boy roared with delight. Why, yes, I never thought of that. You fellows do the songs, and Nicholas and I'll do the dances. Mac glowered angrily. Look here, if you don't mind being blasphemous for yourself, don't demoralize the natives. Well, I like that. Didn't Miriam dance before the Lord? Why shouldn't Nicholas and me? The colonel cleared his throat, and began to read the lessons for the day. The natives sat and watched him closely. They really behaved very well, and the boy was enormously proud of his new friends. There was a great deal at stake. The boy felt he must walk warily, and he already regretted those light expressions about dancing before the Lord. All the fun of the winter might depend on a friendly relation between Paimu and the camp. It was essential that the Esquimaux should not only receive, but make, a good impression. The singing from Greenland's icy mountains to India's coral strand seemed to please them, but when, after the colonel's here endeth the second lesson, Mac said, in sepulchral tones, let us pray, the visitors seemed to think it was time to go home. No, said Mac sternly, they mustn't go in the middle of the meeting, and he proceeded to kneel down. But Nicholas was putting on his fur coat, and the others only waited to follow him out. The boy, greatly concerned lest, after all, the visit should end badly, dropped on his knees to add the force of his own example, and through the opening phrases of Mac's prayer the agnostic was heard saying, in a loud stage whisper, do like me, down. Look here. Suppose you ask us come big feast, and in the middle of your dance we all go home. Oh no, remonstrated Nicholas. Very well. These friends o' mine no like man go home in the middle. They heap mad at me when I no stay. You savvy? Me savvy, says Nicholas slowly and rather depressed. Kneel down, then, says the boy. And first Nicholas, and then the others, went on their knees. Alternately they looked in the boy's corner where the grub was, and then over their shoulders at the droning Mac and back, catching the boy's eye, and returning his reassuring nods and grins. Mac, who had had no innings up to this point, was now embarked upon a most congenial occupation. Wrestling with the Lord on behalf of the heathen, he lost count of time. On and on the prayer wound its slow way, involution after involution, coil after coil, like a snake, the boy thought, lazing in the sun. Unaccustomed knees grew sore. Hearken to the cry of them that walk in darkness, misled by wolves in sheep's clothing, wolves, Lord, wearing the sign of the Holy Cross. A Flynn shuffled, and Mac pulled himself up. No light task this of conveying to the Creator, in covert terms, a due sense of the iniquity of the Jesuits, without, at the same time, stirring O'Flynn's bile, and seeing him get up and stalk out of meeting, as had happened once before. O'Flynn was not deeply concerned about religious questions, but there were limits. The problem was how to rouse the Lord without rousing O'Flynn, a piece of negotiation so delicate, calling for a skill in pious invective so infinitely absorbing to Mac's particular cast of mind, that he was quickly stone-blind and deaf to all things else. Not all the heathen are sunk in iniquity, but they are weak, tempted, and they weary, Lord. Amen, said the boy, discreetly. How long, groaned Mac, O Lord, how long? But it was much longer than he realized. The boy saw the visitors shifting from one knee to another, and feared the worst. But he sympathized deeply with their predicament. To ease his own legs, he changed his position, and dragged a corner of the sailcloth down off the little pile of provisions, and doubled it under his knees. The movement revealed the bag of dried apples within arm's length. Nicholas was surreptitiously reaching for his coat. No doubt about it, he had come to the conclusion that this was the fitting moment to depart. A look over his shoulder showed Mac absorbed, and taking fresh breath at sixthly, O Lord. The boy put out a hand, and dragged the apple bag slowly, softly towards him. The prince dropped the sleeve of his coat, and fixed his one eye on his friend. The boy undid the neck of the sack, thrust in his hand, and brought out a fistful. Another look at Mac, still hard at it, trying to spare O'Flynn's feelings without mincing matters with the Almighty. The boy winked at Nicholas, made a gesture, catch, and fired a bit of dried apple at him, at the same time putting a piece in his own mouth to show him it was all right. Nicholas followed suit, and seemed pleased with the result. He showed all his strong, white teeth, and ecstatically winked his one eye back at the boy, who threw him another bit and then a piece to each of the others. The colonel had caught on and was making horrible frowns at the boy. Potts and O'Flynn looked up, and in dumb show demanded a share. No. Very well, they'd tell Mac. So the boy had to feed them, to keep them quiet. And still Mac prayed the Lord to catch up this slip he had made here on the Yukon with reference to the natives. In the midst of a powerful peroration, he happened to open his eyes a little, and they fell on the magnificent great sable collar of Prince Nicholas's coat. Without any of the usual slowing down, without the accustomed warning of a gradual descent from the high themes of heaven to the things of common earth, Mac came down out of the clouds with a bump, and the sudden, business-like amen startled all the apple-chewing congregation. Mac stood up, and says he to Nicholas, "Where did you get that coat?" Nicholas, still on his knees, stared, and seemed in doubt if this were a part of the service. "Where did you get that coat?" repeated Mac. The boy had jumped up nimbly. "I told you his father has a lot of furs. Like this." "No," says Nicholas, "this belong white man." "Ha," says Mac excitedly, "I thought I'd seen it before. Tell us how you got it." "Me leave Saint Michael, me got ducks, reindeer meat, oh, plenty cow. Footnote, food, 2 sleeps away Saint Michael me meet Indian. Heap hungry. Him got bully coat." Nicholas picked it up off the floor. "Him got no cow. Him say, give me duck, give me back fat. You take coat, him too heavy." Me say, "Yes." "But how did he get the coat?" Him say 2 white men came down river on big ice. Yes, men sick." He tapped his forehead. "Man no sick, he no go down with the ice," and Nicholas shuddered. "Before I kogim you, ice jam. Indian seamen jump one big ice here, more big ice here, and one, go down." "Indian," Nicholas imitated throwing out a line, "man time a hout round, but, big ice come." Nicholas dashed his hands together, and then paused significantly. "Indian sleep there. Next day ice hard. Indian go little way out to sea. Man dead. Him heap good coat." He wound up unemotionally, and proceeded to put it on. "And the other white man, what became of him?" Nicholas shrugged, Kiami, though it was plain he knew well enough the other lay under the Yukon ice. "And that was the end of the fellows who went by jeering at us." "We'd better not crow yet," said Mac. And they bade Prince Nicholas and his heathen retinue goodbye in a mood chastened not by prayer alone. Chapter 2 Housewarming. There is a sort of moral climate in a household. John Morley. No idle ceremony this, but the great problem of the dwellers in the country of the Yukon. The colonel and the boy made up their minds that, whatever else they had or had not, they would have a warm house to live in. And when they had got it, they would have a blowout to celebrate the achievement. "We'll invite Nicholas," says the boy. "I'll go to Paimu myself, and let him know we are going to have big fire, big feed. Oh, heap big time." If the truth were told, it had been a difficult enough matter to keep away from Paimu since the hour Nicholas had vanished in that direction. But until winter quarters were made, and until they were proved to be warm, there was no time for the amenities of life. The big cabin, as it was quite seriously called, in contradistinction to the hut of the trio, consisted of a single room, measuring on the outside 16 feet by 18 feet. The walls of cottonwood logs soared upward to a level of 6 feet, and this height was magnificently increased in the middle by the angle of the mildly gable roof. But before the cabin was breast high, the boy had begun to long for a window. "Sorry we forgot the plate glass," says Mac. "Wouldn't ye like a grand piano?" asks a Flynn. "What's the use of going all the way from Nova Scotia to Caribou," says the boy to the schoolmaster miner, "if you haven't learned the way to make a window like the Indians, out of transparent skin?" Mac assumed an air of elevated contempt. "I went to mine, not to learn Indian tricks. When the door's shut it'll be dark as the inside of a coconut. You ought to have thought of that before you left the sunny South," said Potts. "It'll be dark all winter, window or no window," Mac reminded them. "Never mind," said the Colonel, "when the candles give out we'll have the firelight. Keep all the spruce knots, boys." But one of the boys was not pleased. The next day, looking for a monkey wrench under the tarpaulin, he came across the wooden box a California friend had given him at parting, containing a dozen tall glass jars of preserved fruit. The others had growled at the extra bulk and weight when the boy put the box into the boat at St. Michael's, but they had now begun to look kindly on it and ask when it was to be opened. He had answered firmly, "Not before Christmas," modifying this since Nicholas's visit to "not before the housewarming." But one morning the boy was found pouring the fruit out of the jars into some empty cans. "What you up to?" "Wait and see." He went to a Flynn, who was dishwasher that week, got him to melt a couple of buckets of snow over the open-air campfire and wash the fruit jars clean. "Now, Colonel," says the boy, "bring along that bucksaw o' yours and lend a hand." They took off the top log from the south wall of the cabin, measured a 2-foot space in the middle, and the Colonel sawed out the superfluous spruce intervening. While he went on doing the same for the other logs on that side, the boy roughly chiseled a moderately flat sill. Then one after another he set up 6 of the tall glass jars in a row, and showed how, alternating with the other 6 bottles turned upside down, the thick belly of one accommodating itself to the thin neck of the other, the 12 made a very decent rectangle of glass. When they had hoisted up, and fixed in place, the logs on each side, and the big fellow that went all across on top, when they had filled the inconsiderable cracks between the bottles with some of the mud mortar with which the logs were to be chinked, behold a double glass window fit for a king. The boy was immensely pleased. "Oh, that's an old dodge," said Mac depreciatingly. "Why, they did that at Caribou." "Then, why didn't you suggest it? You wait till you know more about this kind o' life, and you won't go in for fancy touches." Nevertheless, the man who had mined at Caribou seemed to feel that some contribution from him was necessary to offset the huge success of that window. He did not feel called upon to help to split logs for the roof of the big cabin, but he sat cutting and whittling away at a little shelf which he said was to be nailed up at the right of the big cabin door. Its use was not apparent, but no one dared call it a fancy touch, for Mac was a miner, and had been to Caribou. When the shelf was nailed up, its maker brought forth out of his medicine chest a bottle of Perry Davis's painkiller. "Now at Caribou," says he, "they haven't got any more thermometers kicking round than we have here, but they discovered that when Perry Davis congeals you must keep a sharp lookout for frostbite, and when Perry Davis freezes solid, you'd better mind your eye and stay in your cabin, if you don't want to die on the trail." With which he tied a string round Perry Davis's neck, set the bottle up on the shelf, and secured it firmly in place. They all agreed it was a grand advantage to have been to Caribou. But Mac knew things that he had probably not learned there, about trees, and rocks, and beasts, and their manners and customs and family names. If there were more than a half-truth in the significant lament of a very different man, I should be a poet if only I knew the names of things then. Indeed, Samuel McCann was equipped to make a mark in literature. From the time he set foot on the volcanic shore of St. Michael's Island, Mac had begun his collection. Nowadays, when he would spend over that truck of his hours that might profitably, considering his talents, be employed in helping to fortify the camp against the Arctic winter, his companions felt it little use to remonstrate. By themselves they got on rapidly with work on the roof, very much helped by 3 days' unexpectedly mild weather. When the split logs had been marshaled together on each side of the comb, they covered them with dried moss and spruce boughs. Over all they laid a thick blanket of the earth which had been dug out to make a level foundation. The cracks in the walls were chinked with moss and mud mortar. The floor was the naked ground, to be carpeted with skins by and by, so Mac said, but nobody believed Mac would put a skin to any such sensible use. The unreasonable mildness of 3 or 4 days and the little surface thaw, came to an abrupt end in a cold rain that turned to sleet as it fell. Nobody felt like going far afield just then, even after game, but they had set the snare that Nicholas told the boy about on that first encounter in the wood. Nicholas, it seemed, had given him a noose made of twisted sinew, and showed how it worked in a running loop. He had illustrated the virtue of this noose when attached to a pole balanced in the crotch of a tree, caught over a horizontal stick by means of a small wooden pin tied to the snare. A touch at the light end of the suspended pole, where the baited loop dangles, loosens the pin, and the heavy end of the pole falls, hanging ptarmigan or partridge in the air. For some time after rigging this contrivance, whenever anyone reported tracks, Mac and the boy would hasten to the scene of action, and set a new snare, piling brush on each side of the track that the game had run in, so barring other ways, and presenting a line of least resistance straight through the loop. In the early days Mac would come away from these preparations saying with dry pleasure, "Now, with luck, we may get a zemarcipini or some such fearful wildfowl." "Good to eat?" the boy would ask, having had his disappointments ere now in moments of hunger for fresh meat, when Mac, with the nearest approach to enthusiasm he permitted himself, had brought in some miserable little hawk-owl or a 3-toed woodpecker to add, not to the larder, but to the collection. "No, you don't eat Sabine gulls," Mac would answer pityingly. but those snares never seemed to know what they were there for. The first one was set expressly to catch one of the commonest birds that fly, Max lagopus albus, the beautiful white Arctic grouse, or at the very least a Bonassa umbellus, which, being interpreted, is ruffed ptarmigan. The tracks had been bird tracks, but the creature that swung in the air next day was a baby hare. The schoolmaster looked upon the incident as being in the nature of a practical joke, and resented it. But the others were enchanted, and professed thereafter a rooted suspicion of the soundness of the schoolmaster's natural history, which nobody actually felt. For he had never yet pretended to know anything that he didn't know well. And when Potts would say something disparaging of Max learning behind his back, which was against the unwritten rules of the game, the Colonel invariably sat on Potts' nose a darned sight too much. "No, he don't, sir, that's just the remarkable thing about Mac. He isn't trying to carry any more than he can swing." At the same time, it is to be feared that none of his companions really appreciated the pedagogue's learning. Nor had anyone but the boy sympathized with his resolution to make a collection. What they wanted was eatable game, and they affected no intelligent interest in knowing the manners and customs of the particular species that was sending up appetizing odors from the pot. They even applauded the rudeness of the boy, who one day responded to Mac's gravely jubilant "Look here. I've got the Parus Hudsonicus. Poor old man. What do you do for it?" And when anybody after that was indisposed, they said he might be sickening for an attack of Parus Hudsonicus, and in that case it was a bad lookout. Well for Mac that he wouldn't have cared a red cent to impress the greatest naturalist alive, let alone a lot of fellows who didn't know a titmouse from a disease. Meanwhile, work on the big cabin had gone steadily forward. From the outside it looked finished now, and distinctly imposing. From what were left of the precious planks out of the bottom of the best boat they had made the door, 2x4, and opening directly in front of that masterpiece, the rock fireplace. The great stone chimney was the pride of the camp and the talk before the winter was done of all the lower river. Spurred on partly by the increased intensity of the cold, partly by the Colonel's nonsense about the way they did it down south, Mac roused himself, and turned out a better piece of masonry for the big cabin than he had thought necessary for his own. But everybody had a share in the glory of that fireplace. The Colonel, Potts, and the boy selected the stone, and brought it on a rude litter out of a natural quarry from a place a mile or more away up on the bare mountainside. A Flynn mixed and handed up the mud mortar, while Mac put in some brisk work with it before it stiffened in the increasing cold. Everybody was looking forward to getting out of the tent and into the warm cabin, and the building of the fireplace stirred enthusiasm. It was 2.5 feet deep, 3.5 feet high, and 4 feet wide, and when furnished with 10-inch hack logs, packed in glowing ashes and laid one above another, with a roaring good blaze in front of birch and spruce, that fire would take a lot of beating, as the boy admitted, even in the Tatpine, Florida country. But no fire on earth could prevent the cabin from being swept through, the moment the door was opened, by a fierce and icy air current. The late autumnal gales revealed the fact that the sole means of ventilation had been so nicely contrived that whoever came in or went out admitted a hurricane of draught that nearly knocked him down. Potts said it took a good half-hour, after anyone had opened the door, to heat the place up again. "What? You cold?" inquired the usual culprit. The boy had come in to put an edge on his chopper. "It's stopped snowin', and you better come along with me, Potts. Swing an axe for a couple of hours, that'll warm you." "I've got rheumatism in my shoulder today," says Potts, hugging the huge fire closer. "And you've got something wrong with your eyes, eh, Mac?" Potts narrowed his and widened the great mouth, but he had turned his head so Mac couldn't see him. The Nova Scotian only growled and refilled his pipe. Up in the woods the boy repeated the conversation to the colonel, who looked across at a Flynn several yards away, and said, "Hush. Why must I shut up? Mac's eyes do look rather queer and bloodshot. I should think he'd rather feel we lay it to his eyes than know we're afraid he's peterin' out altogether." "I never said I was afraid." "No, you haven't said much." "I haven't opened my head about it." "No, but you've tried hard enough for 5 or 6 days to get Mac to the point where he would come out and show us how to whipsaw. You haven't said anything, but you've got pretty dignified each time you failed, and we all know what that means. We ought to have begun sawing boards for our bunks and swing shelf a week back, before this heavy snowfall. Besides, there's enough firewood now. We're only marking time until Mac's eyes get all right." "I understand." Again the colonel had made a sound like "shh," and went on swinging his axe. They worked without words till the boy's tree came down. Then he stopped a moment, and wiped his face. "It isn't so cold today, not by a long shot, for all Potts is howling about his rheumatics. It isn't cold that starts that kind of pain. No, siree. I'm not much of a doctor, but I can see Potts's rheumatism doesn't depend on the weather." "Never you mind Potts." "I don't mind Potts. I only mind Mac." "What's the matter with Mac, anyway?" "Oh, he's just got cold feet. Maybe he'll thaw out by and by." "Did you ever think what Mac's like? With that square-cut jaw and sawed-off nose, everything about him going like this." The boy described a few quick blunt angles in the air. "Well, sir, he's the living image of a monkey wrench. I'm coming to think he's as much like it inside as he is out. He can screw up for a prayer meeting, or he can screw down for business, when he's a mind, but, as Jimmy over there says, the devil a different pace can you put him through. I like monkey wrenches. I'm only saying they aren't as limber as willow trees." No response from the colonel, who was making the chips fly. It had cost his great body a good many aches and bruises, but he was a capital axeman now, and not such a bad carpenter, though when the boy said as much he had answered, "Carpenter. I'm just a sort of a well-meanin' wood butcher, and deeply he regretted that in all his young years on a big place in the country he had learned so little about anything but horses and cattle. On the way back to dinner they spoke again of this difficulty of the boards. A Flynn whistled Rory Amor with his pleasant air of detachment. You and the others would take more interest in the subject, said the boy a little hotly, if we hadn't let you fellows use nearly all the boat planks for your bunks, and now we haven't got any for our own. Let us use 'em. Faith, we had a right to 'em. 2 boards out of our boat. And ye can have the loan o' the whipsaw to make more, whenever the fancy takes ye. Loan o' the whipsaw. Why, it's mine, says the Colonel. Devil a bit of it, man, says a Flynn serenely. Everything we've got belongs to all of us, except a sack o' coffee, a medicine chest, and a dimijohn. And it's meself that's afraid the dimijohn. What's the use of my having bought a whipsaw? Interrupted the Colonel, hurriedly. What's the good of it, if the only man that knows how to use it, is more taken up with being a guardian angel to his partner's dimijohn? The Colonel turned and frowned at the proprietor of the dimijohn. The boy had dropped behind to look at some marten tracks in the fresh fallen snow. I'll follow that trail after dinner, says he, catching up the others in time to hear a Flynn say, if it wasn't ye that ye think only a fella that's been to Caribou can teach ye anything, it's Jimmy a Flynn that you'd show ye how to play a tune on that same whipsaw. Will you show us after dinner? Sure I will. And he was as good as his word. This business of turning a tree into boards without the aid of a sawmill is a thing many placer miners have to learn, for, even if they are disposed to sleep on the floor, and to do without shelves, they can't do sluicing without sluice boxes, and they can't make those long, narrow boxes without boards. So every party that is well fitted out has a whipsaw. First ye dig a pit, a Flynn had said airily, stretched out before the fire after dinner. Make it about 4 feet deep, and as long as ye do like your boards. When ye've done that I'll come and take a hand. The little job was not half finished when the light tailed. 2 days more of soil burning and shoveling saw it done. Now ye sling a couple o' saplings across the dirt ye've chucked out. All right. Now ye roll your saw timber inter the middle. All right. And on each side ye want a log to stand on. See. With your guide man on top straddling your timber, watching the chalk line and doing the pull-up, and the other fella in the pit looking after the hole down, ye'll be able to play a tune with that there whipsaw that'll make the seraphims sick o' plain harps. A Flynn superintended it all, and even Potts had the curiosity to come out and see what they were up to. Mac was kind o' dozing by the fire. When the frame was finished, a Flynn helped to put the trial log in place, having marked it off with charcoal to indicate 1¼ planks. Then the Colonel, down in the pit, and a Flynn on top of the frame, took the great 2-handled saw between them, and began laboriously, one drawing the big blade up, and the other down, vertically through the log along the charcoal line. And that's how it's done, wid bits of your arms and your back that have niver been called on to Vuruk before. "An' when you've been at it an hour ye'll find it goes better wid a little blasphemin'," and he gave his end of the saw to the reluctant Potts. Potts was about this time as much of a problem to his partners as was the ex-schoolmaster. If the bank clerk had surprised them all by his handiness on board ship, and by making a crane to swing the pots over the fire, he surprised them all still more in these days by an apparent eclipse of his talents. It was unaccountable. Potts's carpentering, Potts's all-round cleverness, was, like payrock in a pocket as the miners say, speedily worked out, and not a trace of it afterwards to be found. But less and less was the defection of the trio felt. The burly Kentucky stock farmer was getting his hand in at frontier work, though he still couldn't get on without his nigger, as the boy said, slyly indicating that it was he who occupied this exalted post. These two soon had the bunks made out of the rough planks they had sawed with all a greenhorn's pains. They put in a fragrant mattress of spring moss, and on that made up a bed of blankets and furs. More boards were laboriously turned out to make the great swing shelf to hang up high in the angle of the roof, where the provisions might be stored out of reach of possible marauders. The days were very short now, bringing only about 5 hours of pallid light, so little of which struggled through the famous bottle window that at all hours they depended chiefly on the blaze from the great fireplace. There was still a good deal of work to be done indoors, shelves to be put up on the left as you entered, whereon the granite-ware tea service, etc., was kept, a dinner table to be made, and 3-legged stools. While these additions, fancy touches as the trio called them, were being made, Potts and a Flynn, although occasionally they went out for an hour or two, shotgun on shoulder, seldom brought home anything, and for the most part were content with doing what they modestly considered their share of the cooking and washing. For the rest, they sat by the fire playing endless games of euchre, 7-up and bean poker, while Mac, more silent than ever, smoked and read Copps's mining laws and the magazines of the previous August. Nobody heard much in those days of Caribou. The colonel had gradually slipped into the position of boss of the camp. The trio were still just a trifle afraid of him, and he, on his side, never pressed a dangerous issue too far. But this is a little to anticipate. One bitter grey morning, that had reduced Perry Davis to a solid lump of ice, a Flynn, the colonel, and the boy were bringing into the cabin the last of the whipsawed boards. The colonel halted and looked steadily up the river. "Is that a beast or a human?" said he. "It's a man," the boy decided after a moment. "No, 2 men, single file, and, yes, Colonel, it's dogs." Hooray! A dog team at last. They had simultaneously dropped the lumber. The boy ran on to tell the cook to prepare more grub, and then pelted after a Flynn and the colonel, who had gone down to meet the newcomers, an Indian driving 5 dogs, which were hitched tandem to a low Esquimaux's sled, with a pack and 2 pairs of webfoot snowshoes lashed on it, and followed by a white man. The Indian was a fine fellow, younger than Prince Nicholas, and better off in the matter of eyes. The white man was a good deal older than either, with grizzled hair, a worn face, bright dark eyes, and a pleasant smile. "I had heard some white men had camped hereabouts," says he. "I am glad to see we have such substantial neighbors." He was looking up at the stone chimney, conspicuous a long way off. "We didn't know we had any white neighbors," said the colonel in his most grand and gracious manner. "How far away are you, sir?" "About 40 miles above." As he answered, he happened to be glancing at the boy, and observed his eagerness cloud slightly. Had Nicholas said it was about 40 miles above that the missionaries lived. But to be only 40 miles away, the stranger went on, misinterpreting the fading gladness, is to be near neighbors in this country. "We aren't quite fixed yet," said the colonel, "but you must come in and have some dinner with us. We can promise you a good fire, anyhow." "Thank you. You have chosen a fine site." And the bright eyes with the deep crow's feet raying out from the corners scanned the country in so keen and knowing a fashion that the boy, with hope reviving, ventured, Are you a prospector?" "No, I am Father Wills from Holy Cross." "Oh." And the boy presently caught up with the Indian, and walked on beside him, looking back every now and then to watch the dogs or examine the harness. The driver spoke English, and answered questions with a tolerable intelligence. "Are dogs often driven without reins?" The Indian nodded. The colonel, after the stranger had introduced himself, was just a shade more reserved, but seemed determined not to be lacking in hospitality. A Flynn was overflowing, or would have been had the Jesuit encouraged him. He told their story, or, more properly, his own, and how they had been wrecked. "And so ye're the Father Superior up there," says the Irishman, pausing to take breath. "No. Our superior is Father Brachet. That's a well-built cabin." The dogs halted, though they had at least 500 yards still to travel before they would reach the well-built cabin. "Mush!" shouted the Indian. The dogs cleared the ice reef, and went spinning along so briskly over the low hummocks that the driver had to run to keep up with them. The boy was flying after when the priest, having caught sight of his face, called out, "Here! Wait! Stop a moment," and hurried forward. He kicked through the ice crust, gathered up a handful of snow, and began to rub it on the boy's right cheek. "What in the name of—" the boy was drawing back angrily. "Keep still," ordered the priest, "your cheek is frozen," and he applied more snow and more friction. "You ought to watch one another in such weather as this. When a man turns dead white like that, he's touched with frostbite." After he had restored the circulation, "There now, don't go near the fire, or it will begin to hurt." "Thank you," said the boy, a little shamefaced. "It's all right now, I suppose." "I think so," said the priest. "You'll lose the skin, and you may be a little sore," nothing to speak of, with which he fell back to the colonel's side. The dogs had settled down into a jog trot now, but were still well on in front. "Is mush their food?" asked the boy. "Mush? No, fish." "Why does your Indian go on like that about mush, then?" "Oh, that's the only word the dogs know, except, certain expressions we try to discourage the Indians from using. In the old days the dog drivers used to say "mus." Now you never hear anything but swearing and mush, a corruption of the French-Canadian mush. He turned to the colonel. "You'll get over trying to wear cheechalco boots here, nothing like mucklucks with a wisp of straw inside for this country." "I agree wid ye. I got me a pair in St. Michael's," says a Flynn proudly, turning out his enormous feet. "Never wore anything so comfortable in me life. You ought to have drill parkies too, like this of mine, to keep out the wind." They were going up the slope now, obliquely to the cabin, close behind the dogs, who were pulling spasmodically between their little rests. Father Wills stooped and gathered up some moss that the wind had swept almost bare of snow. "You see that," he said to a Flynn, while the boy stopped, and the colonel hurried on. "Wherever you find that growing no man need starve." The colonel looked back before entering the cabin and saw that the boy seemed to have forgotten not alone the Indian, but the dogs, and was walking behind with the Jesuit, face upturned, smiling, as friendly as you please. Within a different picture, Potts and Mac were having a row about something, and the colonel struck in sharply on their growling comments upon each other's character and probable destination. "Got plenty to eat?" "Two hungry men coming in. One's an Indian, and you know what that means, and the other's a Catholic priest." It was this bomb that he had hurried on to get exploded and done with before the said priest should appear on the scene. "A what?" Mac raised his heavy eyes with fight in every wooden feature. "A Jesuit priest is what I said. He won't eat his dinner here." "That is exactly what he will do." Not by whether it was the monstrous proposition that had unstrung Mac, he was obliged to steady himself against the table with a shaking hand. But he set those square features of his like iron, and, says he, "No Jesuit sits down to the same table with me." "That means, then, that you'll eat alone." "Not if I know it." The colonel slid in place the heavy wooden bar that had never before been requisitioned to secure the door, and he came and stood in the middle of the cabin, where he could let out all his inches. Just clearing the swing shelf, he pulled his great figure up to its full height, and standing there like a second Goliath, he said quite softly in that lingo of his childhood that always came back to his tongue's tip in times of excitement, "Just as sure as yo bon that priest will eat his dinner today in my cabin, sah, and if yo going to make any trouble, just say so now, and we'll get it over, and the place cleaned up again before our visitors arrive." "Mind what you're about," Mac growled Potts. "You know he could lick the stuffin' out o' you." The ex-schoolmaster produced some sort of indignant sound in his throat and turned, as if he meant to go out. The colonel came a little nearer. Mac flung up his head and squared for battle. Potts, in a cold sweat, dropped a lot of tinware with a rattle, while the colonel said, "No, no. We'll settle this after the people go, Mac." Then in a whisper, "Look here, I've been trying to shield you for 10 days. Don't give yourself away now, before the first white neighbor that comes to see us. You call yourself a Christian. Just see if you can't behave like one, for an hour or two, to a fellow creature that's cold and hungry. Come, you're the man we've always counted on. Do the honors, and take it out of me after our guests are gone." Mac seemed in a haze. He sat down heavily on some bean bags in the corner, and when the newcomers were brought in and introduced, he did the honors by glowering at them with red eyes, never breaking his surly silence. "Well," says Father Wills, looking about, "I must say you're very comfortable here. If more people made homes like this, there'd be fewer failures." They gave him the best place by the fire, and Potts dished up dinner. There were only 2 stools made yet. The boy rolled his section of sword spruce over near the priest, and prepared to dine at his side. "No, no," said Father Wills firmly. "You shall sit as far away from this splendid blaze as you can get, or you will have trouble with that cheek." So the boy had to yield his place to a Flynn, and join Mac over on the bean bags. "Why didn't you get a parkie when you were at St. Michael's?" said the priest as this change was being effected. "We had just as much, more than we could carry. Besides, I thought we could buy furs upriver. Anyway, I'm warm enough." "No, you are not," returned the priest, smiling. "You must get a parkie with a hood. I've got an Arctic cap. It rolls down over my ears and goes all round my neck, just leaves a little place in front for my eyes. Yes, wear that if you go on the trail, but the good of the parkie hood is that it is trimmed all round with long wolf hair. You see," he picked his parkie up off the floor and showed it to the company, "those long hairs standing out all round the face break the force of the wind. It is wonderful how the Esquimaux's hood lessens the chance of frostbite." While the only object in the room that he didn't seem to see was Mac, he was most taken up with the fireplace. The Colonel laid great stress on the enormous services of the delightful, accomplished master mason over there on the bean bags, who sat looking more than ever like a monkey wrench incarnate. But whether that Jesuit was as wily as the Calvinist thought, he had quite wit enough to overlook the great chimney builder's wrathful silence. He was not the least professional, talked about the country and how to live here, saying incidentally that he had spent 12 years at the Mission of the Holy Cross. The Yukon wasn't a bad place to live in, he told them, if men only took the trouble to learn how to live here. While teaching the Indians, there was a great deal to learn from them as well. "You must all come and see our schools," he wound up. "We'd like to awfully," said the boy, and all but Mac echoed him. "We were so afraid," he went on, "that we mightn't see anybody all winter long." "Oh, you'll have more visitors than you want." "Shall we, though?" Then, with a modified rapture, "Indians, I suppose, and missionaries. Traders, too, and miners, and this year Chichalcos as well. You are directly on the great highway of winter travel. Now that there's a good hard crust on the snow, you will have dog trains passing every week, and sometimes 2 or 3. It was good news. "We've already had one visitor before you," said the boy, looking wonderfully pleased at the prospect the priest had opened out. "You must know Nicholas of Pymu, don't you?" "Oh yes, we all know Nicholas," and the priest smiled. "We like him," returned the boy, as if some slighting criticism had been passed upon his friend. "Of course you do, so do we all," and still that look of quiet amusement on the worn face and a keener twinkle glinting in the eyes. "We're afraid he's sick," the boy began. Before the priest could answer, "He was educated at Howley Cross, he says," contributed a Flynn. "Oh, he's been to Holy Cross, among other places." "What do you mean?" "Well, Nicholas is a most impartial person. He was born at Pymu, but his father, who is the richest and most intelligent man in his tribe, took Nicholas to Ikogimu when the boy was only 6. He was brought up in the Russian mission there, as the father had been before him, and was a Greek, in religion, till he was 14. There was a famine that year down yonder, so Nicholas turned Catholic and came up to us. He was at Holy Cross some years, when business called him to Anvik, where he turned Episcopalian. At Eagle City, I believe, he is regarded as a pattern Presbyterian. There are those that say, since he has been a pilot, Nicholas makes 6 changes a trip in his religious convictions. Father Will saw that the colonel, to whom he most frequently addressed himself, took his pleasantry gravely. "Nicholas is not a bad fellow," he added. "He told me you had been kind to him." "If you believe that about his insincerity," said the colonel, "are you not afraid the others you spend your life teaching may turn out as little credit to you, to Christianity?" The priest glanced at the listening Indian. "No," said he gravely, "I do not think all the natives are like Nicholas. Andrew here is a true son of the church. But even if it were otherwise, we, you know," the Jesuit rose from the table with that calm smile of his, "we simply do the work without question. The issue is not in our hands." He made the sign of the cross and set back his stool. "Come, Andrew," he said, "we must push on." The Indian repeated the priest's action, and went out to see to the dogs. "Oh, are you going right away?" said the colonel politely, and a Flynn volubly protested. "We thought," said the boy, "you'd sit a while and smoke and, at least, of course, I don't mean smoke exactly, but," the father smiled and shook his head, "another time I would stay gladly." "Where are you going now?" "Andrew and I are on our way to the Oklahoma, the steamship frozen in the ice below here." "How far?" asked the boy. "About 7 miles below the Russian mission, and a mile or so up the Kuskokim Slough." "Wrecked there?" "Oh no. Gone into winter quarters." "In a slough," for it was so Father Wills pronounced Slougho, "that's what they call a blind river up in this country. They come into the big streams every here and there, and Chichalcos are always mistaking them for the main channel. Sometimes they are wider and deeper for a mile or so than the river proper, but before you know it they land you in a marsh. This place I'm going to, a little way up the Kuskokim, out of danger when the ice breaks up, has been chosen for a new station by the NT&T Company, rival, to the old established Alaska Commercial, that inherited the Russian fur monopoly and controlled the seal and salmon trade so long. Well, the younger company runs the old one hard, and they've sent this steamer into winter quarters loaded with provisions, ready to start for Dawson the instant the ice goes out. Why, then, it's the very boat that'll be taking us to the Klondike. You just going down to have a look at her? Asked Potts enviously. No, I go to get relief for the Paimews. What's the matter with them? Epidemic all summer, starvation now. Guess you won't find anybody's got such a lot he wants to give it away to the Indians. Our Father Superior has given much, said the priest gently, but we are not inexhaustible at Holy Cross. And the long winter is before us. Many of the supply steamers have failed to get in, and the country is flooded with gold seekers. There'll be widespread want this year, terrible suffering all up and down the river. The more reason for people to hold on to what they've got. A white man's worth more than an Indian. The priest's face showed no anger, not even coldness. White men have got a great deal out of Alaska and as yet done little but harm here. The government ought to help the natives, and we believe the government will. All we ask of the captain of the Oklahoma is to sell us, on fair terms, a certain supply, we assuming part of the risk, and both of us looking to the government to make it good. Reckon you'll find that steamer load down in the ice is worth its weight in gold, said Potts. One must always try, replied the father. He left the doorpost, straightened his bowed back, and laid a hand on the wooden latch. But Nicholas, when you left Paimew was he, began the boy. Oh, he is all right, the father smiled and nodded. Brother Paul has been looking after Nicholas's father. The old chief has enough food, but he has been very ill. By the way, have you any letters you want to send out? Oh, if we'd only known, was the general chorus, and Potts flew to close and stamp one he had hardly more than begun to the future Mrs. Potts. The boy had thoughtlessly opened the door to have a look at the dogs. Shut that don't keep the door open, howled Potts, trying to hold his precious letter down on the table while he added only 2 words. The boy slammed the door behind him. With all our trouble, the cabin isn't really warm, said the colonel apologetically. In a wind like this, if the door is open, we have to hold fast to things to keep them from running down the Yukon. It's a trial to anybody's temper. Why don't you build a false wall? Well, I don't know, we hadn't thought of it. You'd find it correct this draft, and the priest explained his views on the subject while Potts's letter was being addressed. Andrew put his head in. Ready, father. As the priest was pocketing the letter, the boy dashed in, put on the Arctic cap he set such store by, and a fur coat and mittens. Do you mind if I go a little way with you? He said. Of course not, answered the priest. I will send him back in half an hour, he said low to the colonel. It's a hit a day. It was curious how already he had divined the relation of the elder man to the youngest of that odd household. The moment they had gone, Mac, with an obvious effort, pulled himself up out of his corner, and, coming towards the Colonel at the fireplace, he said thickly, "You've put an insult upon me, Warren, and that's what I stand from no man. Come outside." The Colonel looked at him. "All right, Mac, but we've just eaten a rousing big dinner. Even Sullivan wouldn't accept that as the moment for a round. We'll both have 40 winks, hey? And Potts shall call us, and a Flynn shall be umpire. You can have the boys' bunk." Mac was in a haze again, and allowed himself to be insinuated into bed. The others got rid of the dinner things, and sat round for an hour. "Doubt if he sleeps long," says Potts a little before 2, "that's what he's been doing all morning." "We haven't had any fresh meat for a week," returns the Colonel significantly. "Why don't you and a Flynn go down to meet the boy, and come round by the woods? There'll be full moon up by 4 o'clock, you might get a brace of grouse or a rabbit or 2. A Flynn was not very keen about it, but the Jesuit's visit had stirred him up, and he offered less opposition to the unusual call to activity than the Colonel expected. When at last he was left alone with the sleeping man, the Kentuckian put on a couple more logs, and sat down to wait. At 3 he got up, swung the crane round so that the darting tongues of flame could lick the hot water pot, and then he measured out some coffee. In a quarter of an hour the cabin was full of the fragrance of good mocha. The Colonel sat and waited. Presently he poured out a little coffee, and drank it slowly, blissfully, with half-closed eyes. But when he had set the granite cup down again, he stood up alert, like a man ready for business. Mac had been asleep nearly 3 hours. The others wouldn't be long now. Well, if they came prematurely, they must go to the little cabin for a while. The Colonel shot the bar across door and jamb for the second time that day. Mac stirred and lifted himself on his elbow, but he wasn't really awake. "Potts," he said huskily. The Colonel made no sound. "Potts, measure me out 2 fingers, will you? Cabin's damn cold." No answer. Mac roused himself, muttering compliments for Potts. When he had bundled himself out over the side of the bunk, he saw the Colonel seemingly dozing by the fire. He waited a moment. Then, very softly, he made his way to the farther end of the swing shelf. The Colonel opened one eye, shut it, and shuffled in a sleepy sort of way. Mac turned sharply back to the fire. The Colonel opened his eyes and yawned. "I made some coffee a little while back. Have some?" "No." "Better, it's a 1. Where's Potts?" "Gone out for a little. Back soon." He poured out some of the strong, black decoction, and presented it to his companion. "Just try it. Finest coffee in the world, sir." Mac poured it down without seeming to bother about tasting it. They sat quite still after that, till the Colonel said meditatively, You and I had a little account to settle, didn't we? I'm ready. But neither moved for several moments. See here, Mac, you haven't been ill or anything like that, have you? No. There was no uncertain note in the answer. If anything, there was in it more than the usual toneless decision. Mac's voice was machine-made, as innocent of modulation as a buzzsaw, and with the same uncompromising finality as the shooting of a bolt. I'm ready to stand up against any man. Good, interrupted the Colonel. Glad o' that, for I'm just longing to see you stand up. Mac was on his feet in a flash. You had only to say so, if you wanted to see me stand up against any man alive. And when I sit down again, it's my opinion one of us two won't be good-looking anymore. He pushed back the stools. I thought maybe it was only necessary to mention it, said the Colonel slowly. I've been wanting for a fortnight to see you stand up. Mac turned fiercely, against Samuel David McCann. Come on. I'm in no mood for monkeying. Nor I. I realize, McCann, we've come to a kind of a crisis. Things in this camp are either going a lot better, or a lot worse, after today. There's nothing wrong, if you quit asking dirty Jesuits to sit down with honest men. Yes, there's something worse out o' shape than that. Mac waited warily. When we were stranded here, and saw what we'd let ourselves in for, there wasn't one of us that didn't think things looked pretty much like the last OP time. There was just one circumstance that kept us from throwing up the sponge. We had a man in camp. The Colonel paused. Mac stood as expressionless as the wooden crane. A man we all believed in, who was going to help us pull through. That was you, I suppose. Mac's hard voice chopped out the sarcasm. You know mighty well who it was. The boy's all right, but he's young for this kind o' thing, young and heady. There isn't much wrong with me that I'm aware of, except that I don't know shucks. Potts's petering out wasn't altogether a surprise, and nobody expected anything from a Flynn till we got to Dawson, when a lawyer and a fellow with capital behind him may come in handy. But there was one man, who had a head on him, who had experience, and who, he leaned over to emphasize the climax, who had character. It was on that man's account that I joined this party. Mac put his hands in his pockets and leaned against the wall. His face began to look a little more natural. The long sleep or the coffee had cleared his eyes. Shall I tell you what I heard about that man last night? Asked the Colonel gravely. Mac looked up, but never opened his lips. You remember you wouldn't sit here, the boy was always in and out. The cabin was cold. I left the boy and a Flynn at supper time and went down to the little cabin to see what I was doing, to spy on me. Well, all right, maybe I was spying, too. Incidentally, I wanted to tell you the cabin was hot as blazes, and get you to come to supper. I met Potts hurrying up for his grub, and I said, "Where's Mac? Isn't he coming?" And your partner's answer was, "Oh, let him alone. He's got a flask in his bunk, swillin' and gruntin', he's just in hog heaven. Damn that sneak. The man he was talking about, Mac, was the man we had all built our hopes on. I'll teach Potts, you can't, Mac. Potts has got to die and go to heaven, perhaps to hell, before he'll learn any good. But you're a different breed. Teach Mac can. Mac suddenly sat down on the stool with his head in his hands. The boy hasn't caught on, said the Colonel presently, but he said something this morning to show he was wondering about the change that's come over you. That I don't split wood all day, I suppose, when we've got enough for a month. Potts doesn't either. Why don't you go for Potts? As the boy said, I don't care about Potts. It's Mac that matters. Did the boy say that? He looked up. The Colonel nodded. After you had made that chimney, you know, you were a kind of hero in his eyes. Mac looked away. The cabin's been cold, he muttered. We are going to remedy that. I didn't bring any liquor into camp. You must admit that I didn't intend, I do admit it. And when a Flynn said that about keeping his big demijohn out of the inventory and apart from the common stores, I sat on him. So you did. I knew it was safest to act on the medicinal purposes principle. So it is. But I wasn't thinking so much of a Flynn. I was thinking of things that had happened before, for I'd had experience. Drink was the curse of Caribou. It's something of a scourge up in Nova Scotia. I'd had experience. You did the very best thing possible under the circumstances. Mac was feeling about after his self-respect, and must be helped to get hold of it. I realize, too, that the temptation is much greater in cold countries, said the Kentuckian unblushingly. Italians and Greeks don't want fiery drinks half as much as Russians and Scandinavians, haven't the same craving as Nova Scotians and cold country people generally, I suppose. But that only shows, temperance is of more vital importance in the North. That's right. It's not much in my line to shift blame, even when I don't deserve it, but you know so much you might as well know, it wasn't I who opened that demijohn first. But you don't mind being the one to shut it up, do you? Shut it up. Yes, let's get it down, and the Colonel swung it off the shelf. It was nearly empty, and only the boys' and the Colonel's single bottles stood unbroached. Even so, Mac's prolonged spree was something of a mystery to the Kentuckian. It must be that a very little was too much for Mac. The Colonel handed the demijohn to his companion, and lit the solitary candle standing on its little block of wood, held in place between three half-driven nails. What's that for? Don't you want to seal it up? I haven't got any wax. I have an inch or so. The Colonel produced out of his pocket the only piece in camp. Mac picked up a billet of wood, and drove the cork in flush with the neck. Then, placing upright on the cork the helve of the hammer, he drove the cork down 1/4 of an inch farther. Give me your wax. What's for a seal? They looked about. Mac's eye fell on a metal button that hung by a thread from the old militia jacket he was wearing. He put his hand up to it, paused, glanced hurriedly at the colonel, and let his fingers fall. "Yes, yes," said the Kentuckian, "that'll make a capital seal." "No, something of yours, I think, Colonel. The top of that Tony pencil case, hey?" The colonel produced his gold pencil, watched Mac heat the wax, drop it into the neck of the demijohn, and apply the initialed end of the colonel's property. While Mac, without any further waste of words, was swinging the wicker-bound temptation up on the shelf again, they heard voices. "They're coming back," says the Kentuckian hurriedly. "But we've settled our little account, haven't we, old man?" Mac jerked his head in that automatic fashion that with him meant genial and wholehearted agreement. "And if Potts or a Flynn want to break that seal, I'll call 'em down," says Mac. And the colonel knew the seal was safe. "By the by, Colonel," said the boy, just as he was turning in that night, I've asked that Jesuit chap to the housewarming." "Oh, you did you?" "Yes." "Well, you'd just better have a talk with Mac about it." "Yes. I've been trying to think how I'd square Mac. Of course, I know I'll have to go easy on the raw. I reckon you just will. If Monkey Wrench screws down hard on me, you'll come to the rescue, won't you, Colonel?" "No, I'll side with Mac on that subject. Whatever he says, goes." "Humph. That Jesuit's all right." Not a word out of the colonel. Chapter 3 Two new specimens Megiddo, Zuluka. Tagmal, where bist du? Ich kenn dich nicht. Luca. Kennst du den sonst erlebt? Megiddo. In meinem Revier muss ich jeden kennen und dich kenn ich nicht. Luca. Das kommt wohl daher Onkelchen, dass dein Revier nicht die ganze umfasst. Es ist dennoch ein Entchen draußen geblieben. One of the curious results of what is called wildlife, is a blessed release from many of the timidities that assail the easy liver in the centers of civilization. Potts was the only one in the white camp who had doubts about the wisdom of having to do with the natives. However, the agreeable necessity of going to Pymue to invite Nicholas to the blowout was not forced upon the boy. They were still hard at it, 4 days after the Jesuit had gone his way, surrounding the big cabin with a false wall, that final and effectual barrier against Boreas, finishing touch warranted to convert a cabin, so cold that it drove its inmates to drink, into a dwelling where practical people, without cracking a dreary joke, might fitly celebrate a housewarming. In spite of the shortness of the days, Father Wills's suggestion was being carried out with a gratifying success. Already manifest were the advantages of the stockade, running at a foot's distance round the cabin to the height of the eaves, made of spruce saplings not even lopped of their short bushy branches, but planted close together, after burning the ground cleared of snow. A second visitation of mild weather, and a further 2 days' thaw, made the colonel determined to fill in the space between the spruce stockade and the cabin with burnt-out soil closely packed down and well tramped in. It was generally conceded, as the winter wore on, that to this contrivance of the earthwork belonged a good half of the credit of the big cabin, and its renown as being the warmest spot on the lower river that terrible memorable year of the Klondike rush. The evergreen wall with the big stone chimney shouldering itself up to look out upon the frozen highway, became a conspicuous feature in the landscape, welcome as the weeks went on to many an eye wearied with long looking for shelter, and blinded by the snow-whitened waste. An exception to what became a rule was, of all men, Nicholas. When the stockade was half done, the prince and an equerry appeared on the horizon, with the second team the camp had seen, the driver much concerned to steer clear of the softened snow and keep to that part of the river ice windswept and firm, if roughest of all. Nicholas regarded the stockade with a cold and beady eye. No, he hadn't time to look at it. He had promised to mush. He wasn't even hungry. It did little credit to his heart, but he seemed more in haste to leave his new friends than the least friendly of them would have expected. "Oh, wait a sec, urged the deeply disappointed boy. "I wanted awfully to see how your sled is made. It's better 'en father wills." "Humph," grunted Nicholas scornfully, "him no got Inuit sled." "Mac and I are going to try soon's the stockade's done," Goodbye interrupted Nicholas. But the boy paid no attention to the word of farewell. He knelt down in the snow and examined the sled carefully. "Spruce runners," he called out to Mac, and, "Gee, they're shod with ivory. Gee, fastened with sinew and wooden pegs. Hey." Looking up incredulously at Nicholas, "Not a nail in the whole shebang, eh?" "Nail," says Nicholas. "Ha, no nail," as contemptuously as though the boy had said breadcrumbs. "Well, she's a daisy. When you coming back?" "Coming pretty quick, going pretty quick." "Goodbye." "Mush," shouted Nicholas to his companion, and the dogs got up off their haunches. But the boy only laughed at Nicholas's struggles to get started. He hung on to the loaded sled, examining, praising, while the dogs, after the merest affectation of trying to make a start, looked round at him over their loose collars and grinned contentedly. "Me got to mush. Show next time." "Mush? What's here?" the boy shouted through the mushing, and he tugged at the goodly load, so neatly disposed under an old reindeer skin sleeping bag, and lashed down with rawhide. "That? Oh, that was fish." "Fish? Got so much fish at Starving Pimu you can go hauling it down river." "Well, sir, we want fish. We must have fish." "Hey!" the boy appealed to the others. "Yes. All right, wire. I reckon we just do." But Nicholas had other views. "No, me take him." He hitched his body in the direction of Ikogimu. "Bless my soul. You've got enough there for a regiment. You going to sell him?" "Hey!" Nicholas shook his head. "Oh, come off the roof," advised the boy genially. "You ain't carrying it about for your health, I suppose," said Potts. "The people down at Ikogimu don't need it like us. We're white duffers, and can't get fish through the ice. You sell some of it to us." But Nicholas shook his head and shuffled along on his snowshoes, beckoning the dog driver to follow. "Or trade some for tea," suggested a Flynn. "Or for sugar," said Mac. "Or for tobacco," tempted the Colonel. And before that last word Nicholas's resolve went down. Up at the cabin he unlashed the load, and it quickly became manifest that Nicholas was a dandy at driving a bargain. He kept on saying shamelessly, more shug. "Hey. Oh yes, me give heap fish. No nuff shug." If it hadn't been for Mac, his own clear-headed self again, and by no means to be humbugged by any prince alive, the purchase of a portion of that load of frozen fish, cored up like so much wood, would have laid waste the commissariat. But if the white men after this passage did not feel an absolute confidence in Nicholas's fairness of mind, no such unworthy suspicion of them found lodgment in the bosom of the prince. With the exception of some tobacco, he left all his ill-gotten store to be kept for him by his new friends till he should return. When was that to be? In 5 sleeps he would be back. Good. We'll have the stockade done by then. What do you say to our big chimney, Nicholas? He emitted a scornful pealek. What? Our chimney no good? He shrugged. Why you have so tall hole your house? How you cover him up? We don't want to cover him up. Humph. Winter fin you tall hole. Winter come down, bring in snow, drive fire out. He shivered in anticipation of what was to happen. Peelek. The white men laughed. What you up to now? Where you going? Well, the fact was, Nicholas had been sent by his great ally, the Father Superior of Holy Cross, on a mission, very important, demanding dispatch. Father Brachet, him know him heap better send Nicholas when him want man go goddamn quick. Me no stop, no stop. He drew on his mittens proudly, unjarred by remembrance of how his good resolution had come to grief. Where you off to now? Me catch Father Wills, me give letter. He tapped his deerskin-covered chest. Catch sure for him leave Ikogimu. You come back with Father Wills. Nicholas nodded. Hooray! We'll all work like 60, shouted the boy, and by Saturday, that's 5 sleeps, we'll have the wall done and the house warm, and he caught himself up, not thus in public would he break the news to Mac, you'll be back in time for the big blowout. To clinch matters, he accompanied Nicholas from the cabin to the river trail, explaining, you savvy. Big feast, all same Indian. Heap good grub. No prayer meeting, you savvy, no church this time. Big fire, big feed. All kinds, apples, shug, bacon, no cook him, you know like he added, basely truckling to the prince's peculiar taste. Nicholas rolled his single eye in joyful anticipation, and promised faithfully to grace the scene. This was all very fine, but Father Wills. The last thing at night and the first thing in the morning the boy looked the problem in the face, and devised now this, now that, adroit and disarming fashion of breaking the news to Mac. But it was only when the daring giver of invitations was safely in bed, and Mac equally safe down in the little cabin, that it seemed possible to broach the subject. He devised scenes in which, airily and triumphantly, he introduced Father Wills, and brought Mac to the point of pining for Jesuit society, but these scenes were actable only under conditions of darkness and of solitude. The Colonel refused to have anything to do with the matter. "Our first business, as I see it, is to keep peace in the camp, and hold fast to a good understanding with one another. It's just over little things like this that trouble begins. Mac's one of us, Father Wills is an outsider. I won't rile Mac for the sake of any Jesuit alive. No, sir, this is your funeral, and you're obliged to attend." Before 3 of Nicholas's 5 sleeps were accomplished, the boy began to curse the hour he had laid eyes on Father Wills. He began even to speculate desperately on the good priest's chances of tumbling into an air hole, or being devoured by a timely wolf. But no, life was never so considerate as that. Yet he could neither face being the cause of the first serious row in camp, nor endure the thought of having his particular guest, drat him, flouted, and the whole housewarming turned to failure and humiliation. Indeed, the case looked desperate. Only 1 day more now before he would appear, be flouted, insulted, and go off wounded, angry, leaving the boy with an irreconcilable quarrel against Mac, and the housewarming turned to chill recrimination and to wretchedness. But until the last phantasmal hope went down before the logic of events, it was impossible not to cling to the idea of melting Mac's Arctic heart. There was still one course untried. Since there was so little left to do to the stockade, the boy announced that he thought he'd go up over the hill for a tramp. Gun in hand and grub in pocket, he marched off to play his last trump card. If he could bring home a queer enough bird or beast for the collection, there was still hope. To what lengths might Mac not go if one dangled before him the priceless bait of a golden-tipped emperor goose, dressed in imperial robes of rose-flecked snow? Or who, knowing Mac, would not trust a Zemar Sabinii to play the part of a white-winged angel of peace? Failing some such heavenly messenger, there was nothing for it but that the boy should face the ignominy of going forth to meet the father on the morrow, and confess the humiliating truth. It wasn't fair to let him come expecting hospitality, and find. Visions arose of Mac receiving the bent and way-worn missionary with the greeting, "There is no corner by the fire, no place in the camp for a pander to the Scarlet Woman." The thought lent impassioned fervor to the quest for goose or gull. It was pretty late when he got back to camp, and the men were at supper. No, he hadn't shot anything. "What's that bulging in your pocket?" "Sort o' stone. Struck it rich." Don't give me any chin music, boys, give me tea. I'm dog-tired. But when Mac got up first, as usual, to go down to the little cabin to wood up for the night, "I'll walk down with you," says the boy, though it was plain he was dead beat. He helped to revive the failing fire, and then, dropping on the section of swordwood that did duty for a chair, with some difficulty and a deal of tugging he pulled the sawto stone out of the pocket of his duck-shooting jacket. "See that?" He held the thing tightly clasped in his two red, chapped hands. Mac bent down, shading his eyes from the faint flame flicker. "What is it?" "Piece o' tooth." "By the Lord Harry! So it is." He took the thing nearer the faint light. "Fossil. Where'd you get it?" "Over yonder, by a little frozen river." "How far?" "Any more?" "Only this." The boy didn't answer. He went outside, and returned instantly, lugging in something brown and whitish, weather-stained, unwieldy. "I dropped this at the door as I came along home. Thought it might do for the collection." Mac stared with all his eyes, and hurriedly lit a candle. The boy dropped exhausted on a ragged bit of burlap by the bunks. Mac knelt down opposite, pouring liberal libation of candle grease on the uncouth, bony mass between them. "Part of the skull," he rasped out, masking his ecstasy as well as he could. "Master Don?" inquired the boy. Mac shook his head. "I'll bet my boots," says Mac, "it's an Eliphaz primigenius, and if I'm right, it's a fine young man." "Where'd you stumble on him?" "Over yonder." The boy leaned his head against the lower bunk. "Where?" "Across the divide. The bones have been dragged up onto some rocks. I saw the end of a tusk sticking up out of the snow, and I scratched down till I found," he indicated the trophy between them on the floor. "Tusk. How long?" "'Bout 9 feet. We'll go and get it tomorrow." No answer from the boy. "Early, hey?" "Well, it's a good ways." "What if it is?" "Oh, I don't mind. I'd do more 'en that for you, Mac." There was something unnatural in such devotion. Mac looked up. But the boy was too tired to play the big fish any longer. "I wonder if you'll do something for me." He watched with a sinking heart Mac's sharp uprising from the worshipful attitude. It was not like any other mortal's gradual, many-jointed getting up, it was more like the sudden springing out of the big blade of a clasp knife. "What's your game?" "Oh, I ain't got any game," said the boy desperately, "or, if I have, there's mighty little fun in it. However, I don't know as I want to walk 10 hours again in this kind o' weather with an elephant on my back just for the poetry o' the thing." He laid his chapped hands on the sideboard of the bunk and pulled himself up on his legs. "What's your game?" repeated Mac sternly, as the boy reached the door. "What's the good o' talking?" he answered, but he paused, turned, and leaned heavily against the rude lintel. "Course, I know you'd be shot before you'd do it, but what I'd like, would be to hear you say you wouldn't kick up a hell of a row if Father Wills happens into the house warmin'. Mac jerked his set face, fire-reddened, towards the fossil finder, and he, without waiting for more, simply opened the door, and heavily footed it back to the big cabin. Next morning when Mac came to breakfast he heard that the boy had had his grub half an hour before the usual time, and was gone off on some tramp again. Mac sat and mused. A Flynn came in with a dripping bucket, and sat down to breakfast shivering. "Which way did he go?" "The boy?" "Down river." "Sure he didn't go over the divide?" A Flynn was sure. He'd just been down to the water hole, and in the faint light he'd seen the boy far down on the river trail leaping like a hare in the direction of the Rougeon mission. "Going to meet, Nicholas?" "Reckon so," said the colonel, a bit ruffled. "Don't believe he'll run like a hare very far with his feet all blistered." "Did you know he'd discovered a fossil elephant?" "No." "Well, he has. I must light out, too, and have a look at it." "Do. It'll be a cheerful sort of housewarming with one of you off scouring the country for more blisters and chilblains, and another hunting antediluvian elephants." The colonel spoke with uncommon irascibility. The great feast day had certainly not dawned propitiously. When breakfast was done Mac left the big cabin without a word, but, instead of going over the divide across the treeless snow waste to the little frozen river, where, turned up to the pale northern dawn, were lying the bones of a beast that had trampled tropic forests, in that other dawn of the prime, the naturalist, turning his back on Eliphaz Primigenius, followed in the track of the boy down the great river towards Ikogimu. On the low left bank of the Yukon a little camp. On one side, a big rock hooded with snow. At right angles, drawn up one on top of the other, two sleds covered with reindeer skins held down by stones. In the corner formed by the angle of rocks and sleds, a small tent, very stained and old. Burning before it on a hearth of green wood, a little fire struggling with a veering wind. Mac had seen from far off the faint blue banners of smoke blowing now right, now left, then tossed aloft in the pallid sunshine. He looked about sharply for the boy, as he had been doing this 2 hours. There was the Jesuit bending over the fire, bettering the precarious position of a saucepan that insisted on sitting lopsided, looking down into the heart of coals. Nicholas was holding up the tent flap. "Hello." "How do," he sang out, recognizing Mac. The priest glanced up and nodded pleasantly. Two Indians, squatting on the other side of the fire, scrambled away as the shifting wind brought a cloud of stifling smoke into their faces. "Where's the boy?" demanded Mac, arresting the stampede. Nicholas's dog driver stared, winked, and wiped his weeping, smoke-reddened eyes. "Is he in there?" Mac looked towards the tent. Andrew nodded between coughs. "What's he doing in there?" "Call him out," ordered Mac. "He no walk." Mac's hard face took on a look of cast-iron tragedy. The wind, veering round again, had brought the last words to the priest on the other side of the fire. "Oh, it'll be all right by and by," he said cheerfully. "But knocking up like that just for blisters." "Blisters?" "No, cold and general weakness. That's why we delayed." Without waiting to hear more, Mac strode over to the tent, and as he went in, Nicholas came out. No sign of the boy, nobody, nothing. "What?" Down in the corner a small, yellow face lying in a nest of fur. Bright, dark eyes stared roundly, and as Mac glowered astonished at the apparition, a mouth full of gleaming teeth opened, smiling, to say in a very small voice, "Father." Astonished as Mac was, disappointed and relieved all at once, there was something arresting in the appeal. "I'm not your father," he said stiffly. "Who are you?" "Hey. You speak English." The child stared at him fixedly, but suddenly, for no reason on earth, it smiled again. Mac stood looking down at it, seeming lost in thought. Presently the small object stirred, struggled about feebly under the encompassing furs, and, freeing itself, held out its arms. The mites of hands fluttered at his sleeve and made ineffectual clutches. "What do you want?" To his own vast astonishment, Mac lifted the little thing out of its warm nest. It was woefully thin, and seemed, even to his inexperience, to be insufficiently clothed, though the beaded moccasins on its tiny feet were new and good. "Why, you're only about as big as a minute," he said gruffly. "What's the matter, sick?" It suddenly struck him as very extraordinary that he should have taken up the child, and how extremely embarrassing it would be if anyone came in and caught him. Clutching the small morsel awkwardly, he fumbled with the furs preparatory to getting rid, without delay, of the unusual burden. While he was straightening the things, Father Wills appeared at the flap, smoking saucepan in hand. The instant the cold air struck the child it began to cough. "Oh, you mustn't do that," said the priest to Mac with unexpected severity. "Kavik must lie in bed and keep warm." Down on the floor went the saucepan. The child was caught away from the surprised Mac, and the furs so closely gathered round the small shrunken body that there was once more nothing visible but the wistful yellow face and gleaming eyes, still turned searchingly on its most recent acquaintance. But the priest, without so much as a glance at the newcomer, proceeded to feed Kavik out of the saucepan, blowing vigorously at each spoonful before administering. "He's pretty hungry," commented Mac. "Where'd you find him?" "In a little village up on the Kuskokim." "Kavik's an Esquimaux from Norton Sound, aren't you, Kavik?" But the child was wholly absorbed, it seemed, in swallowing and staring at Mac. "His family came up there from the coast in a Badara only last summer, all dead now. Everybody else in the village, and there isn't but a handful, all ailing and all hungry. I was tramping across an igloo there a couple of days ago, and I heard a strange little muffled sound, more like a snared rabbit than anything else. But the Indian with me said no, everybody who had lived there was dead, and he was for hurrying on. They're superstitious, you know, about a place where people have died. But I crawled in, and found this little thing lying in a bundle of rags with its hands bound and dried grass stuffed in its mouth. It was too weak to stir or do more than occasionally to make that muffled noise that I'd heard coming up through the smoke hole. What you going to do with him? Well, I hardly know. The sisters will look after him for a while, if I get him there alive. Why shouldn't you? Kavik supplied the answer straightway by choking and falling into an appalling fit of coughing. I've got some stuff that'll be good for that, said Mac, thinking of his medicine chest. I'll give you some when we get back to camp. The priest nodded, taking Mac's unheard of civility as a matter of course. The ice is very rough, the jolting makes him cough awfully. The Jesuit had fastened his eyes on Mac's woolen muffler, which had been loosened during the ministering to Kavik and had dropped on the ground. Do you need that scarf? He asked, as though he suspected Mac of wearing it for show. Because if you didn't you could wrap it round Kavik while I help the men strike camp. And without waiting to see how his suggestion was received, he caught up the saucepan, lifted the flap, and vanished. Father, remarked Kavik, fixing melancholy eyes on Mac. I ain't your father, muttered the gentleman so addressed. He picked up his scarf and hung it round his own neck. Father, insisted Kavik. They looked at each other. You cold? That it, hey? Mac knelt down and pulled away the furs. God bless me. You only got this one rag on. God bless me. He pulled off his muffler and wound the child in it mummy-wise, round and round, muttering the while in a surly way. When it was half done he stopped, thought profoundly with a furrow cutting deep into his square forehead between the straight brows. Slowly he pulled his gloves out of his pocket, and turned out from each beaver gauntlet an inner mitten of knitted wool. Here, he said, and put both little moccasined feet into one of the capacious mittens. Much pleased with his ingenuity, he went on winding the long scarf until the yellow little Esquimaux bore a certain whimsical resemblance to one of the adorable Delia Robbia infants. But Mac's sinewy hands were exerting a greater pressure than he realized. The morsel made a remonstrant squeaking, and squirmed feebly. Oh, oh. Too tight. Beg your pardon, said Mac hastily, as though not only English, but punctilious manners were understanded of Kavik. He relaxed the woolen bandage till the morsel lay contented again within its folds. Nicholas came in for Kavik, and for the furs, that he might pack them both in the father's sled. Already the true son of the church was undoing the ropes that lashed firm the canvas of the tent. Where's the boy? Said Mac suddenly. The young fellow that's with us. You know, the one that found you that first Sunday and brought you to camp. Where is he? Nicholas paused an instant with Kavik on his shoulder. Kiami, no savvy. You not seen him today? No. He no up. With the swaddled child he made a gesture up the river towards the white camp. No, he came down this morning to meet you. Nicholas shook his head, and went on gathering up the furs. As he and Mac came out, Andrew was undoing the last fastening that held the canvas to the stakes. In 10 minutes they were on the trail, Andrew leading, with Father Will's dogs, Kavik lying in the sled muffled to the eyes, still looking round out of the corners. No, strangely enough, the Kavik eye had no corners, but fixedly he stared sideways at Mac. Father, seeming not to take the smallest notice, trudged along on one side of him, the priest on the other, and behind came Nicholas and the other Indians with the second sled. It was too windy to talk much even had they been inclined. The only sounds were the mush of the drivers, the grate and swish of the runners over the ice, and Kavik's coughing. Mac turned once and frowned at him. It was curious that the child seemed not to mind these menacing looks, not in the smallest degree. By and by the order of march was disturbed. Kavik's right runner, catching at some obstacle, swerved and sent the sled bumping along on its side, the small head of the passenger narrowly escaping the ice. Mac caught hold of the single tree and brought the racing dogs to an abrupt halt. The priest and he righted the sled, and Mac straddling it, tucked in a loosened end of fur. When all was again in running order, Mac was on the same side as Father Will's. He still wore that look of dour ill temper, and especially did he glower at the unfortunate Kavik, seized with a fresh fit of coughing that filled the round eyes with tears. "Don't you get kind-o tired listening to that noise? Suppose I was to carry, just for a bit. This is the roughest place on the trail. Hi! Stop," he called to Andrew. The priest had said nothing, but divining what Mac would be at, he helped him to undo the rawhide lashing, and when Kavik was withdrawn he wrapped one of the lighter fur things round him. It was only when Mac had marched off, glowering still, and sternly refusing to meet Kavik's tearful but grateful eyes, it was only then, bending over the sled and making fast the furs, that Father Wills, all to himself, smiled a little. It wasn't until they were in sight of the smoke from the little cabin that Mac slackened his pace. He had never for a moment found the trail so smooth that he could return his burden to the sled. Now, however, he allowed Nicholas and the priest to catch up with him. "You carry him the rest of the way," he commanded, and set his burden in Nicholas's arms. Kavik was ill-pleased, but Mac, falling behind with the priest, stalked on with eyes upon the ground. "I've got a boy of my own," he jerked out presently, with the air of a man who accounts confidentially for some weakness. "Really," returned the priest, "they didn't tell me. I haven't told them yet." "Oh, all right. Why is he called that heathen name?" "Kavik." "Oh, it's the name of his tribe. His people belong to that branch of the Inuits known as Kaviks." "Humph. Then he's only Kavik as I'm Mac Can. I suppose you've christened him?" "Well, not yet, no." "What shall we call him?" "What's your boy's name?" "Robert Bruce." They went on in silence till Mac said, "It's on account of my boy I came up here." "Oh. It didn't use to matter if a man was poor and self-taught, but in these days of competition it's different. A boy must have chances if he's going to fight the battle on equal terms. Of course, some boys ain't worth bothering about. But my boy, well, he seems to have something in him. The priest listened silently, but with that look of brotherliness on his face that made it so easy to talk to him. It doesn't really matter to those other fellows. Mac jerked his hand towards the camp. It's never so important to men, who stand alone, but I've got to strike it rich over yonder. He lifted his head, and frowned defiantly in the general direction of the Klondike, 1,300 miles away. It's my one chance, he added half to himself. It means everything to Bob and me. Education, scientific education, costs like thunder. In the United States. Oh, I mean to send my boy to the old country. I want Bob to be thorough. The priest smiled, but almost imperceptibly. How old is he? Oh, 'bout as old as this youngster. Mac spoke with calculated indifference. 6 or thereabouts. No, 4.5. But he's bigger, of course. And you can see already, he's got a lot in him. Father Wills nodded with a conviction that brought Mac nearer confession than he had ever been in his life. You see, he said quite low, and as if the words were dragged out with pincers, the fact is, my married life didn't pan out very well. And I ran away from home as a little chap, after a lick-in, and never went back. But there's one thing I mean to make a success of, that's my boy. Well, I believe you will, if you feel like that. Why, they've gone clean past the camp trail, said Mac sharply, all but Nicholas, and what in thunder, he's put the kid back on the sled. Yes, I told my men we'd be getting on. But they were told to leave you the venison. What? You going straight on? Nonsense. Mac interrupted, and began to shout to the Indians. No, I meant to stop. Just tell your friends so, said the unsuspecting father. But with a sick child, what can you do for him that we can't? And to break the journey may make a big difference. We've got some condensed milk left, and, yes, but we are more accustomed to, it's hardly fair to burden a neighbor. No, we'll be getting on. If those fellas up there make a row about your bringing in a youngster, he thrust out his jaw, they can settle the account with me. I've got to do something for that cough before the kid goes on. Well, said the priest, and so wily are these Jesuits that he never once mentioned that he was himself a qualified doctor in full and regular practice. He kept his eyes on the finished stockade and the great chimney, wearing majestically its floating plume of smoke. Hi! Mac called between his hands to the Indians, who had gone some distance ahead. Hi! He motioned them back up the hill trail. A Flynn had come out of the little cabin, and seemed to be laboriously trundling something along the footpath. He got so excited when he heard the noise and saw the party that, inadvertently, he let his burden slide down the icy slope, bumping and bouncing clumsily from one impediment to another. Faith, look at him. Sure, that fossil can't restrain his joy at seeing ye back. Mac, it's your elephant. I was taking him into the state of honor be the foy. We thought it you'd be a pleasant surprise for ye. Sure, ye are more surprised to see him leppin down the hill to meet ye, like a raw Irish terrier. Mac was angry, and didn't conceal the fact. As he ran to stop the thing before it should be dashed to pieces, the priest happened to glance back, and saw coming slowly along the river trail a solitary figure that seemed to make its way with difficulty. It looks as though you'd have more than you bargained for at the housewarming, he said. A Flynn came down the hill babbling like a brook. Good day to ye, father. The blessings o' heaven on ye for not keepin' us starvin' any longer. There's pots been swearin', be this and be that, that yourself and the little divil wouldn't he be at the blowout atto. You mean the boy hasn't come back, called out Mac. He leaned Eliphaz Primigenius against a tuft of willow banked round with snow, and turned gloomily as if to go back down the river again. Who's this? They all stood and watched the limping traveller. Why, it's, of course. I didn't know him with that thing tied over his cap, and Mac went to meet him. The boy bettered his pace. How did I miss you? Demanded Mac. Well, said the boy, looking rather mischievous, I can't think how it happened on the way down, unless you passed when I'd gone uphill a piece after some tracks. I was lying under the muff a few miles down when you came back, and you, well, I kind-o thought you seemed to have your hands full. Mac looked rigid and don't you try to chaff me, sir. Besides, the boy went on, I couldn't cover the ground like you and Father Wills. What's the matter with you? Oh, nothing to howl about. But see here, Mac. Well, soon's I can walk I'll go and get you the rest o' that elephant. There was no more said till they got up to the others, who had waited for the Indians to come back, and had unpacked Kavik to spare him the jolting uphill. A Flynn was screaming with excitement as he saw that the bundle Nicholas was carrying had a head and two round eyes. The saints in glory be among us. What's that? Man alive, what is it? Be the Sivan. That, answered Mac with a proprietary air, is a little Esquimau's boy, and I'm bringing him in to doctor his cold. Glory be. An Esquimau. And we'd a cowed. Sure, he can have some o' my liniment. Well, why're a boss collector, Mac? Faith, ye bang the Jews. And me thinking ye'd be satisfied wid your elephant. Not him, be the Sivan. It's an Esquimau he must have to finish off his collection, one with the raw Arctic cowd in his head, and two eyes that go snappin' through ye like black torpedoes. 2 specimens in one day. You're growin' extravagant, Mac. Why, musha, child, if I don't think you're the dandy specimen o' the lot. Chapter 4: The Blowout. How good it is to invite men to the pleasant feast. Comfortable as rock fireplace and stockade made the cabin now, the Colonel had been feeling all that morning that the official housewarming was foredoomed to failure. Nevertheless, as he was cook that week, he could not bring himself to treat altogether lightly his office of master of the feast. There would probably be no guests. Even their own little company would likely be incomplete, but tea here was to be a spread that afternoon, anyways. Even had the Colonel needed any keeping up to the mark, the office would have been cheerfully undertaken by a Flynn or by Potts, for whom interest in the gustatory aspect of the occasion was wholly undimmed by the threatened absence of Mac and the little divil. "There'll be the more for us," said Potts enthusiastically. O'Flynn's argument seemed to halt upon a reservation. He looked over the various contributions to the feast, set out on a board in front of the water bucket, and, "It's Maytime wishin' fur," says he. "We've got fish." "That's only mate on Fridays." "We've had fish fur 5 days stiddy, and before that, bacon 3 times a day wid 7 days to the week, and not enough bacon either, begob, when all's said and done. Not enough to be fillin', and plenty to give us the scurvy. May the devil dance on short rations." "No scurvy in this camp for a while yet," said the Colonel, throwing some heavy objects into a pan and washing them vigorously round and round. "Potatoes." O'Flynn's eyes dwelled lovingly on the rare food. "You've hoarded 'em too long, man, they've sprouted." "That won't prevent you hoggin' more 'en your share, I'll bet," said Potts pleasantly. "I don't somehow like wasting the sprouts," observed the Colonel anxiously. "It's such a wonderful sight, something growing." He had cut one pallid slip, and held it tenderly between knife and thumb. "Waste 'em with scurvy staring us in the face." "Should think not." "Mix 'em with cold potatoes in a salad." "No." "Make slumgullion," commanded O'Flynn. "What's that?" quoth the Colonel. "Be the seven. I only wonder I didn't think of it before. Are ye listening, Kentucky? Ye take lots o' wather, and if ye want it rich, ye take the wather ye've boiled potatoes or cabbage in, a vegetable stock, ye mind, and ye add a little flour, salt, and pepper, and a tomato if ye re in New York or Frisco, and ye boil all that together with a few fish bones or bacon rinds to make it ra'al tasty." "Yes, well, and that's slumgullion." "Don't sound heady enough for a blowout," said the Colonel. "We'll sober up on slumgullion tomorrow. Anyhow, it's Maytime wishin' fur," sighed O'Flynn, subsiding among the tinware. "What's the good o' the little divil and his thramps, if he can't bring home a bird, or so much as the scut for a rabbit fur the soup?" "Well, he's contributed a bottle of California apricots, and we'll have boiled rice." "And punch, glory be." "Why yes," answered the Colonel. "I've been thinking a good deal about the punch." "So's myself," said O'Flynn frankly, but Potts looked at the Colonel suspiciously through narrowed eyes. "There's very little whiskey left, and I propose to brew a mild bowl. To hell with your mild bowls. A good enough punch, sir, but one that the whole kit and boodle of us can drink." Indians and everybody, you know. Nicholas and Andrew may turn up. I want you two fellas to support me about this. There are reasons for it, sir. He had laid a hand on Pot's shoulder and fixed a Flynn with his eye, and, speaking very solemnly, yo neither o yo gentlemen that need mo said on the subject. Whereupon, having cut the ground from under their feet, he turned decisively, and stirred the mush pot with a magnificent air and a newly whittled birch stick. To give the big cabin an aspect of solid luxury, they had spread the boy's old buffalo robe on the floor, and as the morning wore on, Potts and a Flynn made 1 or 2 expeditions to the little cabin, bringing back selections out of Mac's hoard to decorate the banquet hall, as they said. On the last trip Potts refused to accompany his partner. No, it was no good. Mac evidently wouldn't be back to see, and the laugh would be on them taking so much trouble for nothing. And a Flynn wasn't to be long either, for dinner had been absurdly postponed already. When the door opened the next time, it was to admit Mac, Nicholas with Cavik in his arms, a Flynn gesticulating like a windmill, and, last of all, the boy. Cavik was formally introduced, but instead of responding to his host's attentions, the only thing he seemed to care about, or even see, was something that in the hurlyburly everybody else overlooked: the decorations. Mac's stuffed birds and things made a remarkably good show, but the colossal success was reserved for the minute shrunken skin of the baby white hare set down in front of the great fire for a hearthrug. If the others failed to appreciate that joke, not so Cavik. He gave a gurgling cry, struggled down out of Nicholas's arms, and folded the white hare to his breast. "Where are the other Indians?" said Mac. "Looking after the dogs," said Father Wills, and as the door opened, "Oh yes, give us that," he said to Andrew. "I thought," he turned to the Colonel, "maybe you'd like to try some Yukon reindeer." "Hooray! Mate! Oh, are ye saying mate, or is an angel singin'? Now I know that man's a Christian," soliloquized Potts. "Look here, it'll take a little time to cook," said Mac, "and it's worth waiting for. Can you let us have a pail o' hot water in the meantime?" "Why yes," said the Colonel, looking as if he had enough to think about already. "Yes, we always wash them first of all," said Father Wills, noticing how Mac held the little heathen off at arm's length. "Nicholas used to help with that at Holy Cross." He gave the new order with the old authoritative gesture. "And where's the liniment I lent you that you're so generous with?" Mac arraigned a Flynn. "Go and get it." Under Nicholas's hands Cavik was forced to relinquish not only the baby hare, but his own elf locks. He was closely sheared, his moccasins put off, and his single garment dragged unceremoniously wrong side out over his head and bundled out of doors. "Be the sivan. He's got as many bones as a skeleton. Poor little codger." The Colonel stood an instant, skillet in hand, staring. "What's that he's got round his neck?" said the boy, moving nearer. Cavik, seeing the keen look menacing his treasure, lifted a shrunken yellow hand and clasped tight the dirty shapeless object suspended from a rawhide necklace. Nicholas seemed to hesitate to divest him of this sole remaining possession. "You must get him to give it up," said Father Wills, "and burn it." Kavik flatly declined to fall in with as much as he understood of this arrangement. "What is it, anyway?" the boy pursued. "His amulet, I suppose." As Father Wills proceeded to enforce his order, and pulled the leather string over the child's head, Kavik rent the air with shrieks and coughs. He seemed to say as well as he could, "I can do without my parki and my muklux, but I'll take my death without my amulet." Mac insinuated himself brusquely between the victim and his persecutors. He took the dirty object away from the priest with scant ceremony, in spite of the whisper, infection, and gave it back to the wrathful owner. "You talk his language, don't you?" Mac demanded of Nicholas. The Paimu pilot nodded. "Tell him, if he'll lend the thing to me to wash, he shall have it back," Nicholas explained. Kavik, with streaming eyes and quivering lips, reluctantly handed it over, and watched Mac anxiously till overwhelmed by a yet greater misfortune in the shape of a bath for himself. "How shall I clean this thing thoroughly?" Mac condescended to ask Father Wills. The priest shrugged. "He'll have forgotten it tomorrow." "He shall have it tomorrow," said Mac. With his back to Kavik, the boy, a Flynn, and Potts crowding round him, Mac ripped open the little bird-skin pouch, and took out 3 objects, an ivory mannequin, a crow's feather, and a thing that Father Wills said was a seal blood plug. "What's it for?" "Same as the rest. It's an amulet, only as it's used to stop the flow of blood from the wound of a captive seal. It is supposed to be the best of all charms for anyone who spits blood." "I'll clean 'em all after the blowout," said Mac, and he went out, buried the charms in the snow, and stuck up a spruce twig to mark the spot. Meanwhile, to poor Kavik it was being plainly demonstrated what an awful fate descended on a person so unlucky as to part with his amulet. He stood straight up in the bucket like a champagne bottle in a cooler, and he could not have resented his predicament more if he had been set in crushed ice instead of warm water. Under the remorseless hands of Nicholas he began to splutter and choke, to fizz, and finally explode with astonishment and wrath. It was quite clear Nicholas was trying to drown him. He took the treatment so to heart, that he kept on howling dismally for some time after he was taken out, and dried, and linamented and dosed by Mac, whose treachery about the amulet he seemed to forgive, since Father had had the air of rescuing him from the horrors he had endured in that water bucket, where, for all Kavik knew, he might have stayed till he succumbed to death. The boy contributed a shirt of his own, and helped Mac to put it on the incredibly thin little figure. The shirt came down to Kavik's heels, and had to have the sleeves rolled up every 2 minutes. But by the time the reindeer steak was nearly done Kavik was done, too, and a Flynn had said, "That specimen does ye credit, Mac." Said specimen was now staring hungrily out of the colonel's bunk, holding towards Mac an appealing hand, with half a yard of shirt sleeve falling over it. Mac pretended not to see, and drew up to the table the one remaining available thing to sit on, his back to his patient. When the dogs had been fed, and the other Indians had come in, and squatted on the buffalo skin with Nicholas, the first course was sent round in tin cups, a nondescript, but warming, camp soup. "Sorry we've got so few dishes, gentlemen," the colonel had said. "We'll have to ask some of you to wait till others have finished," Father remarked Kavik, leaning out of the bunk and sniffing the savory steam. "He takes you for a priest," said Potts, with the cheerful intention of stirring Mac's bile. But not even so damning a suspicion as that could cool the collector's kindness for his new specimen. "You come here," he said. Kavik didn't understand. The boy got up, limped over to the bunk, lifted the child out, and brought him to Mac's side. "Since there ain't enough cups," said Mac, in self-justification, and he put his own, half-empty, to Kavik's lips. The specimen imbibed greedily, audibly, and beamed. Mac, with unimpaired gravity, took no notice of the huge satisfaction this particular remedy was giving his patient, except to say solemnly, "Don't bubble in it." The next course was fish à la Pimeux. "You're lucky to be able to get it," said the father, whether with suspicion or not no man could tell. "I had to send back for some by a trader and couldn't get enough." "We didn't see any trader," said the boy to divert the current. "He may have gone by in the dusk, he was traveling hot foot. Thought that steamship was chock full o' grub." "What did you want o' fish?" "Yes, they've got plenty of food, but they don't relish parting with it," suggested Potts. "They haven't much to think about except what they eat. They wanted to try our fish, and were ready to exchange. I promised I would send a load back from Ikogimu if they'd." He seemed not to care to finish the sentence. "So you didn't do much for the Pimeux after all." "I did something," he said almost shortly. Then, with recovered serenity, he turned to the boy. "I promised I'd bring back any news." "Yes." "Well." Everybody stopped eating and hung on the priest's words. "Captain Rainey's heard there's a big new strike in the Klondike. On the American side this time. Hail Columbia." "Whereabouts?" "At a place called Minot." "Where's that?" "Up the river by the ramparts." "How far?" "Oh, a little matter of 600 or 700 miles from here." "Glory to God." "Might as well be 6 or 7,000. "And very probably isn't a bona fide strike at all," said the priest, "but just a stampede, a very different matter." "Well, I tell you straight, I got no use for a gold mine in Minot at this time o' year. Nop. Venison steak's more in my line than grub steak just about now." Potts had to bestir himself and wash dishes before he could indulge in his line. When the grilled reindeer did appear, flanked by really truly potatoes and the Colonel's hot Kentucky biscuit, there was no longer doubt in any man's mind but what this blowout was being a success. "Colonel's a daisy cook, ain't he?" the boy appealed to Father Wills. The Jesuit assented cordially. My family meant me for the army, he said. Seen much service, Colonel. The Kentuckian laughed. Never wasted a day soldiering in my life. Oh. Maybe you're wondering, said Potts, why he's a colonel. The Jesuit made a deprecatory gesture, politely disclaiming any such rude curiosity. He's from Kentucky, you see, and the smile went round. Beyond that, we can't tell you why he's a colonel unless it's because he ain't a judge, and the boss of the camp laughed with the rest, for the Denver man had scored. By the time they got to the California apricots and boiled rice, everybody was feeling pretty comfortable. When, at last, the table was cleared, except for the graniteware basin full of punch, and when all available cups were mustered and tobacco pouches came out, a remarkably genial spirit pervaded the company, with 3 exceptions. Potts and O'Flynn waited anxiously to sample the punch before giving way to complete satisfaction, and Kavik was impervious to considerations either of punch or conviviality, being wrapped in slumber on a corner of the buffalo skin, between Mac's stool and the natives, who also occupied places on the floor. Upon O'Flynn's first draft he turned to his next neighbor, Potts. Me boy, tain't es bad. I'll bet $5 it won't make you any happier. Begob, I'm happy enough. Gentlemen, would ye like I should sing ye a song? Yes. Yes, and the colonel thumped the table for order, infinitely relieved that the dinner was done, and the punch not likely to turn into a casus belli. O'Flynn began a ditty about the Widdy Malone that woke up Kavik and made him rub his round eyes with astonishment. He sat up, and hung on to the back of Mac's coat to make sure he had some anchorage in the strange new waters he had so suddenly been called on to navigate. The song ended, the colonel, as toastmaster, proposed the health of, he was going to say Father Wills, but felt it discreeter to name no names. Standing up in the middle of the cabin, where he didn't have to stoop, he lifted his cup till it knocked against the swing shelf, and called out, "Here's to our visitors, neighbors, and friends." Whereupon he made a stately circular bow, which ended by his offering Kavik his hand, in the manner of one who executes a figure in an old-fashioned dance. The smallest of our visitors, still keeping hold of Mac, presented the colonel with the disengaged half-yard of flannel undershirt on the other side, and the speech went on, very flowery, very hospitable, very Kentuckian. When the colonel sat down there was much applause, and O'Flynn, who had lent his cup to Nicholas, and didn't feel he could wait till it came back, began to drink punch out of the dipper between shouts of, "Hooray! Bravo! Here's to the Colonel! God bless him! That's raw oratory, Colonel! Here's to Kentucky, and Rhode Island!" Father Wills stood up, smiling, to reply. Friends, the boy thought the keen eyes rested a fraction of a moment longer on Mac than on the rest. I think in some ways this is the pleasantest housewarming I ever went to. I won't take up time thanking the colonel for the friendly sentiments he's expressed, though I return them heartily. I must use these moments you are good enough to give me in telling you something of what I feel is implied in the founding of this camp of yours. Gentlemen, the few white dwellers in the Yukon country have not looked forward, his eyes twinkled almost wickedly, with that pleasure you might expect in exiles, to the influx of people brought up here by the great gold discovery. We knew what that sort of craze leads to. We knew that in a barren land like this, more and more denuded of wild game every year, more and more the prey of epidemic disease, we knew that into this sorely tried and hungry world would come a horde of men, all of them ignorant of the conditions up here, most of them ill-provided with proper food and clothing, many of them, I can say it without offense in this company, many of them men whom the older, richer communities were glad to get rid of. Gentlemen, I have ventured to take you into our confidence so far, because I want to take you still farther, to tell you a little of the intense satisfaction with which we recognize that good fortune has sent us in you just the sort of neighbors we had not dared to hope for. It means more to us than you realize. When I heard a few weeks ago that, in addition to the boatloads that had already got some distance up the river beyond Holy Cross, going to Dawson. Oh, yes, Klondike mad, they'll be there before us, boys. Anyways, they'll get to Minooka. The Jesuit shook his head. It isn't so certain. They probably made only a couple of 100 miles or so before the Yukon went to sleep. Then if grub gives out they'll be coming back here, suggested Potts. Small doubt of it, agreed the priest. And when I heard there were parties of the same sort stranded at intervals all along the lower river, you sure? He nodded. And when Father Orloff of the Russian mission told us that he was already having trouble with the two big rival parties frozen in the ice below Ikogimu, gosh. Wonder if any of them were on our ship. Well, gentlemen, I do not disguise from you that, when I heard of the large amount of whiskey, the small amount of food, and the low type of manners brought in by these gold seekers, I felt my fears justified. Such men don't work, don't contribute anything to the decent social life of the community, don't build cabins like this. When I came down on the ice the first time after you'd camped, and I looked up and saw your solid stone chimney, he glanced at Mac, I didn't know what a housewarming it would make, but already, from far off across the ice and snow, that chimney warmed my heart. Gentlemen, the fame of it has gone up the river and down the river. Father Orloff is coming to see it next week, and so are the white traders from Anvik and Andreevsky, for they've heard there's nothing like it in the Yukon. Of course, I know that you gentlemen have not come to settle permanently. I know that when the Great White Silence, as they call the long winter up here, is broken by the thunder of the ice rushing down to the sea, you, like the rest, will exchange the snow fields for the gold fields, and pass out of our ken. Now, I'm not usually prone to try my hand at prophecy, but I am tempted to say, even on our short acquaintance, that I am tolerably sure that, while we shall be willing enough to spare most of the newcomers to the Klondike, we shall grudge to the gold fields the men who built this camp and warmed this cabin. His eye rested reflectively on Mac. I don't wish to sit down leaving an impression of speaking with entire lack of sympathy of the impulse that brings men up here for gold. I believe that, even with the sort in the 2 camps below Ikogimu, drinking, quarreling, and making trouble with the natives at the Russian mission, I believe that even with them, the gold they came up here for is a symbol, a fetish, some of us may think. When such men have it in their hands, they feel dimly that they are laying tangible hold at last on some elusive vision of happiness that has hitherto escaped them. Behind each man braving the Arctic winter up here, is some hope, not all ignoble, some devotion, not all unsanctified. Behind most of these men I seem to see a wife or child, a parent, or some dear dream that gives that man his share in the eternal hope. Friends, we call that thing we look for by different names, but we are all seekers after treasure, all here have turned our backs on home and comfort, hunting for the great reward, each man a new Columbus looking for the new world. Some of us looking north, some south, some, he hesitated the briefest moment, and then with a faint smile, half sad, half triumphant, made a little motion of his head, some of us, looking upwards. But quickly, as though conscious that, if he had raised the moral tone of the company, he had not raised its spirits, he hurried on, "Before I sit down, gentlemen, just one word more. I must congratulate you on having found out so soon, not only the wisdom, but the pleasure of looking at this Arctic world with intelligent eyes, and learning some of her wonderful lessons. It is so that, now the hardest work is finished, you will keep up your spirits and avoid the disease that attacks all newcomers who simply eat, sleep, and wait for the ice to go out. When I hear Chichikov complaining of boredom up here in this world of daily miracles, I think of the native boy in the history class, who, called on to describe the progress of civilization, said, in those days men had as many wives as they liked, and that was called polygamy. Now they have only one wife, and that's called monotony. While a Flynn howled with delight, the priest wound up, "Gentlemen, if we find monotony up here, it's not the country's fault, but a defect in our own civilization." Wherewith he sat down amid cheers. "Now, Colonel, is Mac going to recite some border ballads?" inquired the boy, "or will he make a speech, or do a Highland fling?" The Colonel called formally upon Mr. McCann. Mac was no sooner on his legs than Kavik, determined not to lose his grasp of the situation, climbed upon the 3-legged stool just vacated, and resumed his former relations with the friendly coat-tail. Everybody laughed but Mac, who pretended not to know what was going on behind his back. "Gentlemen," he began harshly, with the air of one about to launch a heavy indictment, "there's one element largely represented here by numbers and by interests." He turned round suddenly toward the natives, and almost swung Kavik off into space, "one element not explicitly referred to in the speeches, either of welcome or of thanks. But, gentlemen, I submit that these hitherto unrecognized natives are our real hosts, and a word about them won't be out of place. I've been told today that, whether in Alaska, Greenland, or British America, they call themselves Inuits, which means human beings. They believed, no doubt, that they were the only ones in the world. I've been thinking a great deal about these Esquimaux of late, here. About their origin and their destiny. Mac was beginning to enjoy himself. The boy was beginning to be bored and to drum softly with his fingers. Now, gentlemen, Buffon says that the poles were the first portions of the Earth's crust to cool, while the equator, and even the tropics of Cancer and of Capricorn, were still too boiling hot to support life. Up here in the Arctic regions there was a Carboniferous era going on. Where's the coal, then? Sneered Potts. It's being discovered, all over, ask him, indicating Father Wills, who smiled assent. Tropical forests grew where there are glaciers now, and elephants and mastodons began life here. Jiminy Christmas, interrupted the boy, sitting up very straight. Is that Buffer you quoted a good authority? First-rate Mac snapped out defiantly. Good Lord. Then the Garden o' Eden was up here. Hey. Course. This was the cradle o' the human race. Blow the Ganges. Blow the Nile. It was our Yukon that saw the first people, 'cause of course the first people lived in the first place got ready for 'em. That don't follow. Read your Bible. If I'm not right, how did it happen there were men here when the North was first discovered? Pshaw. Max got the floor. Shut up. But the boy thumped the table with one hand and arraigned the schoolmaster with the other. Now, Mac, I put it to you as a man o' science, if the race had got a foothold in any other part o' the world, what in Sam Hill could make 'em come up here? We're here. Yes, tomfools after gold. They never dreamed there was gold. No, siree. The only thing on earth that could make men stay here, would be that they were born here, and didn't know any better. Don't the primitive man cling to his home, no matter what kind o' hole it is? He's afraid to leave it. And these first men up here, why, it's plain as day, they just hung on, things gettin' worse and worse, and colder, and some said, as the old men we laugh at say at home, the climate ain't what it was when I was a boy, and nobody believed 'em, but everybody began to dress warmer and eat fat, and all that Buffon says is, yes, and they invented one thing after another to meet the new conditions, kicks and badaras and ivory-tipped harpoons. He was pouring out his new notions at the fastest express rate, and the animals that couldn't stand it emigrated, and those that stayed behind got changed, dry up. One at a time. Buffon, yes, Mac, and the hairs got white, and the men, playing a Lozan game for centuries, got dull in their heads and stunted in their legs, always cramped up in a cook like those fellas at St. Michael's. And, why, it's clear as crystal, they're survivals. The Esquimaux are the oldest race in the world. Who's marking this speech? Order. Order. Well, see here, do you admit it, Mac? Don't you see there were just a few enterprising ones who cleared out, or, maybe, got carried away in a current, and found better countries and got rich and civilized, and became our forefathers. Hey, boys, ain't I right? You sit down. You'll get chucked out. Buffon, everybody was talking at once. Why, it goes on still, the boy roared above the din. People who stick at home, and are patient, and put up with things, they're doomed. But look at the fellas that come out o' starvin' attics and stinkin' pigsties to America. They live like lords, and they look at life like men. Mac was saying a great deal about the Ice Age and the first and second periods of glaciation, but nobody could hear what. Prince Nicholas. Well, I should smile. He belongs to the oldest family in the world. Hoopla! The boy jumped up on his stool and cracked his head against the roof, but he only ducked, rubbed his wild, long hair till it stood out wilder than ever, and went on. Nicholas's forefathers were kings before Caesar, they were here before the pyramids. The colonel came round and hauled the boy down. Potts was egging the miscreant on. A Flynn, poorly disguising his delight in a scrimmage, had been shouting, "Ye'll spoil the blowout, ye meddlin' jackass! Can't ye let Mac make his splash? No, ye must always be huntin' round fur harem to be doing or throuble to make." In the turmoil and the contending of many voices, Nicholas began to explain to his friends that it wasn't a real fight, as it had every appearance of being, and the visitors were in no immediate danger of their lives. But Kavik feared the worst, and began to weep forlornly. "The world is dying at top and bottom," screamed the boy, writhing under the colonel's clutch. "The ice will spread, the beasts will turn white, and we'll turn yellow, and we'll all dress in skins and eat fat and be exactly like Kavik, and the last man'll be found trying to warm his hands at the equator, his feet on an iceberg and his nose in a snowstorm. Your old buffer's got a long head, Mac. Here's to Buffer." Whereupon he subsided and drank freely of punch. "Well," said the colonel, severely, "you've had a blowout if nobody else has." "Feel better?" inquired Potts, tenderly. "Now, Mac, you shall have a fair field," said the colonel, "and if the boy opens his trap again, I'll punch him," promised a Flynn, replenishing the disturber's cup. But Mac wouldn't be drawn. Besides, he was feeding Kavik. So the colonel filled in the breach with my old Kentucky home, which he sang with much feeling, if not great art. This performance restored harmony and a gentle reflectiveness. Father Wills told about his journey up here 10 years before and of a further expedition he'd once made far north to the Koyukuk. But Nicholas knows more about the native life and legends than anyone I ever met, except, of course, Yigisha. "Who's Yig?" began the boy. "Oh, that's the village storyteller." He was about to speak of something else, but, lifting his eyes, he caught Mac's sudden glance of grudging attention. The priest looked away, and went on, "There's a storyteller in every settlement. He has always been a great figure in the native life, I believe, but now more than ever." "Why's that?" "Oh, battles are over and blood feuds are done, but the need for a storyteller abides. In most villages he is a bigger man than the chief, They are all old chiefs, the few that are left, and when they die there will be no more. So the tribal storyteller comes to be the most important character. The Jesuit smiled in that shrewd and gentle way of his, that is, of course, after the shaman, as the Russians call him, the medicine man, who is a teller of stories, too, in his more circumscribed fashion. But it's the storyteller who helps his people through the long winter, helps them to face the terrible new enemies, epidemic, disease and famine. He has always been their best defense against that age-old dread they all have of the dark. Yes, no one better able to send such foes flying than Yagasha of Paimu. Still, Nicholas is a good second. The Prince of Paimu shook his head. Tell them the White Crow's last flight, urged the priest. But Nicholas was not in the vein, and when they all urged him overmuch, he, in self-defense, pulled a knife out of his pocket and a bit of walrus ivory about the size of his thumb, and fell to carving. What you markin'? Button, says Nicholas, me heap hurry get him done. It looks more like a bird than a button, remarked the boy. Him bird, him button, replied the imperturbable one. Half the folklore of the North has to do with the crow, or raven, the priest went on. Seeing Kavik's feather reminded me of a native cradle song that's a kind of a story, too. It's been roughly translated. Can you say it? I used to know how it went. He began in a deep voice, the wind blows over the Yukon. My husband hunts deer on the Koyukon Mountains. Army, army, sleep, little one. There is no wood for the fire, the stone axe is broken, my husband carries the other. Where is the soul of the sun? Hid in the dam of the beaver, waiting the springtime. Army, army, sleep little one, wake not. Look not for Ukali, old woman. Long since the cache was emptied, the crow lights no more on the ridge pole. Long since, my husband departed. Why does he wait in the mountains? Army, army, sleep little one, softly. Where is my own? Does he lie starving on the hillside? Why does he linger? Comes he not soon? I must seek him among the mountains. Army, army, little one, sleep sound. Hush! 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 The crow cometh laughing. Red is his beak, his eyes glisten, the false one. Thanks for a good meal to Kuskokala the shaman, on the farm mountain quietly lieth your husband. Army, army, sleep little one, wake not. 20 deer's tongues tied to the pack on his shoulders, not a tongue in his mouth to call to his wife with. Wolves, foxes, and ravens are tearing and fighting for morsels. Tough and hard are the sinews, not so the child in your bosom. Army, army, sleep little one, wake not. Over the mountain slowly staggers the hunter. 2 bucks' thighs on his shoulders. 20 deer's tongues in his belt. Go, gather wood, kindle a fire, old woman. Off flew the crow, liar, cheat and deceiver. Wake, O sleeper, awake. welcome your father. He brings you back fat, marrow, venison fresh from the mountain, tired and worn, yet he's carved you a toy of the deer's horn, while he was sitting and waiting long for the deer on the hillside. Wake! See the crow hiding himself from the arrow. Wake, little one, wake! Here is your father safe home. Who's Kuskokala the shaman? The boy inquired. Ah, better ask Nicholas, answered the priest. But Nicholas was absorbed in his carving. Again Mr. O'Flynn obliged, roaring with great satisfaction, I'm a stout roving blade, and what mather my name, for I always was wild, and I'll niver be tame, and I'll kiss putty girls wherever I go, and what's that to annoying whether or no? Chorus. O gadash in, den dash in, come, boys. Let us drink, tease madness to sorrow, tease folly to think. For we're jolly fellows wherever we go, O gadash in, den dash in, now boneen sheen low. Potts was called on. No, he couldn't sing, but he could show them a trick or two. And with his grimy ukadek he kept his word, showing that he was not the mere handyman, but the magician of the party. The natives, who know the cards as we know our ABCs, were enthralled, and began to look upon Potts as a creature of more than mortal skill. Again the boy pressed Nicholas to dance. No, no, and under his breath, you come Pimew. Meanwhile, O'Flynn, hugging the pleasant consciousness that he had distinguished himself, his partner, too, complained that the only contribution Mac or the boy had made was to kick up a row. What steps were they going to take to retrieve their characters and minister to the public entertainment? I've supplied the decorations, said Mac in a final tone. Well, and the boy? What good are ye, anyway? Hard to say, said the person addressed, but, thinking hard, would you like to see me wag my ears? Some languid interest was manifested in this accomplishment, but it fell rather flat after Potts' splendid achievements with the ukadek. No, ye ain't good fur much as an entertainer, said O'Flynn frankly. Kavik had begun to cry for more punch, and Mac was evidently growing a good deal perplexed as to the further treatment for his patient. Did ye be telling someone, father, that when ye found that Esquire he had grass stuffed in his mouth? Sure, he'll be missing that grass. Ram something down his throat. Was it done to shorten his sufferings? The colonel asked in an undertone. No, answered the priest in the same low voice, if they listen long to the dying, the cry gets fixed in their imagination, and they hear it after the death, and think the spirit haunts the place. Their fear and horror of the dead is beyond belief. They'll turn a dying man out of his own house, and not by the door, but through a hole in the roof. Or they pull out a log to make an opening, closing it up quick, so the spirit won't find his way back. Kavik continued to lament. Sorry we can't offer you some blubber, Kavik. Tinty that he's missing. He's got an inexhaustible store of his own. His mistake is offering it to us. I know what's the matter with that little shaver, said the boy. He hasn't got any stool, and you keep him standing on those legs of his like matches. Let him sit on the buffalo skin there, said Mac gruffly. Don't you suppose he's thought o' the buffalo skin? But he'd hate it. A little fella likes to be up where he can see what's going on. He'd feel as lost way down there on the buffalo as a puppy in a corn brake. The boy was standing up, looking round. I know. Eliphaz. Come along, Jimmy. In spite of remonstrance, they rushed to the door and dragged in the fossil. When Nicholas and his friends realized what was happening, they got up grunting and protesting. Lend a hand, Andrew, the boy called to the man nearest. No, no, objected the true son of the church, with uncommon fervor. You, then, Nicholas. Oh, ha, oh. No touch. No touch. What's up? You don't know what this is. Ha. Nicholas know plenty well. Nicholas no touch bones of dead devils. This view of the fossil so delighted the company that, acting on a sudden impulse, they pushed the punch bowl out of the way, and, with a whoop, hoisted the huge thing on the table. Then the boy seized the whimpering Kavik, and set him high on the throne. So surprised was the topmost specimen that he was as quiet for a moment as the one underneath him, staring about, blinking. Then, looking down at Mac's punch cup, he remembered his grievance, and took up the whale where he had left it off. Nah, nah. Don't you do that, said the boy with startling suddenness. If you make that noise, I'll have to make a worse one. If you cry, Kavik, I'll have to sing. HMT, HMT. Don't you do it. And as Kavik, in spite of instructions, began to bawl, the boy began to do a plantation jig, crooning monotonously, Grasshopper set en on de sweet potato vine, sweet potato vine, sweet potato vine, grasshopper. He stopped as suddenly as he'd begun. Now, will you be good? Kavik drew a breath with a catch in it, looked round, and began as firmly as ever, way, a. Shoo, shoo. The boy clapped his hands, and lugubriously intoned, Days de badger and de bar, en de funny lil ha, en de active lil flea, en de lil armadillo that sleeps widout a pillar, and dey all got a mate but me, Father. Kavik gasped. Say, do a nigger break down, solicited Potts. Ain't room, besides, I can't do it with blisters. They did the impossible, they made room, and turned back the buffalo skin. Only the big colonel, who was most in the way of all, sat, not stirring, staring in the fire. Such a look on the absent, tender face as the great masters, the divinest poets cannot often summon, but which comes at the call of some foolish old nursery jingle, some fragment of half-forgotten folklore, heard when the world was young, when all hearing was music, when all sight was pictures, when every sense brought marvels that seemed the everyday way of the wonderful, wonderful world. For an obvious reason, it is not through the utterances of the greatest that the child receives his first intimations of the beauty and the mystery of things. These come in lowly guise with familiar everyday voices, but their eloquence has the incommunicable grace of infancy, the promise of the first dawn, the menace of the first night. "Do you remember the thing about the screech owl and the weather signs?" said the Colonel, roused at last by the jig on his toes and the rattle of improvised bones almost in his face. "Reckon I do, honey," said the boy, his feet still flying and flapping on the hard earthen floor. "When de screech owl light on de gable en holler, who, oh. He danced up and hooted in Kavik's face. "Den yo better keep yo eyeball peel, case he bring bad luck to yo." Oh. Then, sinking his voice, dancing slowly, and glancing anxiously under the table, when de ole black cat wid yellow eyes slink round like she a tra mouse, "den yo better take care yoself friends, case dey's surely a witch in de house." An awful pause, a shiver, and a quick change of scene, indicated by a gurgling whoop, ending in a quacking, when de puddle ducky leave de pond, start to me fedder, den yo better take yo umbrel, case dey's gwine to be wet weather. "Now comes the speckly rooster," the Colonel prompted. The boy crowed long and loud, "Effer ole while rooster wid a speckly tail a crowin' before de do, yo got some comp ny ready, yo's gwine to have some mo." Then he grunted, and went on all fours. "Kavik," he called, "you take warnin'. When yo see a pig a goin' along, look here, Kavik's never seen a pig. I call it a shame. When yo see a pig a goin' along wid a straw end aside o' his mouth, it'll be a tubble winter, yo better move down sooth." He jumped up and dashed into a breakdown, clattering the bones, and screeching, "Squirrel he got a bushy tail, possum's tail bar, raccoon's tail ringed all round, touch him yo da. Rabbit got no tail at all, 'cept a little bit o' bunch o' ha." The group on the floor, undoubtedly, liked that part of the entertainment that involved the breakdown, infinitely the best of all, but simultaneously, at its wildest moment, they all turned their heads to the door. Mac noticed the movement, listened, and then got up, lifted the latch, and cautiously looked out. The boy caught a glimpse of the sky over Mac's shoulder. "Jiminy Christmas!" He stopped, nearly breathless. "It can't be a fire. Say, boys, they're having a blowout up in heaven." The company crowded out. The sky was full of a palpitant light. An Indian appeared from round the stockade. He was still staring up at the stone chimney. "Are we on fire?" "How do?" He handed Father Wills a piece of dirty paper. "Ha! Yes. All right." Andrew needed no more. He bustled away to harness the dogs. The white men were staring up at the sky. "What's going on in heaven, Father?" "S'pose you call this the aurora borealis, hey?" "Yes," said the priest, "and finer than we often get it. We are not far enough north for the great displays." He went in to put on his parkie. Mac, after looking out, had shut the door and stayed behind with Kavik. On Father Will's return, Father, speaking apparently less to the priest than to the floor, muttered, "Better let him stop where he is till his cold's better." The colonel came in. "Leave the child here," ejaculated the priest. "Till he's better able to travel." "Why not?" said the colonel promptly. "Well, it would be a kindness to keep him a few days. I'll have to travel fast tonight." "Then it's settled." Mac bundled Kavik into the boy's bunk. When the others were ready to go out again, Father caught up his fur coat and went along with them. The dogs were not quite ready. The priest was standing a little absent-mindedly, looking up. The pale green streamers were fringed with the tenderest rose color, and from the corona uniting them at the zenith, they shot out across the heavens, with a rapid circular and lateral motion, paling one moment, flaring up again the next. "Wonder what makes it," said the colonel. "Electricity," Max snapped out promptly. The priest smiled. "One mystery for another." He turned to the boy, and they went on together, preceding the others, a little, on the way down the trail towards the river. "I think you must come and see us at Holy Cross, eh?" "Come soon," and then, without waiting for an answer, "The Indians think these flitting lights are the souls of the dead at play. But Yagasha says that long ago a great chief lived in the north who was a mighty hunter. It was always summer up here then, and the big chief chased the big game from one end of the year to another, from mountain to mountain and from river to sea. He killed the biggest moose with a blow of his fist, and caught whales with his crooked thumb for a hook. One long day in summer he'd had a tremendous chase after a wonderful bird, and he came home without it, deadbeat and out of temper. He lay down to rest, but the sunlight never winked, and the unending glare maddened him. He rolled, and tossed, and roared, as only the Yukon roars when the ice rushes down to the sea. But he couldn't sleep. Then in an awful fury he got up, seized the day in his great hands, tore it into little bits, and tossed them high in the air. So it was dark. And winter fell on the world for the first time. During months and months, just to punish this great crime, there was no bright sunshine, but often in the long night, while the chief was wearying for summer to come again, he'd be tantalized by these little bits of the broken day that flickered in the sky. "Coming, Andrew," he called back. The others trooped downhill, dogs, sleds, and all. There was a great handshaking and goodbying. Nicholas whispered, "You come, Pimu?" "I should just pretty nearly think I would." "You dance heap good." "Buttons no all done." He put 4 little ivory crows into the boy's hands. They were rudely but cleverly carved, with eyes outlined in ink, and supplied under the breast with a neat inward-cut shank. "Mighty fine." The boy examined them by the strange glow that brightened in the sky. "You keep." "Oh no, can't do that." "Yes." Nicholas spoke peremptorily. "Yukon men have big feast, must bring present. Me no got reindeer, me got button." He grinned. "Goodbye." and the last of the guests went his way. It was only habit that kept the Colonel toasting by the fire before he turned in, for the cabin was as warm tonight as the South in midsummer. Grasshopper set on a sweet potato vine. The boy droned sleepily as he untied the leathern thongs that kept up his muckluck legs. Sweet potato vine, sweet pita, all those utters. The Colonel waved a hand in the direction of Pymew. I think we dreamed boy. You and me playing the big game with fortune. Foolishness. Klondike. Yo crazy. Tell me the river's hard as iron and the snow's up to the window. Don't believe a wody of it. We're on some plantation, boy, down south, in the nigger quarters. The boy was turning back the covers, and balancing a moment on the side of the bunk. Set on a sweet potato vine, sweet pita, great Caesar's ghost. He jumped up, and stood staring down at the sleeping Kavik. Didn't you know? He's been left behind for a few days. Yes, I can see he's left behind. No, Colonel, I reckon we're in the Arctic regions all right when it comes to catching Esquimals in your bed. He pulled the furs over Kavik and himself, and curled down to sleep. Chapter V. The Shaman. For my part, I have ever believed and do now know, that there are witches. Religio Medici. The boy had hoped to go to Pymew the next day, but his feet refused to carry him. Mac took a diagram and special directions, and went after the rest of Eliphaz, conveying the few clumsy relics home, bit by bit, with a devotion worthy of a pious pilgrim. For 3 days the boy growled and played games with Kavik, going about at first chiefly on hands and knees. On the 5th day after the blowout, "You coming long to Pymew this morning?" he asked the Colonel. "What's the rush?" "Rush? Good Lord! It's most a week since they were here. And it's stopped snowing, and hasn't thought of sleeting yet or anything else rambunctious. Come on, Colonel." But Father Wills had shown the Colonel the piece of dirty paper the Indian had brought on the night of the blowout. Trouble threatened. Pymew's think old chief dying not of consumption, but of a devil. They've sent a dog team to bring the shaman down over the ice. Come quickly, Paul. Reckon we'd better hold our horses till we hear from Holy Cross. Hear what? The Colonel didn't answer, but the boy didn't wait to listen. He swallowed his coffee scalding hot, rolled up some food and stuff for trading, in a light reindeer skin blanket, lashed it packwise on his back, shouldered his gun, and made off before the trio came into breakfast. The first sign that he was nearing a settlement was the appearance of what looked like sections of rude wicker fencing, set up here and there in the river and frozen fast in the ice. High on the bank lay one of the long cornucopia-shaped basket fish traps, and presently he caught sight of something in the bleak Arctic landscape that made his heart jump, something that to Florida eyes looked familiar. "Why, if it doesn't make me think of John Fox's cabin on Cypress Creek," he said to himself, formulating an impression that had vaguely haunted him on the lower river in September, wondering if the Yukon flooded like the Caloosahatchee, and if the water could reach as far up as all that. He stopped to have a good look at this first one of the Paimu caches, for this modest edifice, like a Noah's Ark on 4 legs, was not a habitation, but a storehouse, and was perched so high, not for fear of floods, but for fear of dogs and mice. This was manifest from the fact that there were fish racks and even iglus much nearer the river. The boy stopped and hesitated. It was a sore temptation to climb up and see what they had in that cache. There was an inviting plank already, with sticks nailed on it transversely to prevent the feet from slipping. But the boy stopped at the rude ladder's foot, deciding that this particular mark of interest on the part of a stranger might be misinterpreted. It would, perhaps, be prudent to find Nicholas first of all. But where was Nicholas? Where was anybody? The scattered, half-buried huts were more like earth mounds, snow-encrusted, some with drift logs propped against the front face looking riverwards. While he was cogitating how to effect an entrance to one of these, or to make his presence known, he saw, to his relief, the back of a solitary Indian going in the direction of an isle farther up the river. "Hi, hi," he shouted, and as the figure turned he made signs. It stopped. "How do?" the boy called out when he got nearer. "You talk English?" The native laughed. A flash of fine teeth and sparkling eyes lit up a young, good-looking face. This boy seemed promising. "How do ye do? You know Nicholas?" "Yes." The laugh was even gayer. It seemed to be a capital joke to know Nicholas. "Where is he?" The figure turned and pointed, and then, "Come. I show you." This was a more highly educated person than Nicholas, thought the visitor, remarking the use of the nominative scorned of the prince. They walked on to the biggest of the underground dwellings. "Is this where the king hangs out?" "Nicholas' father lives here." "No. This is the Kazga." "Oh, the Kachime. Ain't you coming in?" "Oh no." "Why?" His guide had a fit of laughter, and then turned to go. "Say, what's your name?" The answer sounded like Mukluk. And just then Nicholas crawled out of the tunnel-like opening leading into the council house. He jumped up, beaming at the sight of his friend. "Say, Nicholas, who's this fella that's always laughing, no matter what you say? Calls himself Mukluk." The individual referred to gave way to another spasm of merriment, which infected Nicholas. "My sister, this one," he explained. "Oh." The boy joined in the laugh, and pulled off his Arctic cap with a bow borrowed straight from the colonel. "Princess Mukluk, I'm proud to know you." "Name no Mukluk," began Nicholas. "Name Mac." "Nonsense. Mac's a man's name, she's Princess Mukluk. Only, how's a fella to tell, when you dress her like a man?" The princess still giggled, while her brother explained. "No like man. See." He showed how the skirt of her deerskin parkie, reaching, like her brother's, a little below the knee, was shaped round in front, and Nicholas's own, all men's parkies were cut straight across. I see. How's your father? Nicholas looked grave, even Princess Muckluck stopped laughing. Come, said Nicholas, and the boy followed him on all fours into the Kachime. Entering on his stomach, he found himself in a room about 16 by 20 feet, 2/3 underground, log walls chinked with moss, a roof of poles sloping upwards, tent-like, but leaving an opening in the middle for a smoke hole some 3 feet square, and covered at present by a piece of thin, translucent skin. With the sole exception of the smoke hole, the whole thing was so covered with earth, and capped with snow, that, expecting a mere cave, one was surprised at the wood lining within. The boy was still more surprised at the concentration, there, of malignant smells. He gasped, and was for getting out again as fast as possible, when the bearskin flap fell behind him over the Kachime end of the entrance tunnel. Through the tobacco smoke and the stifling air he saw, vaguely, a grave gathering of bucks sitting, or, rather, lounging and squatting, on the outer edge of the wide sleeping bench that ran all round the room, about 1.5 feet from the hewn log floor. Their solemn, intent faces were lit grotesquely by the uncertain glow of 2 seal oil lamps, mounted on 2 posts, planted one in front of the right sleeping bench, the other on the left. The boy hesitated. Was it possible he could get used to the atmosphere? Certainly it was warm in here, though there was no fire that he could see. Nicholas was talking away very rapidly to the half-dozen grave and reverend seigneurs, they punctuating his discourse with occasional grunts and a well-nigh continuous coughing. Nicholas wound up in English. Me tell you, he heap good friend. You catch tobacco? He inquired suddenly of his guest. Fortunately, the boy had remembered to catch that essential, and his little offering was laid before the council men. More grunts, and room made for the visitor on the sleeping bench next the post that supported one of the lamps, a clay saucer half full of seal oil, in which a burning wick of twisted moss gave forth a powerful odor, a fair amount of smoke, and a faint light. The boy sat down, still staring about him, taking note of the well-hewn logs, and of the neat attachment of the timbers by a saddle joint at the 4 corners of the roof. Who built this? He inquired of Nicholas. All father, an heap all men gone dead. Gee. Well, whoever did it was on to his job, he said. I don't seen a nail in the whole shebang. No nail. The boy remembered Nicholas's sled, and, looking again at the disproportionately small hands of the men about him, corrected his first impression that they were too feminine to be good for much. A dirty old fellow, weak and sickly in appearance, began to talk querulously. All the others listened with respect, smoking and making inarticulate noises now and then. When that discourse was finished, a fresh one was begun by yet another coughing councillor. What's it all about? The boy asked. Ol' chief heap sick, said the buck on the boy's right. Ol' chief, ol' father, belong me, Nicholas observed with pride. Yes, but aren't the Holy Cross people nursing him? Brother Paul gone, white medicine no good. They all shook their heads and coughed despairingly. Then try mother, some yellow-brown, Esquimaux's kind, hazarded the boy lightly, hardly noticing what he was saying till he found nearly all the eyes of the company fixed intently upon him. Nicholas was translating, and it was clear the boy had created a sensation. Father Wills no like, said one buck doubtfully. He make cross eyes when shaman come. Oh yes, medicine man, said the boy, following the narrative eagerly. Shaman go way, volunteered an old fellow who hitherto had held his peace. All get sick, he coughed painfully, heap Pymuse die. Father Wills come. Nicholas took up the tale afresh. Shaman come. Father Wills heap mad. He no let shaman stay. No, him say, go. Plenty quick, plenty far. Hey, you. Mush. They smoked a while in silence broken only by coughs. Shaman say, Yukon in your plenty mad. Who is Yukon in your? Where does he live? Unna Yukon ice, whispered Nicholas. Oh, the river spirit. Of course. Him heap strong. Long time, he motioned back into the ages with one slim brown hand, for Holy Cross here, Yukon in your take good care Pymuse. No tell Father Wills. No. Then in a low guttural voice, shaman come again. Gracious. When? Tonight. Jiminy Christmas. They sat and smoked and coughed. By and by, as if wishing thoroughly to justify their action, Nicholas resumed, You savvy, all father try white medicine, for winter, for summer. No good. All father say, me well man. Good friend Holy Cross, good friend Russian mission. Me all. Me sick. Send for shaman. The entire company grunted in unison. You no tell. Nicholas added with recurrent anxiety. No, no, they shan't hear through me. I'm safe. Presently they all got up, and began removing and setting back the hewn logs that formed the middle of the floor. It then appeared that, underneath, was an excavation about 2 feet deep. In the center, within a circle of stones, were the charred remains of a fire, and here they proceeded to make another. As soon as it began to blaze, Yagasha the storyteller took the cover off the smoke hole, so the company was not quite stifled. A further diversion was created by several women crawling in, bringing food for the menfolk, in old lard cans or native wooden cantocks. These vessels they deposited by the fire, and with an exchange of grunts went out as they had come. Nicholas wouldn't let the boy undo his pack. No, we come back, he said, adding something in his own tongue to the company, and then crawled out, followed by the boy. Their progress was slow, for the boy's Canadian web feet had been left in the catchime, and he sank in the snow at every step. Twice in the dusk he stumbled over an igloo, or a sled, or some sign of humanity, and asked of the now silent, preoccupied Nicholas, who lives here? The answer had been, nobody, all dead. The boy was glad to see approaching, at last, a human figure. It came shambling through the snow, with bent head and swaying, jerking gait, looked up suddenly and sheered off, flitting uncertainly onward, in the dim light, like a frightened ghost. Who is that? Shaman. Him see in dark all same owl. Him know you white man. The boy stared after him. The bent figure of the shaman looked like a huge bat flying low, hovering, disappearing into the night. Those your dogs howling? The visitor asked, thinking that for sheer dismalness Paimu would be hard to beat. Nicholas stopped suddenly and dropped down. The ground seemed to open and swallow him. The boy stooped and saw his friend's feet disappearing in a hole. He seized one of them. Hold on, wait for me. Nicholas kicked, but to no purpose. He could make only such progress as his guest permitted. Presently a gleam. Nicholas had thrust away the flap at the tunnel's end, and they stood in the house of the chief of the Paimus, that native of whom Father Wills had said, he is the richest and most intelligent man of his tribe. The single room seemed very small after the spaciousness of the Kachim, but it was the biggest igloo in the settlement. A fire burnt brightly in the middle of the earthen floor, and over it was bending Princess Mukluk, cooking the evening meal. She nodded, and her white teeth shone in the blaze. Over in the corner, wrapped in skins, lay a man on the floor groaning faintly. The salmon, toasting on sticks over wood coals, smelt very appetizing. Why, your fish are whole. Don't you clean 'em first? Asked the visitor, surprised out of his manners. No, said Nicholas, him better no cut. They sat down by the fire, and the princess waited on them. The boy discovered that it was perfectly true. Yukon salmon broiled in their skins over a birch fire are the finest eating in the world, and any other way involves a loss of flavor. He was introduced for the first time to the delights of reindeer back fat and found even that not so bad. You are lucky, Nicholas, to have a sister, such a nice one, too, the princess giggled, to keep house for you. Nicholas understood, at least, that politeness was being offered, and he grinned. I've got a sister myself. I'll show you her picture someday. I care about her a lot. I've come up here to make a pile so that we can buy back our old place in Florida. He said this chiefly to the princess, for she evidently had profited more by her schooling, and understood things quite like a Christian. Did you ever eat an orange, princess? He continued. Kind o' fish. No, fruit, a yellow ball that grows on a tree. Me no, said Nicholas, me see him in boxes St. Michael's. Him bully. Yes. Well, we had a lot of trees all full of those yellow balls, and we used to eat as many as we liked. We don't have much winter down where I live, summer pretty nearly all the time. I'd like go there, said the girl. Well, will you come and see us, Mukluk? When I've found a gold mine and have bought back the orange grove, my sister and me are going to live together, like you and Nicholas. She look like you? No, and it's funny, too, 'cause we're twins. Twins? What's twins? Two people born at the same time. No, ejaculated Nicholas. Why, yes, and they always care a heap about each other when they're twins. But Muckluck stared incredulously. Two at the same time, she exclaimed. It's like that, then, in your country. The boy saw not astonishment alone, but something akin to disgust in the face of the princess. He felt, vaguely, he must justify his twinship. Of course, there's nothing strange about it, it happens quite often. Often? Yes, people are very much pleased. Once in a while there are even three, all at the same time. Her horror turned into shrieks of laughter. Why, your women are like our dogs. Human beings and seals never have more than one at a time. The old man in the corner began to moan and mutter feverishly. Nicholas went to him, bent down, and apparently tried to soothe him. Muckluck gathered up the supper things and set them aside. You were at the Holy Cross School, asked the boy. 6 years, with Mother Aloysius and the sisters. They very good. So you're a Catholic, then? Oh yes. You speak the best English I've heard from a native. I love Sister Winifred. I want to go back, unless, she regarded the boy with a speculative eye, unless I go your country. The sick man began to talk deliriously, and lifted up a terrible old face with fever-bright eyes glaring through wisps of straight grey hair. No voice but his was heard for some time in the igloo. Then, "I 'fraid," said Muckluck, crouching near the fire, but with head turned over shoulder, staring at the sick man. No wonder, said the boy, thinking such an apparition enough to frighten anybody. Nicholas 'fraid, too, she whispered, when the devil talks. The devil? Yes. Pshaw. You hear? The delirious chatter went on, rising to a scream. Nicholas came hurrying back to the fire with a look of terror in his face. Me go get shaman. No, he come soon. Muckluck clung to him. They both crouched down by the fire. You 'fraid he'll die before the shaman gets here? Oh no, said Muckluck soothingly, but her face belied her words. The sick man called hoarsely. Nicholas got him some water, and propped him up to drink. He glared over the cup with wild eyes, his teeth chattering against the tin. The boy, himself, felt a creep go down his spine. Muckluck moved closer to him. Mustn't say he die, she whispered. If Nicholas think he die, he drag him out, leave him in the snow. Never. Pshaw, she made him a sign to be quiet. The rambling fever talk went on, Nicholas listening fascinated. No pime you, she whispered, like live in Ilu any more if man die there. You mean, if they know a person's dying they haul him out outdoors, and leave him a night like this? If not, how get him out, after? Why, carry him out. Touch him. Touch dead man. She shuddered. Oh, no. Bad, bad. I no think he die, she resumed, raising her voice. But Nicholas rejoined them, silent, looking very grave. Was he contemplating turning the poor old fellow out? The boy sat devising schemes to prevent the barbarism should it come to that. The wind had risen, it was evidently going to be a rough night. With imagination full of sick people turned out to perish, the boy started up as a long wail came, muffled, but keen still with anguish, down through the snow and the earth, by way of the smoke hole, into the dim little room. Oh, Nicholas! What was that? What? Wait. Listen. There, that. Why, it's a child crying. No, him Chi. Let's go and bring him in. Bring dog in here. Dog. That's no dog. Yes, him dog, him my Chi. Making a human noise like that. Nicholas nodded. The only sounds for some time were the doleful lamenting of the Malamute without, and the ravings of the Paimu chief within. The boy was conscious of a queer, dream-like feeling. All this had been going on up here for ages. It had been like this when Columbus came over the sea. All the world had changed since then, except the steadfast north. The boy sat up suddenly, and rubbed his eyes. With that faculty on the part of the unlearned that one is tempted to call American, a faculty for assimilating the grave conclusions of the doctors, and importing them light-heartedly into personal experience, he realized that what met his eyes here in Nicholas House was one of the oldest pictures humanity has presented. This was what was going on by the Yukon, when King John, beside that other river, was yielding Magna Charta to the barons. While the Caesars were building Rome, the Paimu forefathers were building just such isles as this. While Phidias wrought his marbles, the men up here carved walrus ivory, and, in lieu of Homer, recited the crow's last flight and the legend of the Northern Lights. Nicholas had risen again, his mouth set hard, his small hands shaking. He unrolled an old reindeer skin full of holes, and examined it. At this the girl, who had been about to make up the fire, threw down the bit of driftwood and hid her face. The sick man babbled on. Faint under the desolate sound another, sibilant, clearer, uncannily human. Nicholas had heard, too, for he threw down the tattered deerskin, and went to the other side of the fire. Voices in the tunnel. Nicholas held back the flap and gravely waited there, till one Paimu after another crawled in. They were the men the boy had seen at the Kachime, with one exception, a vicious-looking old fellow, thin, wiry, with a face like a smoked chimpanzee and eyes of unearthly brightness. He was given the best place by the fire, and held his brown claws over the red coals while the others were finding their places. The boy, feeling he would need an interpreter, signed to Mukluk to come and sit by him. Grave as a judge, she got up, and did as she was bid. "That the shaman," whispered the boy. She nodded. It was plain that this apparition, however hideous, had given her great satisfaction. Any more people coming? Got no more now in Paimu. Where is everybody? Some sick, some dead. The old chief rambled on, but not so noisily. See, whispered Mukluk, devil fraid already. He began to speak small. The shaman never once looked towards the sufferer till he himself was thoroughly warm. Even then he withdrew from the genial glow, only to sit back, humped together, blinking, silent. The boy began to feel that, if he did finally say something, it would be as surprising as to hear an aged monkey break into articulate speech. Nicholas edged towards the shaman, presenting something in a birch bark dish. What's that? A deer's tongue, whispered Mukluk. The boy remembered the Koyukun song, thanks for a good meal to Kuskokala, the shaman. Nicholas seemed to be haranguing the shaman deferentially, but with spirit. He pulled out from the bottom of his father's bed 3 fine marten skins, shook them, and dangled them before the shaman. They produced no effect. He then took a box of matches and a plug of the boy's tobacco out of his pocket, and held the lot towards the shaman, seeming to say that to save his life he couldn't rake up another earthly thing to tempt his shamanship. Although the shaman took the offerings, his little black eyes glittered none the less rapaciously, as they flew swiftly round the room, falling at last with a vicious snap and gleam upon the boy. Then it was that for the first time he spoke. "Nah, nah," interrupted Mukluk, chattering volubly, and evidently commending the boy to the shaman. Several of the old bucks laughed. "He say you Koninyo no like you. He think white men bring plague, bring devils." "Got some money," whispered Mukluk. "Not here." The boy saw the moment when he would be turned out. He plunged his hands down into his trousers pockets and fished up a knife, his second best one, fortunately. "Tell him I'm all right, and he can give this to Yukon Inure with my respects." Mukluk explained and held up the shining object, blades open, corkscrew curling attractively before the covetous eyes of the shaman. When he could endure the temptation no longer, his 2 black claws shot out, but Nicholas intercepted the much envied object, while, as it seemed, he drove a more advantageous bargain. Terms finally settled, the shaman seized the knife, shut it, secreted it with a final grunt, and stood up. Everyone made way for him. He jerked his loosely jointed body over to the sick man, lifted the seal oil lamp with his shaky old hands, and looked at the patient long and steadily. When he had set the lamp down again, with a grunt, he put his black thumb on the wick and squeezed out the light. When he came back to the fire, which had burned low, he pulled open his parkie and drew out an ivory wand, and a long eagle's feather with a fluffy white tuft of some sort at the end. He deposited these solemnly, side by side, on the ground, about 2 feet apart. Turning round to the dying fire, he took a stick, and with Nicholas's help gathered the ashes up and laid them over the smouldering brands. The isle was practically dark. No one dared speak save the yet unabashed devil in the sick man, who muttered angrily. It was curious to see how the coughing of the others, which in the Kachim had been practically constant, was here almost silenced. Whether this was achieved through awe and respect for the shaman, or through nervous absorption in the task he had undertaken, who shall say? The boy felt rather than saw that the shaman had lain down between the ivory wand and the eagle's feather. Each man sat as still as death, listening, staring, waiting. Presently a little jet of flame sprang up out of the ashes. The shaman lifted his head angrily, saw it was no human hand that had dared turn on the light, growled, and pulled something else from under his inexhaustible parky. The boy peered curiously. The shaman seemed to be shutting out the offensive light by wrapping himself up in something, head and all. "What's he doing now?" the boy ventured to whisper under cover of the devil's sudden loud remonstrance, the sick man at this point breaking into ghastly groans. "He puts on the kamlaka." "Pshaw!" The shaman, still enveloped head and body, began to beat softly, keeping time with the eagle's feather. You could follow the faint gleam of the ivory wand, but on what it fell with that hollow sound no eye could see. Now, at intervals, he uttered a cry, a deep bass danger note, singularly unnerving. Someone answered in a higher key, and they kept this up in a kind of rude, sharply timed duet, till one by one the whole group of natives was gathered into the swing of it, swept along involuntarily, it would seem, by some magnetic attraction of the rhythm. "Ung-ha-ya! Ah-ha-ya! Ya-ya-ya!" was the chorus to that deep, recurrent cry of the shaman. Its accompanying drum note was muffled like far-off thunder, conjured out of the earth by the ivory wand. Presently a scream of terror from the bundle of skins and bones in the corner. "Ha!" Mukluk clasped her hands and rocked back and forth. "They'll frighten the old man to death if he's conscious," said the boy, half rising. She pulled him down. "No, no, frighten devil." She was shaking with excitement and with ecstasy. The sick man cried aloud. A frenzy seemed to seize the shaman. He raised his voice in a series of blood-curdling shrieks, then dropped it, moaning, whining, then bursting suddenly into diabolic laughter, bellowing, whispering, ventriloquizing, with quite extraordinary skill. The dim and fetid cave might indeed be full of devils. If the hideous outcry slackened, but an instant, you heard the sick man raving with the preternatural strength of delirium, or of mad resentment. For some time it seemed a serious question as to who would come out ahead. Just as you began to feel that the old chief was at the end of his tether, and ready to give up the ghost, the shaman, rising suddenly with a demoniac yell, flung himself down on the floor in a convulsion. His body writhed horribly, he kicked and snapped and quivered. The boy was for shielding Mukluk from the crazy flinging out of legs and arms, but she leaned over, breathless, to catch what words might escape the shaman during the fit, for these were omens of deep significance. When at last the convulsive movements quieted, and the shaman lay like one dead, except for an occasional faint twitch, the boy realized for the first time that the sick man, too, was dumb. Dead. The only sound now was the wind up in the world above. Even the dog was still. The silence was more horrible than the hell let loose of a few minutes before. The dim group sat there, motionless, under the spell of the stillness even more than they had been under the spell of the noise. At last a queer, indescribable scratching and scraping came up out of the bowels of the earth. "How does the old devil manage to do that?" thought the boy. But the plain truth was that his heart was in his mouth, for the sound came from the opposite direction, behind the boy, and not near the shaman at all. It grew louder, came nearer, more inexplicable, more awful. He felt he could not bear it another minute, sprang up, and stood there, tense, waiting for what might befall. Were all the others dead, then? Not a sound in the place, only that indescribable stirring of something in the solid earth under his feet. The shaman had his knife. A ghastly sensation of stifling came over the boy as he thought of a struggle down there under the earth and the snow. On came the horrible underground thing. Desperately the boy stirred the almost extinct embers with his foot, and a faint glow fell on the terror-frozen faces of the natives, fell on the bearskin flap. It moved. A huge hand came stealing round. A hand. The skeleton of a hand, white, ghastly, with fingers unimaginably long. No mortal in Paimu had a hand like that, no mortal in all the world. A crisp, smart sound, and a match blazed. A tall, lean figure rose up from behind the bearskin and received the sudden brightness full in his face, pale and beautiful, but angry as an avenging angel's. For an instant the boy still thought it a spectre, the delusion of a bewildered brain, till the girl cried out, "Brother Paul," and fell forward on the floor, hiding her face in her hands. "Light. Make a light," he commanded. Nicholas got up, dazed but obedient, and lit the seal oil lamp. The voice of the white man, the call for light, reached the shaman. He seemed to shiver and shrink under the folds of the kamleka. But instead of getting up and looking his enemy in the face, he wriggled along on his belly, still under cover of the kamleka, till he got to the bearskin, pushed it aside with a motion of the hooded head, and crawled out like some snaky symbol of darkness and superstition fleeing before the light. "Brother Paul," sobbed the girl, don't tell Sister Winifred." He took no notice of her, bending down over the motionless bundle in the corner. "You've killed him, I suppose." "Brother Paul," began Nicholas, faltering. "Oh, I heard the pandemonium." He lifted his thin white face to the smoke hole. "It's all useless, useless. I might as well go and leave you to your abominations. But instead, go you, all of you, go." He flung out his long arms, and the group broke and scuttled, huddling near the bearskin, fighting like rats to get out faster than the narrow passage permitted. The boy turned from watching the instantaneous flight, the scuffle, and the disappearance, to find the burning eyes of the Jesuit fixed fascinated on his face. If Brother Paul had appeared as a spectre in the igloo, it was plain that he looked upon the white face present at the diabolic rite as dream or devil. The boy stood up. The lay brother started, and crossed himself. In Christ's name, who are you? I come from the White Camp 10 miles below. And you were here, you allowed this. RH. He flung up his arms, the pale lips moved convulsively, but no sound came forth. You think I ought to have interfered, began the boy. I think, the brother began bitterly, checked himself, knelt down, and felt the old man's pulse. Nicholas at the bearskin was making the boy signs to come. The girl was sobbing with her face on the ground. Again Nicholas beckoned, and then disappeared. There seemed to be nothing to do but to follow his host. When the bearskin had dropped behind the boy, and he crawled after Nicholas along the dark passage, he heard the muffled voice of the girl praying, "Oh, Mary, Mother of God, don't let him tell Sister Winifred." Chapter 6: A Penitential Journey. Certain London parishes still receive £12 per annum for faggots to burn heretics. John Richard Green. The boy slept that night in the catchime beside a very moody, restless host. Yagasha dispensed with the formality of going to bed, and seemed bent on doing what he could to keep other people awake. He sat monologuing under the seal lamp till the boy longed to throw the dish of smouldering oil at his head. But strangely enough, when, through sheer fatigue, his voice failed and his chin fell on his broad chest, a lad of 14 or so, who had also had difficulty to keep awake, would jog Yagasha's arm, repeating interrogatively the last phrase used, whereon the old storyteller would rouse himself and begin afresh, with an iteration of the previous statement. If the lad failed to keep him going, one or other of the natives would stir uneasily, lift a head from under his deerskin, and remonstrate. Yagasha, opening his eyes with a guilty start, would go on with the yarn. When morning came, and the others waked, Yagasha and the lad slept. Nicholas and all the rest who shared the bench at night, and the fire in the morning, seemed desperately depressed and glum. A heavy cloud hung over Pymue, for Pymue was in disgrace. About sunset the women came in with the cantocks and the lard cans. Yagasha sat up and rubbed his eyes. He listened eagerly, while the others questioned the women. The old chief wasn't dead at all. No, he was much better. Brother Paul had been about to all the housebound sick people, and given everybody medicine, and flour, and a terrible scolding. Oh yes, he was angrier than anybody had ever been before. Some natives from the school at Holy Cross were coming for him tomorrow, and they were all going down river and across the southern portage to the branch mission at Kuskokwim. Down river. Sure. Yes, sure. Brother Paul had not waited to come with those others, being so anxious to bring medicine and things to old Chief quick, and this was how he was welcomed back to the scene of his labors. A devil's dance was going on. That was what he called it. You savvy, said Nicholas to his guest. Brother Paul go plenty soon. You wait. I'll have company back to camp, was the boy's first thought, and then, would there be any fun in that after all? It was plain Brother Paul was no such genial companion as Father Wills. And so it was that he did not desert Nicholas, although Brother Paul's companions failed to put in an appearance on the following morning. However, on the third day after the incident of the shaman, who seemed to have vanished into thin air, Brother Paul shook the snow of Paimu from his feet, and with 3 Indians from the Holy Cross School and a dog team, he disappeared from the scene. Not till he had been gone some time did Nicholas venture to return to the parental roof. They found Mukluk subdued but smiling, and the old man astonishingly better. It looked almost as if he had turned the corner, and was getting well. There was certainly something very like magic in such a recovery, but it was quickly apparent that this aspect of the case was not what occupied Nicholas, as he sat regarding his parent with a keen and speculative eye. He asked him some question, and they discussed the point volubly, Mukluk following the argument with close attention. Presently it seemed that father and son were taking the guest into consideration. Mukluk also turned to him now and then, and by she said, "I think he go." "Go where?" "Holy Cross," said the old man eagerly. Brother Paul Nicholas explained. "He go down river. We get Holy Cross, more quick." "I see." "Before he can get back." "But why do you want to go?" "See Father Brashe." Sister Winifred say, "Always tell Father Brashe, then everything all right," contributed Mukluk. "You tell Paimu belly solely," the old chief said. Nicholas no, he not able tell all like white man, Mukluk continued. Nicholas say, "You good, hey? You good?" "Well, pretty tolerable, thank you." "You go with Nicholas, you make Father Brashe understand, forgive." "Tell Sister Winifred." She stopped, perplexed, vaguely distrustful at the boy's chuckling. "You think we can explain it all away, hey?" He made a gesture of happy clearance. "Shaman and everything, hey?" "Me no can," returned Nicholas, with engaging modesty. "You," he conveyed a limitless confidence. "Well, I'll be jiggered if I don't try." "How far is it?" "Go slow, one sleep." "Well, we won't go slow. We've got to do penance." "When shall we start?" "Too late now." "Tamala," said the old chief. They got up very early, it seemed to the boy like the middle of the night, stole out of the dark Kachim, and hurried over the hard crust that had formed on the last fall of snow, down the bleak, dim slope to the old chief's, where they were to breakfast. Not only Mukluk was up and doing, but the old chief seemed galvanized into unwanted activity. He was doddering about between his bed and the fire, laying out the most imposing parkies and fox skins, fur blankets, and a pair of sealskin mittens, all of which, apparently, he had secreted under his bed, or between it and the wall. They made a sumptuous breakfast of tea, the last of the bacon the boy had brought, and slap yaks. The boy kept looking from time to time at the display of furs. Father Wills was right, he ought to buy a parkie with a hood, but he had meant to have the priest's advice, or Mac's, at least, before investing. Old Chief, watching him surreptitiously, and seeing he was no nearer making an offer, felt he should have some encouragement. He picked up the sealskin mittens and held them out. "Present," said Old Chief. "You tell Father Brashay us belly solely." "Oh, I'll handle him without gloves," said the boy, giving back the mittens. But Old Chief wouldn't take them. He was holding up the smaller of the two parkies. "You know, like." "Oh, very nice. You know, bye." "You go sleep on trail," said Nicholas, rising briskly. "You die, no parky." The boy laughed and shook his head, but still Old Chief held out the deerskin shirt, and caressed the wolf fringe of the hood. "Him cheap." "How cheap?" $20. "Don't know as I call that cheap." "Yes," said Nicholas. "Saint Michael, him $50. The boy looked doubtful. "I saw a parky there at the AC store about like this for 20. "A sea parky, Peeluk," Nicholas said contemptuously. Then patting the one his father held out, "You wear him 50 winter." "Lord forbid. Anyhow, I've only got about $20 worth of tobacco and stuff along with me." "Me come White Camp," Nicholas volunteered. "Me get more $5. "Oh, will you? Now, that's very kind of you." But Nicholas, impervious to irony, held out the parky. The boy laughed, and took it. Nicholas stooped, picked up the fur mittens, and, laying them on the boy's arm, reiterated his father's present, and then departed to the Kachim to bring down the boy's pack. The princess meanwhile had withdrawn to her own special corner, where in the daytime appeared only a roll of plaited mats, and a little, cheap, old hat box, which she evidently prized most of all she had in the world. "You see, look." The boy expressed surprise and admiration. "No. Really. I call that fine. I got present for Father Brashay," and turning over the rags and nondescript rubbish of the hat box, she produced an object whose use was not immediately manifest. A section of walrus ivory about 6 inches long had been cut in two. One of these curved halves had been mounted on 4 ivory legs. In the upper flat side had been stuck, at equal distances from the two ends and from each other, 2 delicate branches of notched ivory, standing up like horns. Between these sat an ivory mannequin, about 3 inches long, with a woeful countenance and with arms held out like one beseeching mercy. "It's fine," said the boy, "but, what's it for?" "Just look pretty." "Wait, I show you." She dived into the hat box, and fished up a bit of battered pencil. With an air of pride, she placed the pencil across the outstretched hands of the ivory suppliant, asking the boy in dumb show, was not this a pen rest that might be trusted to melt the heart of the Holy Father? This way, too. She illustrated how anyone embarrassed by the possession of more than one pencil could range them in tears on the ivory horns above the head of the woeful one. "I call that scrumptious. And he looks as if he was saying he was sorry all the time." She nodded, delighted that the boy comprehended the subtle symbolism. "One more," she said, showing her dazzling teeth. Like a child playing a game, she half shut the hat box and hugged it lovingly. Then with eyes sparkling, slowly the small hand crept in, was thrust down the side and drew out with a rapturous ha, a gaudy advertisement card, setting forth the advantages of smoking Kentucky leaf. She looked at it fondly. Then slowly, regretfully, all the fun gone now, she passed it to the boy. "For Sister Winifred," she said, like one who braces herself to make some huge renunciation. "You tell her I send with my love, and I always say my prayers." "I very good." "Hey. You tell Sister Winifred." "Sure," said the boy. The old chief was pulling the other parkie over his head. Nicholas reappeared with the visitor's effects. Under the boy's eyes, he calmly confiscated all the tea and tobacco. But nothing had been touched in the owner's absence. "Look here, just leave me enough tea to last till I get home. I'll make it up to you." Nicholas, after some reflection, agreed. Then he bustled about, gathered together an armful of things, and handed the boy a tea kettle and an axe. "You bring dogs all ready." Mush, and he was gone. To the boy's surprise, while he and Muckluck were getting the food and presents together, the lively old chief, so lately dying, made off, in a fine new parkie, on all fours, curious, no doubt, to watch the preparations without. But not a bit of it. The old chief's was a more intimate concern in the expedition. When the boy joined him, there he was sitting up in Nicholas's sled, appallingly emaciated, but brisk as you please, ordering the disposition of the axe and rifle along either side, the tea kettle and grub between his feet, showing how the deerskin blankets should be wrapped, and especially was he dictatorial about the lashing of the mahout. "How far's he coming?" asked the boy, astonished. "All the way," said Muckluck. "He want to be sure." Several bucks came running down from the Kachime, and stood about, coughed and spat, and offered assistance or advice. When at last old chief was satisfied with the way the raw walrus hide was laced and lashed, Nicholas cracked his whip and shouted, "Mush! Goddamn! Mush! Goodbye, princess. We'll take care of your father, though I'm sure he oughtn't to go." "Oh yes," answered Muckluck confidently, then lower, "Shaman make all well quick." "Hey! Goodbye. Goodbye. Don't forget tell Sister Winifred I say my P," but the boy had to run to keep up with the sled. For some time he kept watching the old chief with unabated astonishment, wondering if he'd die on the way. But, after all, the open-air cure was tried for his trouble in various other parts of the world, why not here? There was no doubt about it, Nicholas had a capital team of dogs, and knew how to drive them. Two-legged folk often had to trot pretty briskly to keep up. Pimu was soon out of sight. "Nicholas, what'll you take for a couple o' your dogs?" "No sell." "Pay you a good long price." "No sell." "Well, will you help me to get a couple?" "Me try," but he spoke dubiously. "What do they cost?" good leader cost $150 in St. Michael. You don't mean dollars. Mean dollars. Come off the roof. But Nicholas seemed to think there was no need. You mean that if I offer you $150 for your leader, straight off, this minute, you won't take it? No, no take, said the prince, stolidly. And his friend reflected. Nicholas without a dog team would be practically a prisoner for 8 months of the year, and not only that, but a prisoner in danger of starving to death. After all, perhaps a dog team in such a country was priceless, and the old chief was traveling in truly royal style. However, it was stinging cold, and running after those expensive dogs was an occupation that palled. By and by, how much is your sled worth? He asked old chief. 6 sables, said the monarch. It was a comfort to sight a settlement off there on the point. What's this place? Fish Town. Pymew's there? No, all gone. Come back when salmon run. Not a creature there, as Nicholas had foretold, a place built wilfully on the most exposed point possible, bleak beyond belief. If you open your mouth at this place on the Yukon, you have to swallow a hurricane. The boy choked, turned his back to spit out the throttling blast, and when he could catch his breath inquired, "This a good place for a village?" "Bully." "Wind come, blow Mosquito," Nicholas signified a remote destination with his whip. "Believe you. This kind o' thing would discourage even a mosquito." In the teeth of the blast they went past the Pymew summer resort. Unlike Pymew proper, its cabins were built entirely above ground, of logs unchinked, its roofs of watertight birch bark. A couple of hours farther on Nicholas permitted a halt on the edge of a struggling little grove of dwarfed cottonwood. The kettle and things being withdrawn from various portions of the old chief's person, he, once more warmly tucked up and tightly lashed down, drew the edge of the outer coverlid up till it met the wolfskin fringe of his parky hood, and relapsed into slumber. Nicholas chopped down enough green wood to make a hearth. "What? Bang on the snow?" Nicholas nodded, laid the logs side by side, and on them built a fire of the seasoned wood the boy had gathered. They boiled the kettle, made tea, and cooked some fish. Old Chief waked up just in time to get his share. The boy, who had kept hanging about the dogs with unabated interest, had got up from the fire to carry them the scraps, when Nicholas called out quite angrily, "No! No feed dogs," and waved the boy off. "What? It's only some of my fish." "Fish is what they eat, ain't it? No feed now, wait till night." "What for?" "They're hungry. You give fish, dogs no go any more." Peremptorily he waved the boy off, and fell to work at packing up. Not understanding Nicholas's wisdom, the boy was feeling a little sulky and didn't help. He finished up the fish himself, then sat on his heels by the fire, scorching his face while his back froze, or wheeling round and singeing his new parky while his hands grew stiff in spite of sealskin mittens. No, it was no fun camping with the temperature at 30 degrees below zero, better to be trotting after those expensive and dinnerless dogs, and he was glad when they started again. But once beyond the scant shelter of the cottonwood, it was evident the wind had risen. It was blowing straight out of the north and into their faces. There were times when you could lean your whole weight against the blast. After sunset the air began to fill with particles of frozen snow. They did not seem to fall, but continually to whirl about, and present stinging points to the travelers' faces. Talking wasn't possible even if you were in the humor, and the dead, blank silence of all nature, unbroken hour after hour, became as nerve-wearing as the cold and stinging wind. The boy fell behind a little. Those places on his heels that had been so badly galled had begun to be troublesome again. Well, it wouldn't do any good to holler about it, the only thing to do was to harden one's foolish feet. But in his heart he felt that all the time-honored conditions of a penitential journey were being complied with, except on the part of the arch-sinner. Old Chief seemed to be getting on first rate. The dogs, hardly yet broken into the winter's work, were growing discouraged, traveling so long in the eye of the wind. And Nicholas, in the kind of stolid depression that had taken possession of him, seemed to have forgotten even to shout mush, for a very long time. By and by Old Chief called out sharply, and Nicholas seemed to wake up. He stopped, looked back, and beckoned to his companion. The boy came slowly on. "Why you no push?" "Push what?" "Handlebar." He went to the sled and illustrated, laying his hands on the arrangement at the back that stood out like the handle behind a baby's perambulator. The boy remembered. Of course, there were usually 2 men with each sled. One ran ahead and broke trail with snowshoes, but that wasn't necessary today, for the crust bore. But the other man's business was to guide the sled from behind and keep it on the trail. "Me gotta drive, you gotta push." "Dog's heap tired." Nicholas spoke severely. The boy stared a moment at what he mentally called the nerve of the fella, laughed, and took hold, swallowing Nicholas's intimation that he, after all, was far more considerate of the dogs than the person merely sentimental, who had been willing to share his dinner with them. "How much farther?" "Oh, pretty quick now." The driver cracked his whip, called out to the dogs, and suddenly turned off from the river course. Unerringly he followed an invisible trail, turning sharply up a slough, and went zigzagging on without apparent plan. It was better going when they got to a frozen lake, and the dogs seemed not to need so much encouragement. It would appear an impossible task to steer accurately with so little light, but once on the other side of the lake it was found that Nicholas had hit a well-beaten track as neatly as a thread finds the needle's eye. Far off, out of the dimness, came a sound, welcome because it was something to break the silence but hardly cheerful in itself. "Hear that, Nicholas?" Mission dogs. Their own had already thrown up their noses and bettered the pace. The barking of the dogs had not only announced the mission to the travelers, but to the mission a stranger at the gates. Before anything could be seen of the settlement, clumsy, fur-clad figures had come running down the slope and across the ice, greeting Nicholas with hilarity. Indian or Esquimaux boys they seemed to be, who talked some jargon understanded of the Paimu pilot. The boy, lifting tired eyes, saw something white glimmering high in the air up on the right river bank. In this light it refused to form part of any conceivable plan, but hung there in the air detached, enigmatic, spectral. Below it, more on humanity's level, could be dimly distinguished, now, the mission buildings, apparently in two groups with an open space in the middle. Where are the white people? Wondered the boy, childishly impatient. Won't they come and welcome us? He followed the Esquimaux and Indians from the river up to the left group of buildings. With the heathen jargon beating on his ears, he looked up suddenly, and realized what the white thing was that had shone out so far. In the middle of the open space a wooden cross stood up, encrusted with frost crystals, and lifting gleaming arms out of the gloom 20 feet or so above the heads of the people. Funny thing for an agnostic, he admitted to himself, but I'm right glad to see a Christian sign. And as he knocked at the door of the big 2-story log house on the left he defended himself. It's the swing back of the pendulum after a big dose of Paimu and heathen tricks. I welcome it as a mark of the white man. He looked over his shoulder a little defiantly at the Holy Cross. Recognition of what the high white apparition was had given him a queer jolt, stirring unsuspected things in imagination and in memory. He had been accustomed to see that symbol all his life, and it had never spoken to him before. Up here it cried aloud and dominated the scene. Humph, he said to himself, to look at you a body'd think the origin had never been written, and Spencer and Huxley had never been born. He knocked again, and again turned about to scan the cross. Just as much a superstition, just as much a fetish as Kavik seal plug or the shaman's eagle feather. With long looking at a couple of crossed sticks men grow as dazed, as hypnotized, as Paimus watching a shaman's ivory wand. All the same, I'm not sure that faith in first principles would build a house like this in the Arctic regions, and it's convenient to find it here, if only they'd open the door. He gave another thundering knock, and then nearly fell backwards into the snow, for Brother Paul stood on the threshold holding up a lamp. Oh. How do you do? Can I come in? Brother Paul, still with the look of the avenging angel on his pale, young face, held the door open to let the boy come in. Then, leaning out into the night and lifting the lamp high, "Is that Nicholas?" he said sternly. But the Paimus and the schoolboys had vanished. He came in and set down the lamp. We heard you were going down river," said the boy, tamely, for he had not yet recovered himself after such an unexpected blow. "Are you cold? Are you wet?" demanded Brother Paul, standing erect, unwelcoming, by the table that held the lamp. The boy pulled himself together. "Look here." He turned away from the comforting stove and confronted the Jesuit. "Those Paimus are not only cold and wet and sick too, but they are sorry. They've come to ask forgiveness. It's easily done. Such scorn you would hardly expect from a follower of the meek Galilean. No, not easily done, a penance like this. I know, for I've just travelled that 30 miles with them over the ice from Pymue. You? Yes, it amuses you. The sombre eyes shone with a cold, disconcerting light. Well, to tell you the truth, I've been better amused. The boy looked down at his weary, wounded feet. And the others, where were his fellow pilgrims? It struck him as comic that the upshot of the journey should be that he was doing penance for the Pymues, but he couldn't smile with that offended archangel in front of him. 30 miles over the ice, in the face of a norther, hasn't been so easy even for me. And I'm not old, nor sick, no, nor frightened, Brother Paul. He flung up his head, but his heart failed him even while he made the boast. Silently, for a moment, they confronted each other. Where are you bound for? The boy had a moment of wondering if he was expected to answer hell, and he hesitated. Are you on your way up the river? No, was the man not going to let them rest their wicked bones there a single night? The frozen river and the wind-racked wood were as hospitable as the beautiful face of the brother. Involuntarily the boy shivered. I came to see the Father Superior. He dropped back into a chair. The Father Superior is busy. I'll wait. And very tired. So am I. Worn out with the long raging of the plague. I have waited till he is less harassed to tell him about the Pymu's deliberate depravity. Nicholas, too, one of our own people, one of the first pupils of the school, a communicant in the church, distinguished by 1,000 kindnesses. And this the return. The return is that he takes his backsliding so to heart, he can't rest without coming to confess and to beg the Father Superior. I shall tell the Father Superior what I heard and saw. He will agree that, for the sake of others who are trying to resist temptation, an example should be made of Nicholas and of his father. And yet you nursed the old man and were kind to him, I believe, after the offense. I thought you had killed him. But even you must see that we cannot have a man received here as Nicholas was, the most favored child of the mission, who helps to perpetuate the degrading blasphemies of his unhappy race. It's nothing to you, you even encourage, 'pon my soul, but Brother Paul struck in with an impassioned earnestness, we spend a lifetime making Christians of these people, and such as you come here, and in a week undo the work of years. It's only 18 months since I myself came, but already I've seen, the torrent poured out with never a pause. Last summer some white prospectors bribed our best native teacher to leave us and become a guide. He's a drunken wreck now somewhere up on the Yukon Flats. You take our boys for pilots, you entice our girls away with trinkets, great Caesar. I don't. But vain was protest. For Brother Paul the visitor was not a particular individual. He stood there for the type of the vicious white adventurer. The sunken eyes of the lay brother, burning, impersonal, saw not a particular young man and a case compounded of mixed elements, but the enemy, against whom night and day he waged incessant warfare. The fathers and sisters wear out their lives to save these people. We teach them with incredible pains the fundamental rules of civilization. We teach them how to save their souls alive. The boy had jumped up and laid his hand on the doorknob. You come. You teach them to smoke. The boy wheeled round. I don't smoke. And to gamble. Nicholas taught me to gamble. Brother Paul, I swear, yes, and to swear and get drunk, and so find the shortest way to hell. Father Brashe. Father Wills, a voice called without. The doorknob turned under the boy's hand, and before he could more than draw back, a whiff of winter blew into the room, and a creature stood there such as no man looks to find on his way to an Arctic gold camp. A girl of 20-odd, with the face of a saint, dressed in the black habit of the Order of Saint Anne. Oh, Brother Paul! You are wanted, wanted quickly. I think Catherine is worse. Don't wait, or she'll die without. And as suddenly as she came the vision vanished, carrying Brother Paul in the wake of her streaming veil. The boy sat down by the stove, cogitating how he should best set about finding Nicholas to explain the failure of their mission. What was that? Voices from the other side. The opposite door opened and a man appeared, with Nicholas and his father close behind, looking anything but cast down or decently penitential. How do you do? The white man's English had a strong French accent. He shook hands with great cordiality. We have heard of you from Father Wills also. These Paimu friends of ours say you have something to tell me. He spoke as though this something were expected to be highly gratifying, and, indeed, the cheerfulness of Nicholas and his father would indicate as much. As the boy, hesitating, did not accept the chair offered, smiling, the Jesuit went on, will you talk of this matter, whatever it is, first, or will you first go up and wash, and have our conference after supper? No, thank you. Are you the Father Superior? He bowed a little ceremoniously, but still smiling. I am Father Brashe. Oh, well, Nicholas is right. The first thing to do is to explain why we're here. Was it the heat of the stove after the long hours of cold that made him feel a little dizzy? He put up his hand to his head. I have told them to take hot water upstairs, the father was saying, and I think a glass of toddy would be a good thing for you. He slightly emphasized the you and turned as if to supplement the original order. No, no, the boy called after him, choking a little, half with suppressed merriment, half with nervous fatigue. Father Brashe, if you're kind to us, Brother Paul will never forgive you. We're all in disgrace. Hein. What? Yes, we're all desperately wicked. No, no, objected Nicholas, ready to go back on so tactless an advocate. And Brother Paul has just been saying, what is it, what is it? The Father Superior spoke a little sharply, and himself sat down in the wooden armchair he before had placed for his white guest. The three culprits stood in front of him on a dead level of iniquity. "You see, Father Brachet, old chief has been very ill, I know. Much as we needed him here, Paul insisted on hurrying back to Pymue. He interrupted himself as readily as he had interrupted the boy, but Zeddy old chief looks lively enough. Yes, his spirits have been raised by, what you will think an unwarrantable and wicked means." Nicholas understood, at least, that objectionable word wicked cropping up again, and he was not prepared to stand it from the boy. He grunted with displeasure, and said something low to his father. "Brother Paul found us having a chaunce with the shaman." Father Brachet turned sharply to the natives. "Ha! You go back to Zart." Nicholas came a step forward, twisting his mittens and rolling his eye excitedly. "Us no wicked. Shaman say he got a scare off." He waved his arm against an invisible army. Then, as it were, stung into plain speaking, shaman say white man bring sickness, bring devils, maybe the old orang-outang's right. The boy drew a tired breath, and sat down without bidding in one of the wooden chairs. What an idiot he'd been not to take the hot grog and the hot bath, and leave these people to fight their foolishness out among themselves. It didn't concern him. And here was Nicholas talking away comfortably in his own tongue, and the father was answering. A native opened the door and peeped in cautiously. Nicholas paused. "Hein," said Father Brachet, "what is it?" The Indian came in with 2 cups of hot tea and a cracker in each saucer. He stopped at the priest's side. "You get sick, too? Please take. Sup a little late." He nodded to Nicholas, and gave the white stranger the second cup. As he was going out, "Same man here in July. You know," he tapped himself on the left side, "man with sore heart." "Yancey," said the priest quickly. "Well, what about Yancey?" "He is here." "But no. Wizzozazaz. No, I think they took the dogs and deserted him. He's just been brought in by our boys, they are back with the moose meat. Sore heart worse. He will die. Who's looking after him?" "Brother Paul," and he padded out of the room in his soft native shoes. "Then Brother Paul has polished off Catherine," thought the boy, "and he won't waste much time over a sore heart. It behoves us to hurry up with our penitence." This seemed to be Nicholas's view as well. He was beginning again in his own tongue. "You know we like best for you to practice your English," said the priest gently. "I expect you speak very well after working so long on Z.E. John J. Healy." "Yes." Nicholas straightened himself. "Me talk all same white man now." He gleamed at the boy. "Don't suppose I need you and your perfidious tongue. No, us Pymues no wicked." Again he turned away from the priest, and challenged the boy to repeat the slander. Then with an insinuating air, "Shaman no say you wicked," he reassured the father. "Shaman say Holy Cross all right. Cheech Alco no good, Chichalco bring devils, Chichalco all same him he wound up, flinging subterfuge to the winds, and openly indicating his faithless ambassador. Strikes me I'm getting the worst of this argument all round. Brother Paul's been sailing into me on pretty much the same tack. No, said Nicholas, firmly, Brother Paul no understand. You understand. He came still nearer to the father, speaking in a friendly, confidential tone. You savvy. Plague come on steamboat up from St. Michael. One white man, he got coast sickness. Sun shining. Salmon run big. Yukon follow boats. 2 days, no canoe on river. Men all sit in tent like so. He let his mittens fall on the floor, crouched on his heels, and rocked his head in his hands. Springing up, he went on with slow, sorrowful emphasis, men begin die, then we come, said the father, with nurses and proper medicine. Nicholas gave the ghost of a shrug, adding the damaging fact, sickness come to Holy Cross. The father nodded. We've had to turn ZE schools into wards for our patients, he explained to the stranger. We do little now but nurse ZE sick and prepare ZE dying. ZE Mother Superior has broken down after heroic labors. Paul, I fear, is sickening too. Yes, it's true, ZE disease came to us from Paimu. In the father's mind was the thought of contagion courageously faced in order to succor the least of these my brethren. In Nicholas's mind was the perplexing fact that these white men could bring sickness, but not stay it. Even the heap good people at Holy Cross were not saved by their deaf and impotent God. Fathers sick, 8 sisters sick. Boy die in school, 3 girl die. Holy Cross people kind, again he made that almost French motion of the shoulders. Shaman say, Pelik. No good be kind to devils, scare em, make em run. Nicholas the priest spoke wearily, I am ashamed of you. I thought you had learned better. That old shaman, he is a rare old rogue. What did you give him? Nicholas' mental processes may not have been flattering, but their clearness was unmistakable. If Father Brachet was jealous of the rival holy man's revenue, it was time to bring out the presents. Old Chief had a fine lynx skin over his arm. He advanced at a word from Nicholas, and laid it down before the father. No, said Father Brachet, with startling suddenness, take it away and try to understand. Nicholas approached trembling, but no doubt remembering how necessary it had been to add to the shaman's offering before he would consent to listen with favor to Paimu prayers. He pulled out of their respective hiding places about his person a carved ivory spoon and an embroidered bird-skin pouch, advanced boldly under the fire of the superior's keen eyes and sharp words, and laid the further offering on the lynx skin at his feet. Take them away, said the priest, interrupting his brief homily and standing up. Don't you understand yet that we are your friends without money and without price? We do not want these things. Shaman takes ivories from ZE poor, furs from ZE shivering, and food from them that starve. And he gives nothing in return, nothing. Take these things away, no one wants them at Holy Cross. Old Chief wiped his eyes pathetically. Nicholas, the picture of despair, turned in a speechless appeal to his despised ambassador. Before anyone could speak, the doorknob rattled rudely, and the big bullet head of a white man was put in. Pardon, mon père, cet homme qui vient de Minuk, faudrait le coucher de suite, mais ou, mon Dieu, ou. While the superior cogitated, "How do, Brother Etienne?" said Nicholas, and they nodded. Brother Etienne brought the rest of his heavy body half inside the door. He wore aged, weather-beaten breeches, and a black sweater over an old hickory shirt. Ses compagnons l'ont laissé, là, j'ai quoi. Mais cane durera pas longtemps. Faudra bien question il reste ici. Je vois pas d'autre moyen, said the father. Enfin, on verra. Attendez quelques instants. C'est bien. Brother Etienne went out. Old Chief was pulling the boy's sleeve during the little colloquy, and saying, "You tell." But the boy got up like one who means to make an end. "You haven't any time or strength for this." "Oh yes," said Father Brachet, smiling, and arresting the impetuous movement. "This is part of it." "Well," said the boy, still hesitating, "they are sorry, you know, really sorry." "You think so?" The question rang a little skeptically. "Yes, I do, and I'm in a position to know. You'd forgive them if you'd seen, as I did, how miserable and overwhelmed they were when Brother Paul, I'm not saying it's the highest kind of religion that they are so almighty afraid of losing your good opinion, but it gives you a hold, doesn't it?" And then, as the superior said nothing, only kept intent eyes on the young face, the boy wound up a little angrily, "Unless, of course, you're like Brother Paul, ready to throw away the power you've gained. Paul serves a great and noble purpose, but these questions are, not in his province." Still he bored into the young face with those kind gimlets, his good little eyes, and, "You are one of us?" he asked, "of ZE Church?" "No, I'm afraid I'm not of any church." "Ah. And I ought to take back afraid. But I'm telling you the truth when I say there never were honester penitents than the Pimews. The whole catchim's miserable. Even the girl, old Chief's daughter, she cried like anything when she thought Sister Winifred. Sister Winifred would be disappointed in her." "Ah, yes, Sister Winifred has them." He held out his hand, spread the fingers apart, and slowly, gently closed them. "Comme si. But what's the good of it if Brother Paul, it is not just there Paul comes in. But I tell you, my son, Paul does a work here no as a man has done so well. He is a flint, a fanatic. Fanatique." He flung out an expressive hand. "It is a name, my son. It often means no more but that a man is in earnest. Out of such a flint we strike sparks, and many a generous fire is set alight. We all do what we can here at Holy Cross, but Paul will do what we cannot. Well, give me. He was on the point of saying Father wills, but changed it to a man who is tolerant. Tolerant. There are plenty to be tolerant, my son. The world is full. But when you find a man's art can care, that can be fanatique. Ah! It is. He came a little nearer. It is but as if I would look at you and say, he has earnest eyes. He will go far whatever road he follow. He drew off, smiling shrewdly. You may live, my son, to be yourself called fanatique. Then you will know how little the boy broke in. You are pretty wide of the mark this time. Ah, perhaps. But there are more trails than the Yukon for a fanatique. You have there something to show me. I promised the girl that cried so, I promised her to bring the sister this. He had pulled out the picture. In spite of the careful wrapping, it had got rather crumpled. The father looked at it, and then a swift glance passed between him and the boy. You could see it was like pulling out teeth to part with it. Can it go up there till the sister sends for it? Father Brashay nodded, and the gorgeous worldling, counseling all men to smoke Kentucky leaf, was set up in the high place of honor on the mantel shelf, beside a print of the Madonna and the Holy Child. Nicholas cheered up at this, and old Chief stopped wiping his eyes. While the boy stood at the mantel with his back to Father Brashay, acting on a sudden impulse, he pulled the ivory pen rest out of his shirt, and stuck its various parts together, saying as he did so, "She sent an offering to you, too. If the old chief and I fail to convince you of our penitence, we're all willing to let this gentleman plead for us." Whereupon he wheeled round and held up the woeful one before the father's eyes. The priest grasped the offering with an almost convulsive joy, and instantly turned his back that the Pymuse might not see the laugh that twisted up his humorous old features. The penitents looked at each other, and telegraphed in Pymuse that after all the boy had come up to time. The father had refused the valuable lynx skin and Nicola's superior spoon, but was ready, it appeared, to look with favor on anything the boy offered. But very seriously the priest turned round upon the Pymuse. "I will just say a word to you before we wash and go into supper." With a kindly gravity he pronounced a few simple sentences about the gentleness of Christ with the ignorant, but how offended the Heavenly Father was when those who knew the true God descended to idolatrous practices, and how entirely he could be depended upon to punish wicked people. Old Chief nodded vigorously and with sudden excitement. "Me just like God. Hein. Oh, yes. Me no stan wicked people. When me young me kill 2 old squaws, witches." With an outward gesture of his lean claws he swept these wicked ones off the face of the earth, like a besom of the Lord. A sudden change had passed over the tired face of the priest. "Go, go," he called out, driving the Pymuse forth as one shoos chickens out of a garden. "Go to the schoolhouse and get fed, for it's all you seem able to get there." But the perplexed flight of the Pymuse was arrested. Brother Paul and Brother Etienne blocked the way with a stretcher. They all stood back to let the little procession come in. Nobody noticed them further, but the Paimus scuttled away the instant they could get by. The boy, equally forgotten, sat down in a corner, while the three priests conferred in low-voiced French over the prostrate figure. Father Brachet, a weak voice came up from the floor. Brother Paul hurried out, calling Brother Etienne softly from the door. "I am here." The superior came from the foot of the pallet, and knelt down near the head. "You remember what you said last July? About making restitution?" "Yes." "Well, I can do it now." "I am glad. I've brought you the papers. That's why I had to come. Will you take them out of my..." The priest unbuckled a travel-stained buckskin miner's belt and laid it on the floor. All the many pockets were empty save the long one in the middle. He unbuttoned the flap and took out some soiled, worn-looking papers. "Are these in proper form?" he asked, but the man seemed to have dropped into unconsciousness. Hurriedly the priest added, "There is no time to read them." "Ah. Mister, will you come and witness his last will and testament?" The boy got up and stood near. The man from Minuk opened his eyes. "Here." The priest had got writing materials, and put a pen into the slack hand, with a block of letter paper under it. I'm no lawyer," said the faint voice, "but I think it's all in shape. Anyhow, you write, and I'll sign." He half closed his eyes, and the paper slipped from under his hand. The boy caught it, and set down the faint words, "Will and bequeath to John M. Berg, Kansas City, my right and title to claim number 11 above, Little Minuk, Yukon Ramparts," and the voice fell away into silence. They waited a moment, and the superior whispered, "Can you sign it?" The dull eyes opened. "Didn't I?" Father Brachet held him up. The boy gave him the pen and steadied the paper. "Thank you, Father. Obliged to you, too." He turned his dimming eyes upon the boy, who wrote his name in witness. "You going to Minuk?" "I hope so." The father went to the writing table, where he tied up and sealed the packet. "Anybody that's going to Minuk will have to hustle." The slang of everyday energy sounded strangely from dying lips, almost a whisper, and yet like a far-off bugle calling a captive to battle. The boy leaned down to catch the words, yet fainter, "Good claims going like hot cakes." "How much?" the boy asked, breathless. "Did you get out of yours?" "Waiting till summer." "Next summer." The eyelids fell. "So it isn't a fake after all." The boy stood up. "The camp's all right. You'll see. It will outboom the Klondike." "Ha! How long have you been making the trip?" "Since August." The wild flame of enterprise sunk in the heart of the hearer. "Since August. No cash for steamers, we had a canoe. She went to pieces up by..." The weak voice fell down into that deep gulf that yawns waiting for man's last word. "But there is gold at Minuk, you're sure? You've seen it?" The Father Superior locked away the packet and stood up. But the boy was bending down fascinated, listening at the white lips. "There is gold there," he repeated. Out of the gulf came faintly back like an echo, "Plenty o' gold there, plenty o' gold. Jerusalem." He stood up and found himself opposite the contemplative face of the priest. "We have neglected you, my son. Come upstairs to my room." They went out, the old head bent, and full of thought, the young head high, and full of dreams. Oh, to reach this my nook, where there was plenty of gold before the spring floods brought thousands. What did any risk matter? Think of the Paimus doing their 60 miles over the ice just to apologize to Father Brachet for being Paimus. This white man's penance would involve a greater mortification of the flesh. What then? The reward was proportionate, plenty of gold. The faint whisper filled the air. A little more hardship, and the long process of fortune building is shortened to a few months. No more office grind. No more anxiety for those one loves. Gold, plenty of gold, while one is young and can spend it gaily. Gold to buy back the orange grove, to buy freedom and power, to buy wings, and to buy happiness. On the stairs they passed Brother Paul and the native. "Supper in 5 minutes, Father." The Superior nodded. "There is a great deal to do," the native went on hurriedly to Paul. "We've got to bury Catherine tomorrow, and this man from my nook," agreed Paul, pausing with his hand on the door. Chapter 7 Kavik's crime. My little son, who looked from thoughtful eyes, and moved and spoke in quiet grown-up wise, having my law the 7th time disobeyed, I struck him, and dismissed with hard words and unkissed. Even with the plague and Brother Paul raging at the mission, even with everyone preoccupied by the claims of dead and dying, the boy would have been glad to prolong his stay had it not been for nagging thoughts of the colonel. As it was, with the mercury rapidly rising and the wind fallen, he got the Paimus on the trail next day at noon, spent what was left of the night at the Kachim, and set off for camp early the following day. He arrived something of a wreck, and with an enormous respect for the Yukon Trail. It did him good to sight the big chimney, and still more to see the big colonel putting on his snowshoes near the bottom of the hill, where the cabin trail met the river trail. When the boss of the camp looked up and saw the prodigal coming along, rather groggy on his legs, he just stood still a moment. Then he kicked off his web feet, turned back a few paces uphill, and sat down on a spruce stump, folded his arms, and waited. Was it the knapsack on his back that bowed him so? "Hello, Kentucky." But the colonel didn't look up till the boy got quite near, chanting in his tuneless voice, "Grasshopper set N on a sweet potato vine, sweet potato vine, sweet potato vine. What's the matter, hey, Colonel? Sorry as all that to see me back." "Reckon it's the kind o' sorrow I can bear," said the Colonel. "We thought you were dead. You ought to known me better. Were you just sending out a rescue party of one?" The Colonel nodded. That party would have started before, but I cut my foot with the axe the day you left. Where have you been, in the name o' the nation? Pymuan Holy Cross. Holy Cross. Holy Moses. You. Yes, and do you know, one thing I saw there gave me a serious nervous shock. That don't surprise me. What was it? Sheets. When I came to go to bed, a real bed, Colonel, on legs, I found I was expected to sleep between sheets, and I just about fainted. That the only shock you had? No, I had several. I saw an angel. I tell you straight, Colonel, you can bank on what I'm saying, that Jesuit outfit's all right. Oh, you think so? The rejoinder came a little sharply. Yes, sir, I just do. I think I'd be bigoted not to admit it. So, you'll be thick as peas in a pod with the priests now. Well, I'm the one that can afford to be. They won't convert me. And, from my point of view, it don't matter what a man is as long's he's a decent fella. The Colonel's only answer was to plunge obliquely uphill. Say, boss, wait for me. The Colonel looked back. The boy was holding on to a scrub willow that put up wiry twigs above the snow. Feel as if I'd never get up the last rungs o' this darn ice ladder. Tired. Something of a walk to Holy Cross even on a nice mild day like this. The Colonel made the reflection with obvious satisfaction, took off his knapsack, and sat down again. The boy did the same. The very day you lit out Father Orloff came up from the Russian mission. What's he like? Oh, little fella in petticoats, with a beard and a high pot hat, like a Russian. And that same afternoon we had a half-breed trader fella here, with 2 white men. Since that day we haven't seen a human creature. We bought some furs of the trader. Where'd you get yours? Pymu. Any news about the strike? Well, the trader fella was sure it was all gammon, and told us stories of men who'd sacrificed everything and joined a stampede, and got sold badly. But the 2 crazy whites with him, miners from Dakota, they were on fire about Minot. Kept on bragging they had'n cold feet, and swore they'd get near to the diggins as their dogs take 'em. The half-breed said they might do 100 miles more, but probably wouldn't get beyond Anvik. Crazy fools. I tell you. To travel even 30 miles on the Yukon in winter, even with a bully team and old Nick to drive 'em, and not an extra ounce on your back, I tell you, Colonel, it's no joke. Believe you, Sonny. It wasn't 30 seconds before Sonny was adding, did that half-breed think it was any use our trying to get dogs? Ain't to be had now for love or money. Lord, Colonel, if we had a team, yes, I know. We'll probably owe our lives to the fact that we haven't. It suddenly occurred to the boy that, although he had just done a pretty good tramp and felt he'd rather die than go 50 feet further, it was the Colonel who was most tired. How's everybody? Oh, I suppose we might all of us be worse off. What's the matter? He was so long answering that the boy's eyes turned to follow the serious outward gaze of the older man, even before he lifted one hand and swept it down the hill and out across the dim, grey prospect. "This," said the colonel. Their eyes had dropped down that last stretch of the steep snow slope, across the 2 miles of frozen river, and ran half round the white horizon line, like creatures in a cage. Whether they liked it or whether they didn't, for them there was no way out. "It's the awful stillness." The colonel arraigned the distant ice plains. They sat there looking, listening, as if they hoped their protest might bring some signal of relenting. No creature, not even a crystal-coated willow twig, nothing on all the ice-bound earth stirred by as much as a hair, no mark of man past or present broke the grey monotony, no sound but their 2 voices disturbed the stillness of the world. It was a quiet that penetrated, that pricked to vague alarm. Already both knew the sting of it well. "It's the kind of thing that gets on a fella's nerves," said the colonel. "I don't know as I ever felt helpless in any part of the world before. But a man counts for precious little up here. Do you notice how you come to listen to the silence?" "Oh, yes, I've noticed." "Stop." Again he lifted his hand, and they strained their ears. "I've done that by the hour since you left and the daft gold diggers went up trail after you. The other fellas feel it, too. Don't know what we'd have done without Kavik. Think we ought to keep that kid, you know. I could get on without Kavik if only we had some light. It's this villainous twilight that gets into my head. All the same, you know," he stood up suddenly, "we came expecting to stand a lot, didn't we?" The elder man nodded. "Big game, big stakes. It's all right. Eventless enough after this, except for the passing of an Indian or 2, the days crawled by. The boy would get up first in the morning, rake out the dead ashes, put on a couple of back logs, bank them with ashes, and then build the fire in front. He broke the ice in the water bucket, and washed, filled coffee pot and mush kettle with water, or ice, and swung them over the fire. Then he mixed the corn bread, put it in the Dutch oven, covered it with coals, and left it to get on with its baking. Sometimes this part of the program was varied by his mixing a hoe cake on a board, and setting it up to do in front of the fire. Then he would call the colonel, "Wake up massa, de day am breakin', peas in de pot, and a hoe cake bakin'," for it was the colonel's affair to take up proceedings at this point, make the coffee and the mush and keep it from burning, fry the bacon, and serve up breakfast. Saturday brought a slight variation in the early morning routine. The others came straggling in, as usual, but once a week Mac was sure to be first, for he had to get Kavik up. Mac's view of his whole duty to man seemed to center in the Saturday scrubbing of Kavik. Vainly had the Esquimaux stood out against compliance with this most repulsive of foreign customs. He seemed to be always ready with some deep-laid scheme for turning the edge of Mac's iron resolution. He tried hiding at the bottom of the bed. It didn't work. The next time he crouched far back under the lower bunk. He was dragged out. Another Saturday he embedded himself, like a moth, in a bundle of old clothes. Mac shook him out. He had been very sanguine the day he hid in the library. This was a wooden box nailed to the wall on the right of the door. Most of the bigger books, Byron, Wordsworth, Dana's Mineralogy and 2 Bibles, he had taken out and concealed in the lower bunk very skillfully, far back behind the Colonel's feet. Cobb's Mining and the 2 works on parliamentary law piled at the end of the box served as a pillow. After climbing in and folding himself up into an incredibly small space, Kavik managed with superhuman skill to cover himself neatly with a patchwork quilt of Munsey, Scribner, Century, Strand, and Overland for August, '97. No one would suspect, glancing into that library, that underneath the usual top layer of light reading, was matter less august than law, poetry, science, and revelation. It was the bass Byron, tipping the wink to Mac out of the back of the bunk, that betrayed Kavik. It became evident that father began to take a dour pride in the kid's perseverance. One morning he even pointed out to the camp the strong likeness between Kavik and Robert Bruce. No, sir, the Scottish chief had to have an object lesson, but Kavik, Lord, Kavik could give points to any spider living. This was on the morning that the Esquire thought to escape scrubbing, even at the peril of his life, by getting up onto the swing shelf. How, no man ever knew. But there he sat in terror, like a very young monkey in a wind-rocked tree, hardly daring to breathe, his arms clasped tight round the demijohn, but having Mac to deal with. The end of it was that he always got washed, and equally always he seemed to register a vow that, help him, heaven, it should never happen again. After breakfast came the clearing up. It should have been done, under this regime, by the little cabin men, but it seldom was. A Flynn was expected to keep the well hole in the river chopped open and to bring up water every day. This didn't always happen either, though to drink snow water was to invite scurvy, Father Wills said. There was also a daily need, if the Colonel could be believed, for everybody to chop firewood. We got enough was Pot's invariable opinion. For how long? Suppose we get scurvy and can't work, we'd freeze to death in a fortnight. Never saw a fireplace swallow logs whole and never blink like this one. But you got no objection to sitting by while the log swallowing goes on. The Colonel or the boy cooked the eternal beans, bacon and mush dinner. After whatever desultory work was done, as a matter of fact, there was extraordinarily little to occupy 5 able-bodied men. The fun of snowshoeing, mitigated by frostbite, quickly degenerated from a sport into a mere means of locomotion. 1 or 2 of the party went hunting, now and then, for the scarce squirrel and the shy ptarmigan. They tried, with signal lack of success, to catch fish, Indian fashion, through a hole in the ice. But, for the most part, as winter darkened round them, they lounged from morning till night about the big fireplace, and smoked, and growled, and played cards, and lived as men do, finding out a deal about each other's characters, something about each other's opinions, and little or nothing about each other's history. In the appalling stillness of the long Arctic night, any passerby was hailed with enthusiasm, and although the food supply in the big cabin was plainly going to run short before spring, no traveler, white, Indian, or Esquimaux, was allowed to go by without being warmed and fed, and made to tell where he came from and whither he was bound, questions to tax the sage. Their unfailing hospitality was not in the least unexpected or unusual, being a virtue practiced even by scoundrels in the great Northwest, but it strained the resources of the little camp, a fourth of whose outfit lay under the Yukon ice. In the state of lowered vitality to which the poor, ill-cooked food, the cold and lack of exercise, was slowly reducing them, they talked to one another less and less as time went on, and more, silently and each against his will, grew hypersensitive to the shortcomings and even to the innocent ways of the other fellow. Not Mac's inertia alone, but his trick of sticking out his jaw became an offense, his rasping voice a torture. The boy's occasional ebullition of spirits was an outrage, the Colonel's mere sighs intolerable. O'Flynn's brogue, which had amused them, grew to be just part of the hardship and barbarism that had overtaken them like an evil dream, coercing, subduing all the forces of life. Only Kavik seemed likely to come unscathed through the ordeal of the winter's captivity, only he could take the best place at the fire, the best morsel at dinner, and not stir angry passions, only he dared rouse Mac when the Nova Scotian fell into one of his bear-with-a-sore-head moods. Kavik put a stop to his staring angrily by the hour into the fire, and set him to whittling out boats and a top, thereby providing occupation for the morrow, since it was one man's work to break Kavik of spinning the one on the table during mealtime, and sailing the other in the drinking water bucket at all times when older eyes weren't watching. The Colonel wrote up his journal, and read the midsummer magazines and Byron. In the face of Mac's "I do not like Byron's thought, I do not consider him healthy or instructive." In one of his more energetic moods the Colonel made a four-footed cricket for Kavik, who preferred it to the high stool, and always sat on it except at meals. Once in a while, when for hours no word had been spoken except some broken reference to a royal flush or a jackpot, or O'Flynn had said, "Bedad, I'll go it alone," or Potts had inquired anxiously, "Got the joker?" "Guess I'm euchred," then the boy in desperation would catch up Kavik, balance the child on his head, or execute some other gymnastic, soothing the solemn little heathen's ruffled feelings, afterwards, by crooning out a monotonous plantation song. It was that kind of addition to the general gloom that, at first, would fire O'Flynn to raise his own spirits, at least, by roaring out an Irish ditty. But this was seldomer as time went on. Even Jimmy's brogue suffered, and grew less robust. In a depressed sort of way Mac was openly teaching Kavik his letters, and surreptitiously, down in the little cabin, his prayers. He was very angry when Potts and O'Flynn eavesdropped and roared at Kavik's struggles with our father. In fact, Kavik did not shine as a student of civilization, though that told less against him with O'Flynn, than the fact that he wasn't jolly and jump about, like white children. Moreover, Jimmy swore there was something bogey about the boy's intermittent knowledge of English. Often for days he would utter nothing but "father" or more when he wanted his plate replenished, then suddenly he would say something that nobody could remember having taught him or even said in his presence. It was not to be denied that Kavik loved sugar mightily, and stole it when he could. Mac lectured him and slapped his minute yellow hands, and Kavik stole it all the same. When he was bad, that is, when he had eaten his daily fill of the camp's scanty store, in such a little place it was not easy to hide from such a hunter as Kavik, he was taken down to the little cabin, smacked, and made to say "Our Father." Nobody could discover that he minded much, though he learned to try to shorten the ceremony by saying "I solely" all the way to the cabin. As a rule he was strangely undemonstrative, but in his own grave little fashion he conducted life with no small intelligence, and learned, with an almost uncanny quickness, each man's uses from the Kavik point of view. The only person he wasn't sworn friends with was the handyman, and there came to be a legend current in the camp, that Kavik's first attempt at spontaneously stringing a sentence under that roof was, "Me got no use for pots." The best thing about Kavik was that his was no craven soul. He was obliged to steal the sugar because he lived with white people who were bigger than he, and who always took it away when they caught him. But once the sugar was safe under his shirt, he owned up without the smallest hesitation, and took his smacking like a man. For the rest, he flourished, filled out, and got as fat as a seal, but never a whit less solemn. One morning the colonel announced that now the days had grown so short, and the trio were so late coming to breakfast, and nobody did any work to speak of, it would be a good plan to have only 2 meals a day. The motion was excessively unpopular, but it was carried by a plain, and somewhat alarming, exposition of the state of supplies. "We oughtn't to need as much food when we lazy round the fire all day," said the colonel. But Potts retorted that they'd need a lot more if they went on adopting the Aborigines. They knocked off supper, and all but the Aborigine knew what it meant sometimes to go hungry to bed. Towards the end of dinner one day late in December, when everybody else had finished except for coffee and pipe, the Aborigine held up his empty plate. "Haven't you had enough?" asked the colonel mildly, surprised at Kavik's bottomless capacity. "More." Still the plate was extended. "There isn't a drop of syrup left," said Potts, who had drained the can, and even wiped it out carefully with halves of hot biscuit. "He don't really want it. Mustn't open a fresh can till tomorrow." "No, sirree. We've only got, besides, he'll bust." Kavik meanwhile, during this paltry discussion, had stood up on the high stool father had made for him, and personally inspected the big mush pot. Then he turned to Mac, and, pointing a finger like a straw, "Nothing could fatten those infinitesimal hands," he said gravely and fluently, "more in a plenty bowl. Yes, more mush, but no more syrup." The round eyes traveled to the store corner. We'll have to open a fresh can sometime, what's the odds? Mac got up, and not only Kavik watched him, for syrup was a luxury not expected every day. Every neck had craned, every pair of eyes had followed anxiously to that row of rapidly diminishing tins, all that was left of the things they all liked best, and they still this side of Christmas. What you rubbernecking about? Mac snapped at the boy as he came back with the fresh supply. This unprovoked attack was ample evidence that Mac was uneasy under the eyes of the camp, angry at his own weakness, and therefore the readier to dare anybody to find fault with him. "How can I help watching you?" said the boy. Mac lifted his eyes fiercely. "I'm fascinated by your winning ways, we're all like that." Kavik had meanwhile made a prosperous voyage to the Plenty Bowl, and returned to Mac's side, an absurd little figure in a strange priest-like cassock buttoned from top to bottom, a waistcoat of Mac's, and a jacket of the boy's, which was usually falling off, and trailed on the ground when it wasn't, and whose sleeves were rolled up in inconvenient muffs. Still, with a gravity that did not seem impaired by these details, he stood clutching his plate anxiously with both hands, while down upon the corn mush descended a slender golden thread, manipulated with a fine skill to make the most of its sweetness. It curled and spiraled, and described the kind of involved and long-looped flourishes which the grave and reverend of 100 years ago wrote jauntily underneath the most sober names. Lovingly the dark eyes watched the engrossing process. Even when the attenuated thread was broken, and the golden rain descended in slow, infrequent drops, Kavik stood waiting, always for just one drop more. "That's enough, greedy. Now go away and gobble." But Kavik daintily skimmed off the syrupy top, and left his mush almost as high a hill as before. It wasn't long after the dinner, things had been washed up, and the Colonel settled down to the magazines. He was reading the advertisements now, that Potts drew out his watch. "Golly! Do you fellas know what o'clock it is?" He held the open timepiece up to Mac. "Hardly middle o' the afternoon. All these hours before bedtime, and nothing to eat till tomorrow. Why, you've just finished, but look at the time." The Colonel said nothing. Maybe he had been a little previous with dinner today, it was such a relief to get it out of the way. Oppressive as the silence was, the sound of Potts's voice was worse, and as he kept on about how many hours it would be till breakfast, the Colonel said to the boy, "Johnny, get your gun and we'll go out." In these December days, before the watery sun had set, the great, rich-colored moon arose, having now in her resplendent fullness quite the air of snuffing out the sun. The pale and heavy-eyed day was put to shame by this brilliant night lamp, that could cast such heavy shadows, and by which men might read. The instant the big cabin door was opened, Kavik darted out between the Colonel's legs, threw up his head like a Siwash dog, sniffed at the frosty air and the big orange moon, flung up his heels, and tore down to the forbidden, the fascinating fish hole. If he hadn't got snared in his trailing coat he would have won that race. When the two hunters had captured Kavik, and shut him indoors, they acted on his implied suggestion that the fish trap ought to be examined. They chopped away the fresh-formed ice. Empty, as usual. It had been very nice, and neighborly, of Nicholas, as long ago as the 1st of December, to bring the big, new, cornucopia-shaped trap down on his sled on the way to the Ikogimu festival. It had taken a long time to cut through the thick ice, to drive in the poles, and fasten the slight fencing, in such relation to the mouth of the sunken trap, that all well-conducted fish ought easily to find their way thither. As a matter of fact, they didn't. Potts said it was because the boy was always hauling out the trap to sea, but what good would it be to have it full of fish and not know? They had been out about an hour when the colonel brought down a ptarmigan, and said he was ready to go home. The boy hesitated. Going to give in, and cook that bird for supper. It was a tempting proposition, but the colonel said, rather sharply, "No, sir. Got to keep him for a Christmas turkey." "Well, I'll just see if I can make it a brace." The colonel went home, hung his trophy outside to freeze, and found the trio had decamped to the little cabin. He glanced up anxiously to see if the demijohn was on the shelf. Yes, and Kavik sound asleep in the bottom bunk. The colonel would climb up and have 40 winks in the top one before the boy got in for their game of chess. He didn't know how long he had slept when a faint scratching pricked through the veil of slumber, and he said to himself, "Kavik's on a raid again," but he was too sodden with sleep to investigate. Just before he dropped off again, however, opening a heavy eye, he saw Potts go by the bunk, stop at the door and listen. Then he passed the bunk again, and the faint noise recommenced. The colonel dropped back into the gulf of sleep, never even woke for his chess, and in the morning the incident had passed out of his mind. Just before dinner the next day the boy called out, "See here. Who's spilled the syrup?" "Spilt it." "Syrup?" "No, it don't seem to be spilt, either." He patted the ground with his hand. "You don't mean that new can, not a drop in it?" He turned it upside down. Every eye went to Kavik. He was sitting on his cricket by the fire waiting for dinner. He returned the accusing looks of the company with self-possession. "Come here." He got up and trotted over to father. "Have you been to the syrup?" Kavik shook his head. "You must have been." "No." "You sure?" He nodded. "How did it go, all away, do you know?" Again the silent denial. Kavik looked over his shoulder at the dinner preparations, and then went back to his cricket. It was the best place from which to keep a strict eye on the cook. The gentleman don't feel conversational wid a pint o' syrup in his inside. I tell you he'd be curled up with colic if he, well, said a Flynn hopefully, bide a bit. He ain't looking very brash. Come here. Kavik got up a second time, but with less alacrity. Have you got a pain? He stared. Does it hurt you there? Kavik doubled up suddenly. He's awful ticklish, said the boy. Mac frowned with perplexity, and Kavik retired to the cricket. Does the can leak anywhere? That excuse won't hold water, cause the can will. The Colonel had just applied the test. Besides, it would have leaked onto something, Mac agreed. Oh, well, let's mosey along with our dinner, said Potts. It's gettin' pretty serious, remarked the Colonel. We can't afford to lose a pint o' syrup. No, sirree, we can't, but there's one thing about Kavik, said the boy, he always owns up. Look here, kiddie, don't say no, don't shake your head till you've thought. Now, think hard. Kavik's air of profound meditation seemed to fill every requirement. Did you take the awful good syrup and eat it up? Kavik was in the middle of a head shake when he stopped abruptly. The boy had said he wasn't to do that. Nobody had seemed pleased when he said no. I believe we're on the right track. He's remembering. Think again. You are a tip-top man at finding sugar, aren't you? Yes, Finchar. Kavik modestly admitted his prowess in that direction. And you get hungry in the early morning. Yes, he would go so far as to admit that he did. You go skylarking about, and you remember the syrup can. And you get hold of it, didn't you? Tumala. You mean yesterday, this morning? Sure. Kavik blinked. Wait and think. Yesterday this was full. You remember Mac opened it for you? Kavik nodded. And now, you see, he turned the can bottom side up, all gone. Oh, murmured Kavik with an accent of polite regret. Then, with recovered cheerfulness, he pointed to the store corner, more. Potts laughed in his irritating way, and Mac's face got red. Things began to look black for Kavik. Say, fellas, see here. The boy hammered the lid on the can with his fist, and then held it out. It was put away shut up, for I shut it, and even one of us can't get that lid off without a knife or something to pry it. The company looked at the small hands doubtfully. They were none too little for many a forbidden feat. How had he got on the swing shelf? How, ye see, Crather, it must you've been yourself, because there isn't anybody else. Look here, said the Colonel, we'll forgive you this time if you'll own up. Just tell us, Kavik. Again that journey from the cricket to the judgment seat. Show us. Mac had taken the shut tin, and now held it out. Show us how you got the lid off. But Kavik turned away. Mac seized him by the shoulder and jerked him round. Everyone felt it to be suspicious that Kavik was unwilling even to try to open the all too attractive can. Was he really cunning, and did he want not to give himself away? Wasn't he said to be much older than he looked? And didn't he sometimes look 100, and wise for his years? See here, I haven't caught you in a lie yet, but if I do, Kavik stared, drew a long breath, and seemed to retire within himself. You'd better attend to me, for I mean business. Kavik, recalled from internal communing, studied father a moment, and then retreated to the cricket, as to a haven now, hastily and with misgiving, tripping over his trailing coat. Mac stood up. "Wait, old man." The colonel stooped his big body till he was on a level with the staring round eyes. "Yo see, child, yo can't have any dinner till we find out who took the syrup." The little yellow face was very serious. He turned and looked at the still smoking plenty bowl. "Are yo hungry?" He nodded, got up briskly, held up his train, and dragged his high stool to the table, scrambled up, and established himself. "Look at that," said the colonel triumphantly. "That youngster hasn't just eaten a pint o' syrup." Mac was coming slowly up behind Kavik with a face that nobody liked looking at. "Oh, let the brat alone, and let's get to our grub," said Potts, with an extreme nervous irritation. Mac swept Kavik off the stool. "You come with me." Only one person spoke after that till the meal was nearly done. That one had said, "Yes, father," and followed Mac, dinnerless, out to the little cabin. The colonel set aside a plateful for each of the two absent ones, and cleared away the things. Potts stirred the fire in a shower of sparks, picked up a book and flung it down, searched through the sewing kit for something that wasn't lost, and then went to the door to look at the weather, so he said. A Flynn sat dozing by the fire. He was in the way of the washing up. "Stir your stumps, Jimmy," said the colonel, "and get us a bucket of water." Sleepily a Flynn gave it as his opinion that he'd be damned if he did. With unheard of alacrity, "I'll go," said Potts. The colonel stared at him, and, by some trick of the brain, he had a vision of Potts listening at the door the night before, and then resuming that clinking, scratching sound in the corner, the store corner. "Hand me over my parkie, will you?" Potts said to the boy. He pulled it over his head, picked up the bucket, and went out. "Seems kinda restless, don't he?" "Yes." "Colonel, hey?" "Nothing." 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour went by. "Funny Mac don't come for his dinner, isn't it? S'pose I go and look him up." "S'pose you do." Not far from the door he met Mac coming in. "Well," said the boy, meaning, "Where's the kid?" "Well," Mac echoed defiantly. "I lammed him, as I'd have lammed Robert Bruce if he'd lied to me." The boy stared at this sudden incursion into history, but all he said was, "Your dinner's waiting." The minute Mac got inside he looked round hungrily for the child. Not seeing him, he went over and scrutinized the tumbled contents of the bunks. "Where's Kavik?" "P'raps you'll tell us." "You mean he isn't here?" Mac wheeled round sharply. "Here? He didn't come back here for his dinner. Haven't seen him since you took him out." Mac made for the door. The boy followed. "Kavik," each called in turn. It was quite light enough to see if he were anywhere about, although the watery sun had sunk full half an hour before. The fantastically huge full moon hung like a copper shield on a steel blue wall. "Do you see anything?" whispered Mac. "No." "Who's that yonder?" "Potts, get in water." The boy was bending down looking for tracks. Mac looked, too, but ineffectually, feverishly. "Isn't Potts calling?" "I knew he would if he saw us. He's never carried a bucket uphill yet without help. See, there are the kids' tracks going. We must find some turned the other way." They were near the little cabin now. "Here!" shouted the boy, and, yes, here again. And so it was. Clean and neatly printed in the last light snowfall showed the little footprints. "We're on the right trail now." "Kavik." Through his parkie the boy felt a hand close vice-like on his shoulder, and a voice, not like Mac Cann's, going straight down to the fish trap hole. The two dashed forward, down the steep hill, the boy saying breathless as they went, "And Potts, where's Potts?" He had vanished, but there was no time to consider how or where. "Kavik! Kavik!" And as they got to the river, "Think I hear, so do I, coming. Coming. Hold on tight. Coming, Kavik." They made straight for the big open fish hole. Farther away from the little cabin, and nearer the bank, was the small well hole. Between the two they noticed, as they raced by, the water bucket hung on that heavy piece of driftwood that had frozen aslant in the river. Mac saw that the bucket rope was taut, and that it ran along the ice and disappeared behind the big funnel of the fish trap. The sound was unmistakable now, a faint, choked voice calling out of the hole, "Help! Coming! Hold tight!" Half a minute. And how it was done or who did it nobody quite knew, but Potts, still clinging by one hand to the bucket rope, was hauled out and laid on the ice before it was discovered that he had Kavik under his arm, Kavik, stark and unconscious, with the round eyes rolled back till one saw the whites and nothing more. Mac picked the body up and held it head downwards, laid it flat again, and, stripping off the great sodden jacket, already beginning to freeze, fell to putting Kavik through the action of artificial breathing. "We must get them up to the cabin first thing," said the boy. But Mac seemed not to hear. "Don't you see Kavik's face is freezing?" Still Mac paid no heed. Potts lifted a stiff, uncertain hand, and, with a groan, let it fall heavily on his own cheek. "Come on, I'll help you in, anyhow, Potts. Can't walk in this damned wet fur." With some difficulty, having dragged off Potts' soaked parkie, already stiffening unmanageably, the boy tried to get him on his feet. "Once you're in the cabin you're all right." But the benumbed and miserable Potts kept his eyes on Kavik, as if hypnotized by the strange new death look in the little face. "Well, I can't carry you up," said the boy, and after a second he began to rub Potts furiously, glancing over now and then to see if Kavik was coming to, while Mac, dumb and tense, labored on without success. Potts, under the boy's ministering, showed himself restored enough to swear feebly. "H. Ray! my man's coming round. How's yours? No answer, but he could see that the sweat poured off Mac's face as he worked unceasingly over the child. The boy pulled Potts into a sitting posture. It was then that Mac, without looking up, said, "Run and get whiskey. Run like hell." When he got back with the Colonel and the whiskey, a Flynn floundering in the distance, Potts was feebly striking his breast with his arms, and Mac still bent above the motionless little body. They tried to get some of the spirit down the child's throat, but the tight clenched teeth seemed to let little or nothing pass. The stuff ran down towards his ears and into his neck. But Mac persisted, and went on pouring, drop by drop, whenever he stopped trying to restore the action of the lungs. A Flynn just barely managed to get a swig for Potts in the interval, though they all began to feel that Mac was working to bring back something that had gone forever. The boy went and bent his face down close over the rigid mouth to feel for the breath. When he got up he turned away sharply, and stood looking through tears into the fish hole, saying to himself, "Yukon Inure has taken him. He was in too long." Potts' teeth were chattering, and he looked unspeakably wretched. When my arm got numb I couldn't keep his head up, and he swallowed more whiskey. "You fellas oughtn't to have left that damn trap up." "What's that got to do with it?" said the boy guiltily. "Kavik knew it ought to be catchin' fish. When I came down he was crying and pullin' the trap backwards towards the hole. Then he slipped." "Come, Mac," said the Colonel quietly, "let's carry the little man to the cabin." "No, no, not yet, stuffy heat isn't what he wants," and he worked on. They got Potts up on his feet. "I called out to you fellas. Didn't you hear me?" "Why yes, but we didn't understand." "Well, you'd better have come. It's too late now." A Flynn half dragged, half carried him up to the cabin, for he seemed unable to walk in his frozen trousers. The Colonel and the boy by a common impulse went a little way in the opposite direction across the ice. "What can we do, Colonel?" "Nothing. It's not a bit o' use." They turned to go back. "Well, the duckin' will be good for Potts' parky, anyhow," said the boy in an angry and unsteady voice. "What do you mean?" "When he asked me to hand it to him I nearly stuck fast to it. It's all over syrup, and we don't wear furs at our meals." "Ch." The Colonel stopped with a face of loathing. "Yes, he was the only one of us that didn't bully the kid today. Couldn't go that far, but couldn't own up. Potts is a cur." "Yes, sir." Then, after an instant's reflection, "But he's a cur that can risk his life to save a kid he don't care a damn for." They went back to Mac, and found him pretty well worn out. The Colonel took his place, but was soon pushed away. Mac understood better, he said, had once brought a chap round that everybody said was dead. He wasn't dead. The great thing was not to give in. A few minutes after, Kavik's eyelids fluttered, and came down over the upturned eyeballs. "Mac, with a cry that brought a lump to the colonel's throat, gathered the child up in his arms and ran with him up the hill to the cabin. 3 hours later, when they were all sitting round the fire, Kavik dosed, and warm, and asleep in the lower bunk, the door opened, and in walked a white man followed by an Indian. "I'm George Benham." They had all heard of the Anvik trader, a man of some wealth and influence, and they made him welcome. The Indian was his guide, he said, and he had a team outside of 7 dogs. He was going to the steamship Oklahoma on some business, and promised Father Wills of Holy Cross that he'd stop on the way, and deliver a letter to Mr. McCann. Stop on the way? I should think so. We were going to have supper tonight, anyhow, and you'll stay and sleep here. All Mac's old suspicions of the Jesuits seemed to return with the advent of that letter. "I'll read it presently." He laid it on the mantel shelf, between the sewing kit and the tobacco can, and he looked at it, angrily, every now and then, while he helped to skin Mr. Benham. That gentleman had thrown back his hood, pulled off his great moose skin gauntlets and his beaver-lined cap, and now, with a little help, dragged the drill parky over his head, and after that the fine lynx-bordered deerskin, standing revealed at last as a well-built fellow, of 38 or so, in a suit of mackinaws, standing 6 feet 2 in his heelless salmon-skin snow boots. "Bring in my traps, will you?" he said to the Indian, and then relapsed into silence. The Indian reappeared with his arms full. "Fine lot o' pelts you have there," said the colonel. Benham didn't answer. He seemed to be a close-mouthed kind of a chap. As the Indian sorted and piled the stuff in the corner, Potts said, "Got any furs you want to sell?" "No." "Where you taking 'em?" "Down to the Oklahoma." "All this stuff for Cap'n Rainey?" Benham nodded. "I reckon there's a mistake about the name, and he's Cap'n Tom Thumb or Commodore Nut." The boy had picked up a little parky made carefully of some very soft dark fur and trimmed with white rabbit, the small hood bordered with white fox. "That's a neat piece of work," said the colonel. Benham nodded. "One of the Shijiluk squaws can do that sort of thing." "What's the fur?" "Muskrat." And they talked of the weather, how the mercury last week had been solid in the trading post thermometer, so it was over 40 degrees, anyhow. "What's the market price of a coat like that?" Mac said suddenly. "That isn't a market coat. It's for a kid of Rainey's back in the States." Still Mac eyed it enviously. "What part of the world are you from, sir?" said the colonel when they had drawn up to the supper table. "San Francisco. Used to teach numbskulls Latin and mathematics in the Las Palmas High School." "What's the value of a coat like that, little one?" interrupted Mac. "Oh, about $20. The Shijiluks ask that much." Benham laughed. "If you asked the Shijiluks, they'd say 40. "You've been some time in this part of the world, I understand," said the colonel. 12 years. "Without going home?" "Been home twice. Only stayed a month." Couldn't stand it. "I'll give you $22 for that coat," said Mac. "I've only got that one, and as I think I said, I'll give you 24. It's an order, you see." "Rainey, I'll give you 26. Ben shook his head. "Sorry." "Yes, it's queer about the hold this country gets on you. The first year is hell, the second is purgatory, with glimpses of something else. The third, well, more and more, forever after, you realize the North's taken away any taste you ever had for civilization. That's when you've got the hang of things up here, when you've learned not to stay in your cabin all the time, and how to take care of yourself on the trail. But as for going back to the boredom of cities, no, thank you." Mac couldn't keep his eyes off the little coat. Finally, to enable him to forget it, as it seemed, he got up and opened Father Will's letter, devoured its contents in silence, and flung it down on the table. The Colonel took it up, and read aloud the father's thanks for all the White Camp's kindness to Kavik, and now that the sickness was about gone from Holy Cross, how the fathers felt that they must relieve their neighbors of further trouble with the little native. "I've said I'd take him back with me when I come upriver about Christmas. We'd be kind-o' lost, now, without the little beggar," said the boy, glancing sideways at Mac. "There's nothing to be got by luggin' him off to Holy Cross," answered that gentleman severely. "Unless it's Cloes," said Potts. "He's all right in the Cloes he's got," said Mac, with the air of one who closes an argument. He stood up, worn and tired, and looked at his watch. "You ain't going to bed this early," said Potts, quite lively and recovered from his cold bath. That was the worst of sleeping in the little cabin. Bedtime broke the circle. You left interesting visitors behind, and sometimes the talk was better as the night wore on. "Well, someone ought to wood up down yonder. Flynn, will you go?" Flynn was in the act of declining the honor. But Ben who had been saying, "It takes a year in the Yukon for a man to get onto himself," interrupted his favorite theme to ask, "Your other cabin like this?" Whereon, Flynn, shameless of the contrast in cabins, jumped up, and said, "Come and see, while I wood up." "You're very well fixed here," said Ben rising and looking round with condescension, "but men like you oughtn't to try to live without real bread. No one can live and work on baking powder." There was a general movement to the door, of which Ben was the center. "I tell you, a lump of sourdough, kept over to raise the next batch, is worth more in this country than a pocket full of gold." "I'll give you 28 for that muskrat coat," said Mac. Ben turned, stared back at him a moment, and then laughed. "Oh, well, I suppose I can get another made for Rainey before the first boat goes down." "Then is it on account o' the bread," the Colonel was saying, "that the old-timer calls himself a sourdough?" "All on account o' the bread." They crowded out after Ben "Coming." The boy, who was last, held the door open. Mac shook his head. It wasn't one of the bitter nights. They'd get down yonder, and talk by the fire, till he went in and disturbed them. That was all he had wanted. For Mac was the only one who had noticed that Kavik had waked up. He was lying as still as a mouse. Alone with him at last, Mac kept his eyes religiously turned away, sat down by the fire, and watched the sparks. By and by a head was put up over the board of the lower bunk. Mac saw it, but sat quite still. "Father." He meant to answer the appeal, half cleared his throat, but his voice felt rusty, it wouldn't turn out a word. Kavik climbed timidly, shakily out, and stood in the middle of the floor in his bare feet. "Father." He came a little nearer till the small feet sank into the rough brown curls of the buffalo. The child stooped to pick up his wooden cricket, wavered, and was about to fall. Mac shot out a hand, steadied him an instant without looking, and then set the cricket in front of the fire. He thereupon averted his face, and sat as before with folded arms. He hadn't deliberately meant to make Kavik be the first to show his hand after all that had happened, but something had taken hold of him and made him behave as he hadn't dreamed of behaving. It was, perhaps, a fear of playing the fool as much as a determination to see how much ground he'd lost with the youngster. The child was observing him with an almost feverish intensity. With eyes fixed upon the wooden face to find out how far he might venture, shakily he dragged the cricket from where Mac placed it, closer, closer, and as no terrible change in the unmoved face warned him to desist, he pulled it into its usual evening position between Mac's right foot and the fireplace. He sank down with a sigh of relief, as one who finishes a journey long and perilous. The fire crackled and the sparks flew gaily. Kavik sat there in the red glow, dressed only in a shirt, staring with incredulous, mournful eyes at the father who had, then, as Mac made no sign, he sighed again, and held out two little shaky hands to the blaze. Mac gave out a sound between a cough and a snort, and wiped his eyes on the back of his hand. Kavik had started nervously. "You cold?" asked Mac. Kavik nodded. "Hungry?" He nodded again, and fell to coughing. Mac got up and brought the newly purchased coat to the fire. "It's for you," he said, as the child's big eyes grew bigger with admiration. "Me? Me own coat?" He stood up, and his bare feet fluttered up and down feebly, but with huge delight. As the parkie was held ready, the child tumbled dizzily into it, and Mac held him fast an instant. In less than 5 minutes Kavik was once more seated on the cricket, but very magnificent now in his muskrat coat, so close up to Mac that he could lean against his arm, and eating out of a plenty bowl on his knees a discreet spoonful of mush drowned in golden syrup, a supper for a sultan if only there had been more. When he had finished, he set the bowl down, and, as a puppy might, he pushed at Mac's arm till he found a way in, laid his head down on father's knee with a contented sigh, and closed his heavy eyes. Mac put his hand on the cropped head and began, "About that empty syrup can." Kavik started up, shaking from head to foot. Was the obscure nightmare coming down to crush him again? Mac tried to soothe him. But Kavik, casting about for charms to disarm the awful fury of the white man, able to endure with dignity any reverse save that of having his syrup spilt, cried out, "I solely, solely." "Our father, I'm sorry, too," Kavik Mak interrupted, gathering the child up to him, "and we won't either of us do it any more." Chapter 8 Christmas Imlen Morkna, Mens Jordans Tracht Stralalies som Istjernidrugt. Imlen Bleven Jordans Gjaste Snatter det Julens Sodfest. It had been moved, seconded, and carried by acclamation that they should celebrate Christmas, not so much by a feast of reason as by a flow of soul and a bang-up dinner, to be followed by speeches and some sort of cheerful entertainment. "We're going to lay ourselves out on this entertainment," said the boy, with painful misgivings as to the bang-up dinner. Every time the banquet was mentioned somebody was sure to say, "Well, anyhow, there's Potts's cake," and that reflection never failed to raise the tone of expectation, for Potts's cake was a beauty, evidently very rich and fruity, and fitted by nature to play the noble part of plum pudding. But, in making out the bill of fare, facts had to be faced. "We've got our everyday little rations of beans and bacon, and we've got Potts's cake, and we've got one skinny ptarmigan to make a banquet for 6 hungry people. But we'll have a high old time, and if the bill o' fare is a little restricted, there's nothing to prevent our program of toasts, songs, and miscellaneous contributions from being rich and varied. And one thing we can get, even up here," the Colonel was looking at Kavik, "and that's a little Christmas tree." "Why yes," said Potts, "you can get a little tree, but you can't get the smallest kind of a little thing to hang on it." "Pshaw," said the boy, "it must be a surprise." And he took steps that it should be, for he began stealing away Kavik's few cherished possessions, his amulet, his top from under the bunk, his boats from out the water bucket, wherewith to mitigate the barrenness of the Yukon tree, and to provide a pleasant surprise for the Esquimau who mourned his playthings as gone forever. Of an evening now, after sleep had settled on Kavik's watchful eyes, the boy worked at a pair of little snowshoes, helped out by a ball of sinew he had got from Nicholas. Mac bethought him of the valuable combination of zoological and biblical instruction that might be conveyed by means of a Noah's Ark. He sat up late the last nights before the 25th, whittling, chipping, pegging in legs, sharpening beaks, and inking eyes, that the more important animals might be ready for the deluge by Christmas. The Colonel made the ark, and a Flynn took up a collection to defray the expense of the little new mucklucks he had ordered from Nicholas. They were to come shore by Christmas Eve, and a Flynn was in what he called a frightful fatigue as the short day of the 24th wore towards night, and never a sign of the one-eyed Pimew. Half a dozen times a Flynn had gone beyond the stockade to find out if he wasn't in sight, and finally came back looking intensely disgusted, bringing a couple of white travelers who had arrived from the opposite direction, very cold, one of them deaf, and with frostbitten feet, and both so tired they could hardly speak. Of course, they were made as comfortable as was possible, the frozen one rubbed with snow and bandaged, and both given bacon and cornbread and hot tea. "You oughtn't to let yourself get into a state like this," said Mac, thinking ruefully of these strangers' obvious inability to travel for a day or two, and of the Christmas dinner, to which Ben Malone had been bidden, by a great stretch of hospitality. "That's all very well," said the stranger, who shouted when he talked at all, "but how's a man to know his feet are going to freeze?" "You see," Sora Flynn explained absent-mindedly, "Mr. McCann didn't know your partner was deaf." This point of view seemed to thaw some of the frost out of the two wayfarers. They confided that they were Simon P. Hardy and Bill Schiff, fellow passengers in the Merwin, locked in the ice down below, and they'd mined side by side back in the States at Cripple Creek. "Yes, sir, and sailed for the Klondike from Seattle last July. And now at Christmas they were hoping that, with luck, they might reach the new Minnook diggings, 700 miles this side of the Klondike, before the spring rush." During this recital Flynn kept rolling his eyes absently. "There's a queer noise without." "It's the wind knockin' down your chimbley," says Mr. Hardy encouragingly. "It don't sound like Nicholas, anyhow. May the devil burn him in torment and ill fur disappointin' th kid." A rattle at the latch, and the Pimu opened the door. "Lord love ye! Ye reajul, Nicholas," screamed a Flynn, and the muclucs passed from one to the other so surreptitiously that for all Kavik's wide-eyed watchfulness he detected nothing. Nicholas supped with his white friends, and seemed bent on passing the night with them. He had to be bribed with tobacco and a new $50 to go home and keep Christmas in the bosom of his family. And still, at the door, he hesitated, drew back, and laid the silver coin on the table. "No. It nights. But it isn't really dark. Pretty soon heap dark. Why, I thought you natives could find your way day or night." "Yes. Find way. Then what's the matter?" Pimu no like dark, and it was not until Mac put on his own snowshoes and offered to go part of the way with him that Nicholas was at last induced to return home. The moment Kavik was ascertained to be asleep, Flynn displayed the muclucs. No mistake, they were dandies. The boy hung one of them up, by its long leg, near the child's head at the side of the bunk, and then conferred with Flynn. "The Colonel's made some little kind-o' sweet cake things for the tree. I could spare you one or two. Devil a doubt Kavik'll take it kindly, but for meself I'm thinking a potatoes a dale tastier." There was just one left in camp. It had rolled behind the flour sack, and Flynn had seized on it with rapture. Where everybody was in such need of vegetable food, nobody underestimated the magnificence of O'Flynn's offering, as he pushed the potato down into the toe of the mucluc. "Sure, the little haythen'll have a fine Christian Christmas with that same to roast in the coals, begorra," and they all went to bed save Mac, who had not returned, and the boy, who put on his furs, and went up the hill to the place where he kept the Christmas tree lodged in a cottonwood. He shook the snow off its branches, brought it down to the cabin, decorated it, and carried it back. Mac, Simon P. Hardy, and the frostbitten Schiff were waked, bright and early Christmas morning, by the boys screaming with laughter. The colonel looked down over the bunk's side, and the men on the buffalo skin looked up, and they all saw Kavik sitting in bed, holding in one hand an empty mukluk by the toe, and in the other a half-eaten raw potato. "Keep the rest of it to roast, anyhow, or O'Flynn's heart will be broken." So they deprived Kavik of the gnawed fragment, and consoled him by helping him to put on his new boots. When the little cabin contingent came in to breakfast, "Hello. What you got up on the roof?" says Potts. "Foot of earth and 3 feet o' snow." "But what's in the bundle?" "Bundle," echoes the boy. "If you put a bundle on the roof, I suppose you know what's in it," says the colonel severely. The occupants of the 2 cabins eyed each other with good-humored suspicion. "Thank you," says the boy, "but we're not taking any bundles today." "Call next door," advised the colonel. "You think we're trying to jolly you, but just go out and see for yourself." "No, sir, you've waked the wrong passenger." "They're trying it on us," said Potts, and subsided into his place at the breakfast table. During the later morning, while the colonel wrestled with the dinner problem, the boy went through the thick falling snow to see if the tree was all right, and the dogs had not appropriated the presents. Halfway up to the cottonwood, he glanced back to make sure Kavik wasn't following, and there, sure enough, just as the little cabin men had said, there below him on the broad-eaved roof was a bundle packed round and nearly covered over with snow. He went back eyeing it suspiciously. Whatever it was, it seemed to be done up in sacking, for a bit stuck out at the corner where the wind struck keen. The boy walked round the cabin looking, listening. Nobody had followed him, or nothing would have induced him to risk the derision of the camp. As it was, he would climb up very softly and lightly, and nobody but himself would be the wiser even if it was a Josh. He brushed away the snow, touching the thing with a mittened hand and a creepy feeling at his spine. It was precious heavy, and hard as iron. He tugged at the sacking. "Gee! If I don't believe it's meat." The lid of an old cardboard box was bound round the frozen mass with a string, and on the cardboard was written, "Moose and Christmas greeting from Kavik's friends at Holy Cross to Kavik's friends by the big chimney. H-Ray. H-Ray. Come out, you fellas. Hip. Hip. Hurrah!" And the boy danced a breakdown on the roof till the others had come out, and then he hurled the moose meat down over the stockade, and sent the placard flying after. They all gathered round Mac and read it. "Be the 7. Well, I swan. Don't forget, boy, you're not taking any. Just remember, if it hadn't been for me it might have stayed up there till spring. You run in, Kavik, or you'll have no ears." But that gentleman pulled up his hood and stood his ground. "How did it get on the roof, in the name o' the nation?" asked the colonel, stamping his feet. "Never hear of Santa Claus? Didn't I tell you, Kavik, he drove his reindeer team over the roofs? Did you hear any dogs go by in the night?" "I didn't. Nicholas brought it, I suppose, and was told to cash it up there. Maybe that's why he came late to give us a surprise. Don't believe it, we'd have heard him. Somebody from the mission came by in the night and didn't want to wake us, and saw there were dogs. It's froze too hard to cut, interrupted Salmon P. Hardy, who had been trying his jackknife on one end. It's too big to go in any mortal pot. And it'll take a month to thaw. They tried chopping it, but you could more easily chop a bolt of linen sheeting. The axe laboriously chewed out little bits and scattered shreds. Stop. We'll lose a lot that way. While they were lamenting this fact, and wondering what to do, the dogs set up a racket, and were answered by some others. Ben-Am was coming along at a rattling pace, his dogs very angry to find other dogs there, putting on airs of possession. We got all this moose meat, says Potts, when Ben-Am arrived on the scene, but we can't cut it. Of course not. Where's your handsaw? The boy brought it, and Mr. Ben-Am triumphantly sawed off 2 fine large steaks. Kavik scraped up the meat sawdust and ate it with grave satisfaction. With a huge steak in each hand, the colonel, beaming, led the procession back to the cabin. The boy and Mac cached the rest of the moose on the roof and followed. Fine team, that one o' yours, said Salmon P. Hardy to the trader. You'll get to my nook, anyhow. Not me. Hey. I'm not going that way. Mean to skip the country. Got cold feet? No. I'm satisfied enough with the country, said the trader quietly, and acknowledged the introduction to Mr. Schiff, sitting in bandages by the fire. Ben-Am turned back and called out something to his guide. I thought maybe you'd like some oysters for your Christmas dinner, he said to the colonel when he came in again, so I got a couple o' cans from the AC man down below, and a mighty whoop went up. The great rapture of that moment did not, however, prevent O'Flynn saying under his breath, Did ye be chanked, now, think of bringing a drop o', hey? No, says Ben-Am a little shortly. Ha! Ye say that like's if ye was a tater. Not me. But I find it no good to drink whiskey on the trail. Ah, says Salmon P. with interest, you prefer brandy. No, says Ben-Am, I prefer tea. Lord, now. Look at that. Drink spirit, and it's all very fine and reviving for a few minutes, but a man can't work on it. It's the one thing, sir, says O'Flynn with solemnity, it's the one thing on the top o' God's footstool that makes me feel like Udvurak. Not in this climate, and you're safe to take cold in the reaction. Cowed is ut. Faith, ye'll be telling us Mr. Schiff got his toes froze we'd set in too close to be the foyer. You don't seriously mean you go on the trail without any alcohol, asks the colonel. No, I don't go without, but I keep it on the outside of me, unless I have an accident. Salmon P. studied the trader with curiosity. A man with 7 magnificent dogs and a native servant, and the finest furs he'd ever seen. Here was either a capitalist from the outside or a man who had struck it rich on the inside. Been in long? Crossed the Chilkoot in June, 85. What? 12 years ago. Ben-Am nodded. Gosh. Then you've been in the Klondike. Not since the gold was found. And got a team like that outside, and not even going to my nook. Guess not. What made the fellas so damn satisfied? Only one explanation was possible. He'd found a mine without going even as far as my nook. He was a man to keep your eye on. A goodly aroma of steaming oysters and of grilling moose arose in the air. The boy set up the amended bill of fare, lit the Christmas candles, one at the top, one at the bottom of the board, and the colonel announced the first course, though it wasn't 1 o'clock, and they usually dined at 4. The soup was too absorbingly delicious to admit of conversation. The moose steaks had vanished like the snorreath in the thaw before anything much was said, save, nothing matter with moose, hey? Nop. Bet your life. The salmi of ptarmigan appeared as a great wash of gravy in which portions of the much cut-up bird swam in vain for their lives. But the high flat rim of the dish was plentifully garnished by fingers of cornbread, and the gravy was galoptious, so Potts said. Salmon P, having appeased the pangs of hunger, returned to his perplexed study of Ben-Am. Did I understand you to say you came into this country to prospect? Came down the Never Know What and prospected a whole summer at 40 Mile. What river did you come by? Same as you go by, the Yukon. Indians up yonder call it the Never Know What, and the more you find out about it, the better you think the name. Did you do any good at 40 Mile? Not enough to turn my head. So I tried the Koyukuk, and other diggings too. Hear that, Schiff, he roared at his bandaged friend. Never say die. This gentleman's been at it 12 years, tried more in one camp, but now, well, he's so well fixed he don't care a cuss about the Klondike. Schiff lit up and pulled hard at the cutty. A Flynn had taken Kavik to the fire, and was showing him how to roast half a petate in wood ashes, but he was listening to the story and putting in be the sivan, at appropriate moments. Schiff poured out a cloud of rank smoke. Gentlemen, he said, the best Klondike claims'll be potted. My nook's the camp o' the future. You'd better come along with us. Got no dogs, sighed the boy, but the two strangers looked hard at the man who hadn't that excuse. Ben-Am sat and idly watched preparations for the next course. Say, a nabob like you might give us a tip. How did you do the trick? Well, I'd been playing your game for 3 years. And no galley slave ever worked half as hard, that's it. Work like the devil for a couple o' years and then live like a lord forever after. Yes, well, when the time came for me to go into the lord business I had just $42.60 to set up on. What had you done with the rest? I'd spent the $5,000 my father left me, and I'd cleaned up just $42.60 in my 3 years mining. The announcement fell chill on the company. I was dead broke and I had no credit. I went home. But, Mac roused himself, You didn't stay, no, you don't stay, as a rule. Mac remembered Caribou. Get used to this kind o' thing, and miss it. Miss it so you came back, says Simon P., impatient of generalities. And one this time, whispered Schiff. For that is how every story must end. The popular taste in fiction is universal. A friend at home grub-staked me, and I came in again, came down on the high water in June. Prospected as long as my stuff lasted, and then, well, I didn't care about starving, I became an AC trader. A long pause. This was no climax, everybody waited. And now I'm on my own. I often make more money in a day trading with the Indians in furs, fish, and cordwood, than I made in my whole experience as a prospector and miner. A frost had fallen on the genial company. But even if you hadn't any luck, the boy suggested, you must have seen others. Oh, I saw some washing gravel that kept body and soul together, and I saw some that didn't. In the pause he added, remorseless, I helped to bury some of them. Your experience was unusual, or why do men come back year after year? Did you ever hear of a thing called hope? They moved uneasily on their stools, and some rubbed stubbly chins with perplexed, uncertain fingers, and they all glowered at the speaker. He was uncomfortable, this fellow. Well, there mayn't be as much gold up here as men think, but there's more hope than anywhere on earth. To hell with hope, give me certainty, says Simon P. Exactly. So you shuffle the cards, and laugh down the 5-cent limit. You'll play one last big game, and it'll be for life this time as well as fortune. Cheerful cuss, ain't he? Whispered Schiff. They say we're a nation of gamblers. Well, sir, the biggest game we play is the game that goes on near the Arctic Circle. What's the matter with Wall Street? 'Tisn't he such a pretty game, and they don't play for their lives. I tell you, it's love of gambling brings men here, and it's the splendid stiff game they find going on that keeps them. There's nothing like it on earth. His belated enthusiasm deceived nobody. It don't seem to have excited you much, said Mac. Oh, I've had my turn at it. And just by luck I found I could play another, a safer game, and not bad fun either. He sat up straight and shot his hands down deep in the pockets of his mackinaws. I've got a good thing, and I'm willing to stay with it. The company looked at him coldly. Well, drawled Potts, you can look after the fur trade, give me a modest little claim in the Klondike. Oh, Klondike. Klondike. Ben-Am got up and stepped over Kavik on his way to the fire. He lit a short briarwood with a flaming stick and turned about. Shall I tell you fellows a little secret about the Klondike? He held up the burning brand in the dim room with telling emphasis. The smoke and flame blew black and orange across his face as he said, every dollar that's taken out of the Klondike in gold dust will cost $3 in coin. A sense of distinct dislike to Ben-Am had spread through the company, a fellow who called American enterprise love of gambling, for whom heroism was foolhardy, and hope insane. Where was a pioneer so bold he could get up now and toast the Klondike? Who, now, without grim misgiving, could forecast a rosy future for each man at the board? And that, in brief, had been the program. "Oh, help the puddin'," Colonel said the boy like one who starts up from an evil dream. But they sat chilled and moody, eating plum pudding as if it had been so much beans and bacon. Mac felt Robert Bruce's expensive education slipping out of reach. Potts saw his girl, tired of waiting, taking up with another fellow. The boy's orange grove was farther off than Florida. Schiff and Hardy wondered, for a moment, who was the gainer for all their killing hardship. Not they, at present, although there was the prospect, the hope. Oh, damn the trader. The colonel made the punch. A Flynn drained his cup without waiting for the mockery of that first toast, to our enterprise, although no one had taken more interest in the program than a Flynn. Ben-Am talked about the Anvik sawmill, and the money made in wood camps along the river. Nobody listened, though everyone else sat silent, smoking and sulkily drinking his punch. Kavik's demand for some of the beverage reminded the boy of the Christmas tree. It had been intended as a climax to wind up the entertainment, but to produce it now might save the situation. He got up and pulled on his parkie. "Back in a minute." But he was gone a long time. Ben-Am looked down the toast list and smiled inwardly, for it was Klondiked from top to bottom. The others, too, stole uneasy glances at that program, staring them in the face, unabashed, covertly ironic, nay, openly jeering. They actually hadn't noticed the fact before, but every blessed speech was aimed straight at the wonderful gold camp across the line, not the Klondike of Ben-Am's croaking, but the Klondike of their dreams. Even the death's head at the feast regretted the long postponement of so spirited a program, interspersed, as it promised to be, with songs, dances, and tricks and winding up with an original poem. "He won't be happy till he gets it." Ben-Am's Indian had got up and gone out. Kavik had tried to go too, but the door was slammed in his face. He stood there with his nose to the crack exactly as a dog does. Suddenly he ran back to Mac and tugged at his arm. Even the dull white men could hear an ominous snarling among the Malamus. Out of the distance a faint answering howl of derision from some enemy, advancing or at bay. It was often like this when two teams put up at the Big Chimney camp. "Reckon our dogs are getting into trouble," said Salmon P. anxiously to his deaf and crippled partner. "It's nothing," says the trader. A Siwash dog of any spirit is always trailing his coat, and Salmon P. subsided. Not so Kavik. Back to the door, head up, he listened. They had observed the oddity before. The melancholy note of the Malamu never yet had failed to stir his somber little soul. He was standing now looking up at the latch, high, and made for white men, eager, breathing fast, listening to that dismal sound that is like nothing else in nature, listening as might an exiled Scot to the skirl of bagpipes, listening as a Tyrols who hears yodeling on foreign hills, or as the dweller in a distant land to the sound of the dear home speech. The noise outside grew louder, the air was rent with howls of rage and defiance. "Sounds as if there's 'bout 1,000,000 mad dogs on your front stoop," says Schiff, knowing there must be a great deal going on if any of it reached his ears. "You set still." His partner pushed him down on his stool. "Mr. Benham, and I'll see what's up." The trader leisurely opened the door, Salmon P keeping modestly behind, while Kavik darted forward only to be caught back by Mac. An avalanche of sound swept in, a mighty howling and snarling and cracking of whips, and underneath the higher clamor, human voices, and in dashes the boy, powdered with snow, laughing and balancing carefully in his mittened hands a little Yukon spruce, every needle diamond-pointed, every sturdy branch white with frost crystals and soft woolly snow, and bearing its little harvest of curious fruit, sweet cake rings and stars, and 2 gingerbread men hanging by pack-thread from the white and green branches. The Noah's Ark lodged in one crotch, the very amateur snowshoes in another, and the lost toys wrapped up, transfigured in tobacco foil, dangling merrily before Kavik's incredulous eyes. "There's your Christmas tree," and the bringer, who had carried the tree so that no little puff of snow or delicate crystal should fall off, having made a successful entrance and dazzled the child, gave way to the strong excitement that shot light out of his eyes and brought scarlet into his cheeks. "Here, take it." He dashed the tree down in front of Kavik, and a sudden storm agitated its sturdy branches, it snowed about the floor, and the strange fruit whirled and spun in the blast. Kavik clutched it, far too dazed to do more than stare. The boy stamped the snow off his mukluks on the threshold, and dashed his cap against the lintel, calling out, "Come in! Come in! Let the dogs fight it out!" Behind him, between the snow walls at the entrance, had appeared 2 faces, weather-beaten men, crowding in the narrow space, craning to see the reception of the Christmas tree and the inside of the famous big chimney cabin. "These gentlemen," says the boy, shaking with excitement as he ushered them in, "are Mr. John Dillon and General Leiter. They've just done the 625 miles from Minot with dogs over the ice. They've been 40 days on the trail, and they're as fit as fiddles. And no yonder, 4 little Minot has made big millionaires, oh both o' them. Millionaires or not, they'll never, either of them, create a greater sensation than they did that Christmas Day, in the big chimney cabin, on the bleak hillside, up above the never-know-what." Here was certainty at last. Here was justification. Precious symbols of success, they were taken by both hands, they were shaken and wildly welcomed, peeled, set down by the fire, given punch, asked 10,000 questions all in a breath, rejoiced over, and looked up to as glorious dispellers of doubt, blessed saviors from despair. Schiff had tottered forward on bandaged feet, hand round ear, mouth open, as if to swallow whole whatever he couldn't hear. The colonel kept on bowing magnificently at intervals and pressing refreshment, a Flynn slapping his thigh and reiterating, "Be the 7." Potts not only widened his mouth from ear to ear, but, as a Flynn said after, stretched it clean round his head and tied it up for JY in a 8 knot behind. Ben-Am took a back seat, and when anybody remembered him for the next hour it was openly to gloat over his discomfiture. John Dillon was one of those frontiersmen rightly called typically American. You see him again and again, as a cowboy in Texas, as a miner or herdsman all through the far west. You see him cutting lumber along the Columbia, or throwing the diamond hitch as he goes from camp to camp for gold and freedom. He takes risks cheerfully, and he never works for wages when he can go on his own. John Dillon was like the majority, tall, lean, muscular, not an ounce of superfluous flesh on his bones, a face almost gaunt in its clearness of cut, a thin straight nose, chin not heavy but well curved out, the eye orbit arched and deep, a frown fixed between thick eyebrows, and few words in his firm, rather grim-looking mouth. He was perhaps 36, had been in 10 years, and had mined before that in Idaho. Under his striped parkie he was dressed in spotted deerskin, wore white deerskin mukluks, Arctic cap, and moose mittens. Pinned on his inner shirt was the badge of the Yukon Order of Pioneers, a foutrule bent like the letter A above a scroll of leaves, and in the angle 2 linked O's over YP. It was the other man. The western towns are full of general lighters, who did the talking. An attorney from Seattle, he had come up in the July rush with very little but boundless assurance, fell in with an old miner who had been grub-staked by Captain Rainey out of the Oklahoma's supplies, and got to Minot before the river went to sleep. "No, we're not partners exactly," he said, glancing good-humoredly at Dillon. "We've worked separate, but we're going home 2 by 2 like animals into the ark. We've got this in common. We've both struck ill, haven't we, Dillon?" Dillon nodded. "Little Minot's as rich a camp as Dawson, and the gold's of higher grade, isn't it, Dillon?" "That's right. One of the many great advantages of Minot is that it's the nearest place on the river where they've struck pay dirt," says the general. "And another great advantage is that it's on the American side of the line." "What advantage is that?" Mac grated out. "Just the advantage of not having all your hard earnings taken away by an iniquitous tax. Look out. This fella's a Britisher, don't care if he is, and no disrespect to you, sir. The Canadians in the Klondike are the first to say the tax is nothing short of highway robbery. You'll see. The minute they hear of gold across the line there'll be a stampede out of Dawson. I can put you in the way of getting a claim for $8,000 that you can take $80,000 out of next August, with no inspector coming round to check your clean up, and no government grabbing at your royalties." "Why aren't you taking out that $80,000 yourself?" asked Mac bluntly. "Got more'n one man can handle," answered the general. "Reckon we've earned a holiday." Dillon backed him up. "Then it isn't shortage in provisions that takes you outside," said the boy. "Not much. Plenty of food at Rampart City, that's the name o' the town where the Little Minot meets the Yukon. Food at gold craze prices, I suppose." "No. Just about the same they quote you in Seattle." "How is that possible when it's been carried 4,000 miles?" because the AC and T boats got frozen in this side of Dawson. They know by the time they get there in June a lot of stuff will have come in by the short route through the lakes, and the town will be overstocked. So there's flour and bacon to burn when you get up as far as Minot. It's only along the lower river there's any real scarcity. The big chimney men exchanged significant looks. And there are more supply boats wintering up at Fort Yukon and at Circle City, the general went on. I tell you, on the upper river there's food to burn. Again the big chimney men looked at one another. The general kept helping himself to punch, and as he tossed it off he would say, "Minot's the camp for me." When he had given vent to this conviction 3 times, Benham, who hadn't spoken since their entrance, said quietly, "And you're going away from it as hard as you can pelt." The general turned moist eyes upon him. "Are you a man of family, sir?" "No." "Then I cannot expect you to understand." His eyes brimmed at some thought too fine and moving for public utterance. Each member of the camp sat deeply cogitating. Not only gold at Minot, but food. In the inner vision of every eye was a shipload of provisions frozen in hard by a placer claim, in every heart a fervid prayer for a dog team. The boy jumped up, and ran his fingers through his long wild hair. He panted softly like a hound straining at a leash. Then, with an obvious effort to throw off the magic of Minot, he turned suddenly about, "And poor old Kavik," says he, looking round and speaking in quite an everyday sort of voice. The child was leaning against the door, clasping the forgotten Christmas tree so tight against the muskrat coat that the branches hid his face. From time to time with reverent finger he touched silver boat and red foil top, and watched, fascinated, how they swung. A white child in 1/10 of the time would have eaten the cakes, torn off the transfiguring tinfoil, tired of the tree, and forgotten it. The boy felt some compunction at the sight of Kavik's steadfast fidelity. "Look here, we'll set the tree up where you can see it better." He put an empty bucket on the table, and with Mac's help, wedged the spruce in it firmly, between some blocks of wood and books of the law. The cabin was very crowded. Little Mr. Schiff was sitting on the cricket. Kavik retired to his old seat on Eliphaz beyond the bunks, where he still had a good view of the wonderful tree, agreeably lit by what was left of the 2 candles. "Those things are good to eat, you know," said the colonel kindly. Mac cut down a gingerbread man and gave it into the tiny hands. "What wind blew that thing into your cabin?" asked the general, squinting up his snow-blinded eyes at the dim corner where Kavik sat. There wasn't a man in the camp who didn't resent the millionaire's tone. "This is a great friend of ours, ain't you, Kavik?" said the boy. "He's got a soul above gold mines, haven't you? He sees other fellas helping themselves to his cricket and his high chair, too polite to object, just goes and sits like a philosopher on the bones of dead devils and looks on. Other fellas sitting in his place talking about gold and drinking punch, never offering him a drop." Several cups were held out, but Mac motioned them back. "I don't think," says John Dillon slyly, don't think this punch will hurt the gentleman." And a roar went up at the colonel's expense. General Leiter pulled himself to his feet, saying there was a little good old rye left outside, and he could stock up again when he got to the Oklahoma. "Oh, and it's yerself that don't showy off from it throp o' the crather when you're thravellin' the thrail." Everybody looked at Ben. He got up and began to put on his furs. His dog driver, squatting by the door, took the hint, and went out to see after the team. "Oh, well," said the general to a Flynn, "it's Christmas, you know," and he picked his way among the closely packed company to the door. "We ought to be moving, too," said Dillon, straightening up. The general halted, depressed at the reminder. "You know we swore we wouldn't stop again unless, look here, didn't you hear me saying it was Christmas? You been saying that for 24 hours. Been keeping Christmas right straight along since yesterday morning." But the general had gone out to unpack the whiskey. He knocked up the mission folks, bright and early yesterday, to tell 'em about the glad news tidings, Diggins, I mean. What did they say? Weren't as good an audience as the generals used to, that's why we pushed on. We'd heard about your camp, and the general felt a call to preach the gospel according to Minuk down this way. He don't seem to be standing the racket as well as you said, Schiff. Well, sir, this is the first time I've found him wanting to hang round after he's thoroughly rubbed in the news. Dillon moved away from the fire. The crowded cabin was getting hot. Nevertheless, the colonel put on more wood, explaining to Simon P. and the others, who also moved back, that it was for illuminating purposes. Those 2 candles burning down low, each between 3 nails in a little slab of wood, those 2 had been kept for Christmas, and were the last they had. In the general movement from the fire, Ben, putting on his cap and gloves, had got next to Dillon. "Look here," said the trader, under cover of the talk about candles, "what sort of a trip have you had?" The Yukon pioneer looked at him a moment, and then took his pipe out of his mouth to say, "Rank. No fun, hey?" "That's right." He restored the pipe, and drew gently. "And yet to hear the general chirp, he's got plenty o' grit, the general has. Has he got gold?" Dillon nodded. "Or will have." "Out of my nook." "Out of my nook." In a sort of a kind of a way. "I think I understand." Ben wagged his head. "He's talking for a market." Dillon smoked. "Going out to stir up a boom, and sell his claim to some sucker." The general reappeared with the whiskey, stamping the snow off his feet before he joined the group at the table, where the Christmas tree was seasonably cheek by jowl with the punch bowl between the low-burnt candles. Mixing the new brew did not interrupt the general's ecstatic references to Minuk. "Look here," he shouted across to Mac, "I'll give you a lay on my best claim for 2,000 down and a small royalty." Mac stuck out his jaw. "I'd like to take a look at the country before I deal." "Well, see here. When will you go?" "We got no dogs." "We have, exclaimed Salmon P and Scruff with one voice. Well, I can offer you fellows, how many miles did you travel a day? 60, said the general promptly. Oh Lord, ejaculated Benham, and hurriedly he made his goodbyes. What's the matter with you? Demanded the general with dignity. I'm only surprised to hear Minook's 2,400 miles away. More like 600, says the colonel. And you've been 40 days coming, and you cover 60 miles a day. Goodbye, he laughed, and was gone. Well, the general looked round. Travelin' depends on the weather. Dillon helped him out. Exactly. Depends on the weather, echoed the general. You don't get an old sourdough like Dillon to travel at 40 degrees. How are you to know? Whispered Schiff. Tie a little bottle o' quick to your sled, answered Dillon. Bottle o' what? Asked the boy. Quicksilver, mercury, interpreted the general. No dog puncher who knows what he's about travels when his quick goes dead. If the stuff's like lead in your bottle, the general stopped to sample the new brew. In the pause, from the far side of the cabin, Dillon spat straight and clean into the heart of the coals. Well, what do you do when the mercury freezes? Asked the boy. Camp, said Dillon impassively, resuming his pipe. I suppose, the boy went on wistfully, I suppose you met men all the way making straight for Minook. Only on this last lap. They don't get far, most of 'em. But it's worth trying. The boy hurried to bridge the chasm. The general lifted his right arm in the attitude of the orator about to make a telling hit, but he was hampered by having a mug at his lips. In the pause, as he stood commanding attention, at the same time that he swallowed half a pint of liquor, he gave Dillon time leisurely to get up, knock the ashes out of his pipe, stick it in his belt, put a slow hand behind him towards his pistol pocket, and bring out his buckskin gold sack. Now, only Mac of the other men had ever seen a miner's purse before, but every one of the 4 Cheechako knew instinctively what it was that Dillon held so carelessly. In that long, narrow bag, like the leg of a child's stocking, was the stuff they had all come seeking. The general smacked his lips, and set down the granite cup. That's the argument, he said. Got a newspaper? The colonel looked about in a flustered way for the tattered San Francisco Examiner. Potts and the boy hustled the punch bowl onto the bucket board, recklessly spilling some of the precious contents. A Flynn and Salmon P whisked the Christmas tree into the corner, and not even the boy remonstrated when a gingerbread man broke his neck, and was trampled underfoot. Quick! The candles are going out, shouted the boy, and in truth each wick lay languishing in a little island of grease, now flaring bravely, now flickering to dusk. It took some time to find in the San Francisco Examiner of August the 7th a foot square space that was whole. But as quickly as possible the best bit was spread in the middle of the table. Dillon, in the breathless silence, having slowly untied the thongs, held his sack aslant between the 2 lights, and poured out a stream nuggets and coarse bright gold. The crowd about the table drew audible breath. Nobody actually spoke at first, except a Flynn, who said reverently, "Be the 7 Howley Pipers, that danced at me grandmother's wedding, when the divil called the tune." Even the swimming wicks flared up, and seemed to reach out, each a hungry tongue of flame to touch and taste the glittering heap, before they went into the dark. Low exclamations, hands thrust out to feel, and drawn back in a sort of superstitious awe. Here it was, this wonderful stuff they'd come for. Each one knew by the wild excitement in his own breast, how in secret he had been brought to doubt its being here. But here it was lying in a heap on the big cabin table. And now it was gone. The right candle had given out, and a Flynn, blowing with impatience like a walrus, had simultaneously extinguished the other. For an instant a group of men with strained and dazzled eyes still bent above the blackness on the boards. "Stir the fire," called the colonel, and flew to do it himself. "I'll light a piece of fat pine," shouted the boy, catching up a stick, and thrusting it into the coals. "Where's your bitch?" said Dillon calmly. "Bitch? Haven't you got a condensed milk can with some bacon grease in it, and a rag wick? Makes a good enough light." But the fire had been poked up, and the cabin was full of dancing lights and shadows. Besides that, the boy was holding a resinous stick alight over the table, and they all bent down as before. "It was passin' a bank in Frisco wid a windy full o' that stuff that brought me up here," said a Flynn. "It was hearin' about that winder brought me," added Potts. Everyone longed to touch and feel about in the glittering pile, but no one as yet had dared to lay a finger on the smallest grain in the hoard. An electrical shock flashed through the company when the general picked up one of the biggest nuggets and threw it down with a rich, full-bodied thud. "That one is 4 ounces. He took up another. "This is worth about $60. "More like 40, said Dillon. They were of every conceivable shape and shapelessness, most of them flattened, some of them, the greenhorn would swear, were fashioned by man into roughly embossed hearts, or shells, or polished discs like rude, defaced coins. One was a perfect staple, another the letter L, another like an axe head, and one like a peasant sabot. Some were almost black with iron stains, and some were set with jewels of quartz, but for the most part they were formless fragments of a rich and brassy yellow. Lots of the little fellas are like melon seeds," and the boy pointed a shaking finger, longing and still not daring to touch the treasure. Each man had a dim feeling in the back of his head that, after all, the hillock of gold was an illusion, and his own hand upon the dazzling pile would clutch the empty air. "Where's your dust?" asked the boy. Dillon stared. "Why, here. This is all nuggets and grains." "Well, what more do you want?" "Oh, it'd do well enough for me, but it ain't dust. It's what we call dust. As coarse as this." The sourdough nodded, and Leiter laughed. "There's a fox's mask," said the colonel at the bottom of the table, pointing a triangular bit out. "Let me look at it a minute," begged the boy. "Hand it round," whispered Schiff. It was real. It was gold. Their fingers tingled under the first contact. This was the beginning. The rude bit of metal bred a glorious confidence. Under the magic of its touch, Robert Bruce's expensive education became a simple certainty. In Potts's hand the nugget gave birth to a mighty progeny. He saw himself pouring out sackfuls before his enraptured girl. The boy lifted his flaring torch with a victorious sense of having just bought back the orange grove, and Salmon P passed the nugget to his partner with a blissful sigh. "Well, I'm glad we didn't get cold feet," says he. "Yes," whispered Schiff, "it looks like we're going to the right place." The sheen of the heap of yellow treasure was trying even to the nerves of the colonel. "Put it away," he said quite solemnly, laying the nugget on the paper. "Put it all away before the firelight dies down." Dillon leisurely gathered it up and dropped the nuggets, with an absent-minded air, into the pouch which Leiter held. But the San Francisco Examiner had been worn to the softness of an old rag and the thinness of tissue. Under Dillon's sinewy fingers pinching up the gold, the paper gave way. "Oh!" exclaimed more than one voice, as at some grave mishap. Dillon improvised a scoop out of a dirty envelope. Nobody spoke and everybody watched. And when, finally, with his hand, he brushed the remaining grains off the torn paper into the envelope, poured them into the gaping sack mouth, and lazily pulled at the buckskin drawstring, everybody sat wondering how much, if any, of the precious metal had escaped through the tear, and how soon Dillon would come out of his brown study, remember, and recover the loss. But a spell seemed to have fallen on the company. No one spoke, till Dillon, with that lazy motion, hoisting one square shoulder and half turning his body round, was in the act of returning the sack to his hip pocket. "Wait," said Mac, with the explosiveness of a firearm, and a Flynn jumped. "You ain't got it all," whispered Schiff hurriedly. "Oh, I'm leaving the Fox face for luck." Dillon nodded at the colonel. But Schiff pointed reverently at the tear in the paper, as Dillon only went on pushing his sack deep down in his pocket, while Mac lifted the Examiner. All but the two millionaires bent forward and scrutinized the table. A Flynn impulsively ran one lone hand over the place where the gold heap had lain, his other hand held ready at the table's edge to catch any sweepings. None. But the result of O'Flynn's action was that those particles of gold that fallen through the paper were driven into the cracks and inequalities of the board. "There. See. Now look what you've done." Mac pointed out a rough knot hole, too, that slyly held back a pinch of gold. "Oh, that." Dillon slapped his hip, and settled into his place. But the men nearest the crack and the knot hole fell to digging out the renegade grains, and piously offering them to their lawful owner. "That ain't worth botherin' about," laughed Dillon. "You always reckon to lose a little each time, even if you got a china soup plate." "Plenty more where that came from," said the general, easily. Such indifference was felt to be magnificent indeed. The little incident said more for the richness of Minot than all the general's blowing. They forgot that what was lost would amount to less than 50 cents. The fact that it was gold, Minot gold, gave it a symbolic value not to be computed in coin. "How do you go?" asked the colonel, as the two millionaires began putting on their things. "We cut across to Kuskokwim. Take on an Indian guide there to Nashigak, and from there with dogs across the ocean ice to Kadiak." "Oh, the way the letters go out." "When they do," smiled Dylan. "Yes, it's the old Russian post trail, I believe. South of Kadiak Island the sea is said to be open as early as the 1st of March. We'll get a steamer to Sikka, and from Sikka, of course, the boats run regular. Seattle by the middle of March," says the general. "Come along, Dylan, the sooner you get to Seattle, and blow in a couple o' 100,000, the sooner you'll get back to my nook." Dylan went out and roused up the dogs, asleep in the snow, with their bushy tails sheltering their sharp noses. "See you later." "Yes, outside." "Outside?" "No, sir. Inside." Dylan swore a blood-curdling string of curses and cracked his whip over the leader. "Why, you coming back?" "Bet your life." And nobody who looked at the face of the Yukon pioneer could doubt he meant what he said. They went indoors. The cabin wore an unwanted and a rakish air. The stools seemed to have tried to dance the lancers and have fallen out about the figure. 2 were overturned. The unwashed dishes were tossed helter-skelter. A tipsy Christmas tree leaned in drunken fashion against the wall, and under its boughs lay a forgotten child asleep. On the other side of the cabin an empty whiskey bottle caught a ray of light from the fire, and glinted feebly back. Among the ashes on the hearth was a screw of paper, charred at one end, and thrown there after lighting someone's pipe. The boy opened it. The famous program of the Yukon Symposium. "It's been a different sort of Christmas from what we planned," observed the colonel, "not quite as gaily as you might expect." "Bagob," says a Flynn, stretching out his interminable legs, "ye can't say we haven't heard glad tidings of Great. Colonel interrupts the boy, throwing the program in the fire. "Let's look at your nugget again." And they all took turns. Except Potts. He was busy digging the remaining gold grains out of the crack and the knot hole. Chapter 9 A Christian Agnostic, Give a mig rum. Imlen Bastierananata Nurstum. It was a good many days before they got the dazzle of that gold out of their eyes. They found their tongues again, and talked Minook from morning till night among themselves and with the rare passer up or down the trail. Mac began to think they might get dogs at Anvik, or at one of the Ingallic villages, a little further on. The balance of opinion in the camp was against this view. But he had Potts on his side. When the new year opened, the trail was in capital condition. On the 2nd of January 2 lots of Indians passed, one with dogs hauling flour and bacon for Benam, and the other lot without dogs, dragging light hand sleds. Potts said restlessly, "After all, they can do it." "So can we if we've a mind to," said Mac. "Come on, then." The camp tried hard to dissuade them. Naturally neither listened. They packed the boy's sled and set off on the morning of the 3rd, to Kavik's unbounded surprise and disgust, his view of life being that, wherever Mac went, he was bound to follow. And he did follow, made off as hard as his swift little feet could carry him, straight up the Yukon Trail, and father lost a good half of that first morning bringing him home. Just 8 days later the two men walked into the cabin and sat down, Potts with a heart-rending groan, Mac with his jaw almost dislocated in his cast-iron attempt to set his face against defeat. Their lips were cracked with the cold, their faces raw from frostbite, their eyes inflamed. The weather, they called it the weather, had been too much for them. It was obvious they hadn't brought back any dogs, but, "What did you think of Anvik?" says the boy. Anvik. You don't suppose we got to Anvik in weather like this? How far did you get? Mac didn't answer. Potts only groaned. He had frozen his cheek and his right hand. They were doctored and put to bed. Did you see my friends at Holy Cross? The boy asked Potts when he brought him a bowl of hot bean soup. You don't suppose we got as far as Holy Cross, with the wind? Well, where did you get to? Where you been? Second native village above. Why, that isn't more'n 16 miles. 16 miles too far. Potts breathed long and deep between hot and comforting swallows. Where's the boy's sled? Said the colonel, coming in hurriedly. We cached it, answered Potts feebly. Couldn't even bring his sled home. Where you cached it? It's all right, only a few miles back. Potts relinquished the empty soup bowl, and closed his eyes. When he opened them again late in the evening it was to say, "Found some o' those suckers who were going so slick to my nook, some o' them down at the second village, and the rest are winterin' in Anvik, so the Indians say. Not a single son of a gun will see the diggins till the ice goes out." Then, badly off as we are here, says the colonel to the boy, it's lucky for us we didn't join the procession. When Mac and the boy brought the sled home a couple of days later, it was found that a portion of its cargo consisted of a toy kyak and 2 bottles of huchino, the maddening drink concocted by the natives out of fermented dough and sugar. Apart from the question of drinking raised again by the hooch, it is perhaps possible that, having so little else to do, they were ready to eat the more. It is also true that, busy or idle, the human body requires more nourishment in the north than it does in the south. Certainly the men of the little Yukon camp began to find their rations horribly short commons, and to suffer a continual hunger, never wholly appeased. It is conditions like these that bring out the brute latent in all men. The day came to mean 3 scant meals. Each meal came to mean a silent struggle in each man's soul not to let his stomach get the better of his head and heart. At first they joked and laughed about their hunger and the scarcity. By and by it became too serious, the jest was wry-faced and rang false. They had, in the beginning, each helped himself from common dishes set in the middle of the rough plank table. Later, each found how, without meaning to, hating himself for it, he watched food on its way to others' plates with an evil eye. When it came to his turn, he had an ever-recurrent struggle with himself not to take the lion's share. There were ironical comments now and then, and ill-concealed bitterness. No one of the five would have believed he could feel so towards a human being about a morsel of food, but those who think they would be above it, have not wintered in the Arctic regions or fought in the Boer War. The difficulty was frankly faced at last, and it was ordained in council that the colonel should be dispenser of the food. "Can't say I like the office," quoth he, "but here goes," and he cut the bacon with an anxious hand, and spooned out the beans solemnly as if he weighed each go. And the trio presently retired to the little cabin to discuss whether the colonel didn't show favoritism to the boy, and, when Mac was asleep, how they could get rid of Kavik. So presently another council was called, and the colonel resigned his office, stipulating that each man in turn should hold it for a week, and learn how ungrateful it was. Moreover, that whoever was, for the nonce, occupying the painful post, should be loyally upheld by all the others, which arrangement was in force to the end. And still, on grounds political, religious, social, trivial, the disaffection grew. Two of the trio sided against the odd man, Potts, and turned him out of the little cabin one night during a furious snowstorm, that had already lasted 2 days, had more than half buried the hut, and nearly snowed up the little doorway. The colonel and the boy had been shoveling nearly all the day before to keep free the entrance to the big cabin and the precious bottle window, as well as their half of the path between the two dwellings. A Flynn and Potts had played poker and quarrelled as usual. The morning after the ejection of Potts, and his unwilling reception at the big cabin, Mac and a Flynn failed to appear for breakfast. "Guess they are huffy," says Potts, stretching out his feet, very comfortable in their straw-lined mucklucks, before the big blaze. "Bring on the coffee, Kavik." "No," says the colonel, "we won't begin without the other fellows." "By the living jingo, I will then," says Potts, and helps himself under the colonel's angry eyes. The other two conferred a moment, then drew on their parkies and mittens, and with great difficulty, in spite of yesterday's work, got the door open. It was pretty dark, but there was no doubt about it, the little cabin had disappeared. "Look! Isn't that a curl of smoke?" said the boy. "Yes, by George. They're snowed under. Serve 'em right." A heavy sigh from the colonel. "Yes, but we'll have to dig 'em out." "Look here, Colonel," the boy spoke with touching solemnity, "not before breakfast." "Right you are," laughed the colonel, and they went in. It was that day, after the others had been released and fed, that the boy fell out with Potts concerning who had lost the hatchet, and they came to blows. A black eye and a bloody nose might not seem an illuminating contribution to the question, but no more was said about the hatchet after the colonel had dragged the boy off the prostrate form of his adversary. But the colonel himself lost his temper 2 days later when a Flynn broached the seal set months before on the nearly empty demijohn. For those famous temperance punches the colonel had drawn on his own small stock. He saw his blunder when a Flynn, possessing himself of the demijohn, roared out, It's my whiskey, I tell you. I bought it and paid for it, and but for me it would be at the bottom o' the Yukon now. Yes, and you'd be at the bottom of the Yukon yourself if you hadn't been dragged out by the scruff o' your neck. And you'd be in a pretty fix now, if we left you alone with your whiskey, which is about all you've got. We agreed, Potts chipped in, that it should be kept for medicinal purposes only. Sullenly O'Flynn sipped at his grog. Potts had hogged most of the hooch. Look here, boy, said Mac at supper, I said I wouldn't eat off this plate again. Oh, dry up. One tin plate's like another tin plate. Are you reflecting on the washer up, Mr. McCann? Asked Potts. I'm saying what I've said before, that I've scratched my name on my plate, and I won't eat off this rusty, battered kettle lid. He held it up as if to shy it at the boy. The young fellow turned with a flash in his eye and stood taut. Then in the pause he said quite low, let her fly, McCann. But McCann thought better of it. He threw the plate down on the table with a clatter. The Colonel jumped up and bent over the mush pot at the fire, beside the boy, whispering to him. Oh, all right. When the boy turned back to the table, with the smoking kettle, the cloud had gone from his face. McCann had got up to hang a blanket over the door. While his back was turned, the boy brought a tin plate, still in good condition, set it down at Mac's place, planted a nail on end in the middle, and with 3 blows from a hammer fastened the plate firmly to the board. Maybe you can't hand it up for more as often as you like, but you'll always find it there, he said when McCann came back. And the laugh went against the dainty pioneer, who to the end of the chapter ate from a plate nailed fast to the table. I begin to understand, says the Colonel to the boy, under cover of the others' talk, why it's said to be such a devil of a test of a fellow's decency to winter in this infernal country. They say it's always a man's partner he comes to hate most, returned the boy, laughing good-humoredly at the Colonel. Naturally. Look at the row in the little cabin. That hasn't been the only row, the boy went on more thoughtfully. I say, Colonel, he lowered his voice, do you know there'll have to be a new system of rations? I've been afraid, now I'm sure, the grub won't last till the ice goes out. I know it, said the Colonel very gravely. Was there a miscalculation? I hope it was that, or else, speaking still lower, the stores have been tampered with, and not by Kavik either. There'll be a hell of a row. He looked up, and saw Potts watching them suspiciously. It had come to this, if 2 men talked low the others pricked their ears. But lack of grub, resumed the Colonel in his usual voice, as though he had not noticed, is only one of our difficulties. Lack of work is just about as bad. It breeds 1,000 devils. We're a pack o' fools. Here we are, all of us, hard hit, some of us pretty well cleaned out o' ready cash, and here's dollars and dollars all round us, and we sit over the fire like a lot of God-forsaken natives. Dollars. Where? Growing on the trees, boys, a forest full. Oh, timber. Enthusiasm cooled. Look at what they say about those fellows up at Anvik, what they made last year. They've got a sawmill. Now they have. But they cut and sold cordwood to the steamers 2 years before they got a mill, and next summer will be the biggest season yet. We ought to have set to, as soon as the cabins were built, and cut wood for the summer traffic. But since there are 5 of us, we can make a good thing of it yet. The colonel finally carried the day. They went at it next morning, and, as the projector of the work had privately predicted, a better spirit prevailed in the camp for some time. But here were 5 men, only one of whom had had any of the steadying grace of stiff discipline in his life, men of haphazard education, who had chucked more or less easy berths in a land of many creature comforts, for this, to fell and haul birch and fir trees in an Arctic climate on half rations. It began to be apparent that the same spirit was invading the forest that had possession of the camp. 2, or at most 3, did the work, and the rest shirked, got snowblindness and rheumatism, and let the others do his share, counting securely, nevertheless, on his 5th of the proceeds, just as he counted, no matter what proportion he had contributed, on his full share of the common stock of food. "I came out here a communist," said the boy one day to the colonel. "And an agnostic," smiled the older man. "Oh, I'm an agnostic all right, now and forever. But this winter has cured my faith in communism." Early February brought not only lengthening daylight, but a radical change in the weather. The woodsmen worked in their shirt sleeves, perspired freely, and said in the innocence of their hearts, "If winter comes early up here, spring does the same." The whole hillside was one slush, and the snow melting on the ill-made little cabin roof brought a shower bath into the upper bunk. Few things in nature so surely stir the pulse of man as the untimely coming of a few spring days, that have lost their way in the calendar, and wandered into winter. No trouble now to get the big chimney men away from the fireside. They held up their bloodless faces in the faint sunshine, and their eyes, with the pupils enlarged by the long rain of night, blinked feebly, like an owl's forced to face the morning. There were none of those signs in the animal world outside, of premature stir and cheerful awaking, that in other lands help the illusion that winter lies behind. But there was that even more stimulating sweet air abroad, that subtle mixture of sun and yielding frost, that softened wind that comes blowing across the snow, still keen to the cheek, but subtly reviving to the sensitive nostril, and caressing to the eyes. The big chimney men drew deep breaths, and said in their hearts the battle was over and won. Kavik, forever following at Mac's heels like a raw Irish terrier, found his allegiance waver in these stirring, blissful days, if ever father so belied character and custom as to swing an axe for any length of time. Plainly out of patience, Kavik would throw off the muskrat coat, and run about in wet mukluks and a single garment, uphill, downhill, on important errands which he confided to no man. It is part of the sorcery of such days that men's thoughts, like birds, turn to other places, impatient of the haven that gave them shelter in rough weather overpast. The big chimney men leaned on their axes and looked north, south, east, west. Then the colonel would give a little start, turn about, lift his double bitter, and swing it frontier fashion, first over one shoulder, then over the other, striking cleanly home each time, working with a kind of splendid rhythm more harmonious, more beautiful to look at, than most of the works of men. This was, perhaps, the view of his comrades, for they did a good deal of looking at the colonel. He said he was a modest man and didn't like it, and Mac, turning a little rusty under the jibe, answered, "Haven't you got the sense to see we've cut all the good timber just round here?" And again he turned his eyes to the horizon line. "Mac's right," said the boy, and even the colonel stood still a moment, and they all looked away to that land at the end of the world where the best materials are for the building of castles. It's the same country so plainly pointed out by the rainbow's end, and never so much as in the springtime does it lure men with its ancient promise. "Come along, Colonel, let's go and look for real timber, and let's find it near a water level, where the steamers can see it right away." "What about the kid?" "Me come," said Kavik, with a highly obliging air. "No, you stay at home." "No, go to." "Go to, thou babbler. Kavik's a better trail man than some I could mention." "We'll have to carry him home," objected Potts. "Now don't tell us you'll do any of the carrying, or we'll lose confidence in you, Potts." The trail was something awful, but on their Canadian snowshoes they got as far as an island, 6 miles off. One end of it was better wooded than any easily accessible place they had seen. "Why, this is quite like real spruce," said the boy, and Flynn admitted that even in California these here would be called trees with no entire, no being sarcastic. So they cut holes in the ice, and sounded for the channel. "Yes, sir, the steamers can make a landing here, and here's where we'll have our wood rack." They went home in better spirits than they had been in since that welter of gold had lain on the big cabin table. But a few days sufficed to wear the novelty off the new wood camp for most of the party. Potts and Flynn set out in the opposite direction one morning with a hand sled, and provisions to last several days. They were sick of bacon and beans, and were going hunting. No one could deny that a moose or even a grouse, anything in the shape of fresh meat, was sufficiently needed. But Potts and Flynn were really sick and sore from their recent slight attack of wood felling. They were after bigger game, too, as well as grouse, and a few days off. It had turned just enough colder to glaze the trail and put it in fine condition. They went down the river to the Oklahoma, were generously entertained by Captain Rainey, and learned that, with earlier contracts on his hands, he did not want more wood from them than they had already caught. They returned to the camp without game, but with plenty of whiskey, and information that freed them from the yoke of labor, and from the lash of ironic comment. In vain the colonel urged that the Oklahoma was not the only steamer plying the Yukon, that with the big rush of the coming season the traffic would be enormous, and a woodpile as good as a gold mine. The cause was lost. "You won't get us to make galley slaves of ourselves on the off chance of selling." Rainey says that wood camps have sprung up like mushrooms all along the river. The price of wood will go down too, all along the river. There isn't one between us and Andreevsky, nor between here and Holy Cross. But it was no use. The travelers pledged each other in Oklahoma whiskey, and making a common cause once more, the original trio put in a night of it. The boy and the colonel turned into their bunks at 11 o'clock. They were roused in the small hours, by Kavik's frightened crying, and the noise of angry voices. "You let the kid alone." "Well, it's meself that'll take the liberty o' mentionin' that I ain't going to stand fer another minute an Esquimers cuttin' down my rations. Sure it's a fool I've been." "You can't help that," Mac chopped out. "Say, Mac," said Potts in a drunken voice, "I'm talking to you like a friend. You want to get a move on that kid. Kavik's going won't make any more difference than a fly's." The other two grumbled incoherently. "But I tell you what would make a difference, if you two would quit eating on the sly, out o' meal times. Be the seven. You lie." A movement, a stool overturned, and the two men in the bunks were struck broad awake by the smart concussion of a gunshot. Nobody was hurt, and between them they disarmed Potts, and turned the Irishman out to cool off in his own cabin. It was all over in a minute. Kavik, reassured, curled down to sleep again. Mac and Potts stretched themselves on the buffalo robe half under the table, and speedily fell to snoring. The boy put on some logs. He and the colonel sat and watched the sparks. "It's a bad business. It can't go on," says the colonel, "but Mac's right, Kavik's being here isn't to blame. We, too, are like a lot of powder cans." The boy nodded. "Any day a spark, and biff. Some of us are in a blaze, and WHTT. Bang. And some of us are in kingdom come." "I begin to be afraid to open my lips," said the colonel. "We all are, don't you notice?" "Yes. I wonder why we came." "You had no excuse," said the elder man almost angrily. "Same excuse as you." The colonel shook his head. "Exactly," maintained the boy. "Tired of towns and desk work, and, the boy shifted about on his wooden stool, and held up his hands to the reviving blaze. "Life owes us steady fellows 1 year of freedom, anyhow, 1 year to make ducks and drakes of. Besides, we've all come to make our fortunes. Doesn't every mother's son of us mean to find a gold mine in the spring when we get to the Klondike, eh?" And he laughed again, and presently he yawned, and tumbled back into his bunk. But he put his head out in a moment. "Aren't you going to bed?" "Yes." The colonel stood up. "Did you know Father Wills went by, last night, when those fellows began to row about getting out the whiskey?" "No. He says there's another stampede on." "Where to?" "Koyukuk this time." "Why didn't he come in?" "Awful hurry to get to somebody that sent for him. Funny fellas these Jesuits. They believe all those odd things they teach. So do other men, said the colonel, curtly. Well, I've lived in a Christian country all my life, but I don't know that I ever saw Christianity practiced till I went up the Yukon to Holy Cross. I must say you're complimentary to the few other Christians scattered about the world. Don't get miffed, Colonel. I've known plenty of people straight as a die, and capital good fellows. I've seen them do very decent things now and then. But with these Jesuit missionaries, Lord, there's no let up to it. No answer from the Protestant colonel. Presently the boy in a sleepy voice added elegantly, no siree. The Jesuits go the whole hog. Winter was down on the camp again. The whole world was hard as iron. The men kept close to the big chimney all day long, and sat there far into the small hours of the morning, saying little, heavy-eyed and sullen. The dreaded insomnia of the Arctic had laid hold on all but the colonel. Even his usually unbroken repose was again disturbed one night about a week later. Some vague sort of sound or movement in the room, Kavik on a raid, or wasn't that the closing of a door? Kavik. He put his hand down and felt the straight hair of the Esquimaux in the underbunk. Potts. Who's there? He half sat up. Boy. Did you hear that, boy? He leaned far down over the side and saw distinctly by the firelight there was nobody but Kavik in the underbunk. The colonel was on his legs in a flash, putting his head through his parkie and drawing on his mukluks. He didn't wait to cross and tie the thongs. A presentiment of evil was strong upon him. Outside in the faint starlight he thought a dim shape was passing down towards the river. Who's that? Hi, there. Stop, or I'll shoot. He hadn't brought his gun, but the ruse worked. Don't shoot, came back the voice of the boy. The colonel stumbled down the bank in the snow, and soon stood by the shape. The boy was dressed for a journey. His Arctic cap was drawn down over his ears and neck. The wolfskin fringe of his parkie hood stood out fiercely round the defiant young face. Wound about one of his sealskin mittens was the rope of the new hand sled he'd been fashioning so busily of nights by the campfire. His 2 blankets were strapped on the sled, Indian fashion, along with a gunny sack and his rifle. The 2 men stood looking angrily at each other a moment, and then the colonel politely inquired, "What in hell are you doing?" "Going to my nook." "The devil you are." "Yes, the devil I am." They stood measuring each other in the dim light, till the colonel's eyes fell on the loaded sled. The boys followed. "I've only taken short rations for 2 weeks. I left a statement in the cabin, it's about 1/5 of what's my share, so there's no need of a row." "What are you going for?" "Why, to be first in the field, and stake a gold mine, of course." The colonel laid a rough hand on the boy's shoulder. He shook it off impatiently, and before the older man could speak, "Look here, let's talk sense. Somebody's got to go, or there'll be trouble." "Potts," says Kavik. "But what difference would Kavik make? I've been afraid you'd get ahead of me. I've watched you for a week like a hawk watches a chicken. But it's clear I'm the one to go." He pulled up the rope of the sled, and his little cargo lurched towards him. The colonel stepped in front of him. "Boy," he began, but something was the matter with his voice. He got no further. "I'm the youngest," boasted the other, "and I'm the strongest, and I'm the hungriest." The colonel found a perturbed and husky voice in which to say, "I didn't know you were such a Christian." "Nothing o' the sort." "What's this but?" "Why, it's just my little scheme." "You're no fool. You know as well as I do you've got the devil's own job in hand." "Somebody's got to go," he repeated doggedly. "Look here," said the colonel, "you haven't impressed me as being tired of life." Tired of life? The young eyes flashed in that weird aureole of long wolf hair. Tired of life? Well, I should just pretty nearly think I wasn't. Then if it isn't Christianity, it must be because you're young. Golly, man. It's because I'm hungry. Great Jehoshaphat. I could eat an ox. And you leave your grub behind, to be eaten by a lot of. I can't stand here arguing with the thermometer down to. The boy began to drag the sled over the snow. "Come back into the cabin." "No. Come with me, I say, I've got something to propose." Again the colonel stood in front, barring the way. "Look here," he went on gently, "are you a friend of mine?" "Oh, so," growled the boy. But after looking about him for an angry second or two, he flung down the rope of his sled, walked sulkily uphill, and kicked off his snowshoes at the door of the cabin, all with the air of one who waits, but is not balked of his purpose. They went in and stripped off their furs. "Now see here, if you've made up your mind to light out, I'm not going to oppose you." "Why didn't you say anything as sensible as that out yonder?" "Because I won't be ready to go along till tomorrow." "You?" "Yep." There was a little silence. "I wish you wouldn't, Colonel. It's dangerous alone, not for two." "Yes, it is dangerous, and you know it." "I'm going along, laddie." Seeing the boy look precious grave and harassed, "What's the matter?" "I'd hate awfully for anything to happen to you." The colonel laughed. "Much obliged, but it matters uncommon little if I do drop in my tracks." "You be blowed. You see I've got a pretty bad kind of a complaint, anyhow." The boy leaned over in the firelight and scanned the colonel's face. "What's wrong?" The colonel smiled a queer little one-sided smile. "I've been out o' Kelter nearly 10 years. "Oh, that's all right. You'll go on for another 30 if you stay where you are till the ice goes out." The colonel bent his head, and stared at the smooth-trodden floor at the edge of the buffalo skin. "To tell the truth, I'll be glad to go, not only because of." He hitched his shoulders towards the corner whence came the hoarse and muffled breathing of the Denver clerk. "I'll be glad to have something to tire me out, so I'll sleep too sound to dream." "That's what I came for," not to sit idle in a goddamn cabin and think. He got up suddenly and strode the tiny space from fire to door, a man transformed, with hands clenching and dark face almost evil. They say the men who winter up here either take to drink or go mad. I begin to see it is so. It's no place to do any forgetting in. He stopped suddenly before the boy with glittering eyes. It's the country where your conscience finds you out. That religion of yours is marking you morbid, Colonel. The boy spoke with the detached and soothing air of a sage. You don't know what you're talking about. He turned sharply away. The boy relapsed into silence. The colonel in his renewed prowling brought up against the wooden crane. He stood looking down into the fire. Loud and regular sounded the sleeping man's breathing in the quiet little room. I did a wrong once to a woman, 10 years ago, said the colonel, speaking to the back log, although I loved her. He raised a hand to his eyes with a queer choking sound. I loved her, he repeated, still with his back to the boy. By and by I could have righted it, but she wasn't the kind to hang about and wait on a man's better nature when once he'd shown himself a coward. She skipped the country. He leaned his head against the end of the shelf over the fire, and said no more. Go back in the spring, find out where she is, and I've spent every spring and every summer, every fall and every winter till this one, trying to do just that thing. You can't find her. Nobody can find her. She's dead. She's not dead. The boy involuntarily shrank back. The colonel looked ready to smash him. The action recalled the older man to himself. I feel sure she isn't dead, he said more quietly, but still trembling. No, she isn't dead. She had some money of her own, and she went abroad. I followed her. I heard of her in Paris, in Rome. I saw her once in a droschky in Vienna, there I lost the trail. Her people said she'd gone to Japan. I went to Japan. I'm sure she wasn't in the islands. I've spent my life since trying to find her, writing her letters that always come back, trying. His voice went out like a candle wick suddenly dying in the socket. Only the sleeper was audible for full 5 minutes. Then, as though he had paused only a comma's space, the colonel went on, I've been trying to put the memory of her behind me, as a sane man should. But some women leave an arrow sticking in your flesh that you can never pull out. You can only jar against it, and cringe under the agony of the reminder all your life long. Bah! Go out, boy, and bring in your sled. And the boy obeyed without a word. 2 days after, 3 men with a child stood in front of the larger cabin, saying goodbye to their 2 comrades who were starting out on snowshoes to do a little matter of 625 miles of Arctic traveling, with 2 weeks' scant provisioning, some tea and things for trading, bedding, 2 rifles, and a kettle, all packed on one little hand sled. There had been some unexpected feeling, and even some real generosity shown at the last, on the part of the 3 who were to profit by the exodus, falling heir thereby to a bigger, warmer cabin and more food. A Flynn was moved to make several touching remonstrances. It was a sign of unwanted emotion on Mac's part that he gave up arguing, sacrificing all the delight of a set debate, and simply begged and prayed them not to be fools, not to fly in the face of Providence. But Potts was made of sterner stuff. Besides, the thing was too good to be true. A Flynn, when he found they were not to be dissuaded, solemnly presented each with a little bottle of whiskey. Nobody would have believed a Flynn would go so far as that. Nor could anyone have anticipated that close-fisted Mac would give the boy his valuable aneroid barometer and compass, or that Potts would be so generous with his best Virginia straight cut, filling the Colonel's big pouch without so much as a word. "It's a crazy scheme," says he, shaking the giant Kentuckian by the hand, "and you won't get 30 miles before you find it out." "Call it an expedition to Anvik," urged Mac. "Load up there with reindeer meat, and come back. If we don't get some fresh meat soon, we'll be having scurvy." "What you're for doing," says a Flynn for the 20th time, "has never been done, not even by Indians. The Prastessa say so." "So do the sourdoughs," said Mac. "It isn't as if you had dogs." "Goodbye," said the Colonel, and the men grasped hands. Potts shook hands with the boy as heartily as though that same hand had never half-throttled him in the cause of a missing hatchet. "Goodbye, kiddie. I bequeath you my share o' syrup. Goodbye, meet you in the Klondike. Goodbye. Hooray for the Klondike in June. Klondike in June. Hoopla." The two travelers looked back, laughing and nodding, "As jolly as you please." The boy stooped, made a snowball, and fired it at Kavik. The child ducked, chuckling, and returned as good as he got. His loosely packed ball broke in a splash on the back of the boy's parkie, and Kavik was loudly cheered. Still, as they went forward, they looked back. The big chimney wore an air wondrous friendly, and the wide, white world looked coldly at them, with small pretense of welcome or reward. I don't believe I ever really knew how awful jolly the big chimney was, till this minute. The Colonel smiled. "Hardly like myself, to think whatever else I see, I'll never see that again. Better not boast." The Colonel went on in front, breaking trail in the new fallen snow, the boy pulling the sled behind him as lightly as if its double burden were a feather. "They look as if they thought it'd be a picnic," says Mac, grimly. "I wonder be the 7 howly pipers. Will we ever see either of them again?" "If they only stay a couple o' nights at Anvik," said Potts, with gloomy foreboding, "they could get back here inside a week." "No," answered Mac, following the two figures with serious eyes, "they may be dead inside a week, but they won't be back here." And Potts felt his anxiety eased. A man who had mined at Caribou ought to know. Chapter X Princess Muckluck. We all went to tie balls to see the Kinge, who used my mother and my aunt very graciously, but we all saw a great change between the fashion of the court as it was now, and of wine ye queens, for we were all lousy by sitting in Sister Thomas Erskine's chamber. Memoir, Anne Countess of Dorset, 1603. It was the 26th of February, that first day that they hit the long trail. Temperature only about 20 degrees, the Colonel thought, and so little wind it had the effect of being warmer. Trail in fair condition, weather grey and steady. Never men in better spirits. To have left the wrangling and the smouldering danger of the camp behind, that alone, as the boy said, was worth the price of admission. Exhilarating, too, to men of their temperament, to have cut the Gordian knot of the difficulty by risking themselves on this unprecedented quest for peace and food. Gold, too. Oh, yes, with a smile to see how far that main object had drifted into the background, they added, and for gold. They believed they had hearkened well to the counsel that bade them travel light. Remember, every added ounce is against you. Nobody in the North owns anything that's heavy had been said in one fashion or another so often that it lost its ironic sound in the ears of men who had come so far to carry away one of the heaviest things under the sun. The Colonel and the boy took no tent, no stove, not even a miner's pick and pan. These last, General Leiter had said, could be obtained at Minooka, and there isn't a cabin on the trail, Dillon had added, without M. For the rest, the carefully selected pack on the sled contained the marmot skin, woolen blankets, a change of flannels apiece, a couple of sweaters, a Norfolk jacket, and several changes of footgear. This last item was dwelt on earnestly by all. Keep your feet dry, John Dillon had said, and leave the rest to God Almighty. They were taking barely 2 weeks' rations, and a certain amount of stuff to trade with the upriver Indians, when their supplies should be gone. They carried a kettle, an axe, some quinine, a box of the carbolic ointment all miners use for foot soreness, O'Flynn's whiskey, and 2 rifles and ammunition. In spite of having eliminated many things that most travelers would count essential, they found their load came to a little over 200 pounds. But every day would lessen it, they told each other with a laugh, and with an inward misgiving, lest the lightning should come all too quickly. They had seen in camp that winter so much of the frailty of human temper that, although full of faith by now in each other's native sense and fairness, they left nothing to a haphazard division of labor. They parcelled out the work of the day with absolute impartiality. To each man so many hours of going ahead to break trail, if the snow was soft, while the other dragged the sled, or else while one pulled in front, the other pushed from behind, in regular shifts by the watch, turn and turn about. The Colonel had cooked all winter, so it was the boys' turn at that, the Colonel's to decide the best place to camp, because it was his affair to find seasoned wood for fuel, his to build the fire in the snow on green logs laid close together, his to chop enough wood to cook breakfast the next morning. All this they had arranged before they left the big chimney. That they did not cover more ground that first day was a pure chance, not likely to recur, due to an unavoidable loss of time at Plymouth. Knowing the fascination that place exercised over his companion, the Colonel called a halt about 7 miles off from the big chimney, that they might quickly dispatch a little cold luncheon they carried in their pockets, and push on without a break till supper. "We've got no time to waste at Pymue," observes the Colonel significantly. "I ain't aching to stop at Pymue," says his partner with a superior air, standing up, as he swallowed his last mouthful of cold bacon and cornbread, and cheerfully surveyed the waste. "Who says it's cold, even if the wind is up? And the track's bully. But see here, Colonel, you mustn't go thinking it's smooth glare ice, like this, all the way." "Oh, I was figuring that it would be." But the boy paid no heed to the irony. "And it's a custom o' the country to get the wind in your face, as a rule, whichever way you go." "Well, I'm not complainin' as yet. Reckon you needn't if you're blown like dandelion down all the way to my nook." "Gee, the wind's stronger. Say, Colonel, let's rig a sail." "Foolishness. No, sir. We'll go by Pymue in an ice boat, lickety-split. And it'll be a good excuse for not stopping, though I think we ought to say goodbye to Nicholas." This view inclined the Colonel to think better of an ice-boat. He had once crossed the Bay of Toronto in that fashion, and began to wonder if such a mode of progression applied to sleds might not aid largely in solving the Minook problem. While he was wondering, the boy unlashed the sled load, and pulled off the canvas cover as the Colonel came back with his mast. Between them, with no better tools than an axe, jackknives, and a rope, and with fingers freezing in the south wind, they rigged the sail. The fact that they had this increasingly favorable wind on their very first day showed that they were specially smiled on by the great natural forces. The superstitious feeling that only slumbers in most breasts, that Mother Nature is still a mysterious being, who has her favorites whom she guards, her born enemies whom she balks, pursues, and finally overwhelms. The age-old childishness stirred pleasantly in both men, and in the younger came forth unabashed in speech, "I tell you the omens are good. This expedition's going to get there." Then, with the involuntary misgiving that follows hard upon such boasting, he laughed uneasily and added, "I mean to sacrifice the first deer's tongue I don't want myself, to Yukon Inure, but here's to the south wind." He turned some cornbread crumbs out of his pocket, and saw, delighted, how the gale, grown keener, snatched eagerly at them and hurried them up the trail. The ice-boat careened and strained eagerly to sail away. The two gold-seekers, laughing like schoolboys, sat astride the pack. The Colonel shook out the canvas, and they scudded off up the river like mad. The great difficulty was the steering, but it was rip-roaring fun, the boy said, and very soon there were natives running down to the river, to stare open-mouthed at the astounding apparition, to point and shout something unintelligible that sounded like Mataravik. "Why, it's the Pymues. Pardner, we'll be in Minook by supper tea." The words hadn't left his lips when he saw, a few yards in front of them, a faint cloud of steam rising up from the ice, that dim danger signal that flies above an air hole. The Colonel, never noticing, was heading straight for the ghastly trap. "God, Colonel! Blowhole, gasped the boy. The colonel simply rolled off the pack, turning over and over on the ice, but keeping hold of the rope. The sled swerved, turned on her side, and slid along with a sound of snapping and tearing. While they were still headed straight for the hole, the boy had gathered himself for a clear jump to the right, but the sled's sudden swerve to the left broke his angle sharply. He was flung forward on the new impetus, spun over the smooth surface, swept across the verge and under the cloud, clutching wildly at the ragged edge of ice as he went down. All Paimu had come rushing pell-mell. The colonel was gathering himself up and looking round in a dazed kind of way as Nicholas flashed by. Just beyond, in that yawning hole, fully 10 feet wide by 15 long, the boy's head appeared an instant, and then was lost like something seen in a dream. Some of the Paimus with quick knives were cutting the canvas loose. One end was passed to Nicholas. He knotted it to his belt, and went swiftly, but gingerly, forward nearer the perilous edge. He had flung himself down on his stomach just as the boy rose again. Nicholas lurched his body over the brink, his arms outstretched, straining farther, farther yet, till it seemed as if only the counterweight of the rest of the population at the other end of the canvas prevented his joining the boy in the hole. But Nicholas had got a grip of him, and while two of the Paimus hung on to the half-stunned colonel to prevent his adding to the complication, Nicholas, with a good deal of trouble in spite of Yagasha's help, hauled the boy out of the hole and dragged him up on the ice edge. The others applied themselves lustily to their end of the canvas, and soon they were all at a safe distance from the yawning danger. The boy's predominant feeling had been one of intense surprise. He looked round, and a hideous misgiving seized him. "Anything the matter with you, Colonel?" His tone was so angry that, as they stared at each other, they both fell to laughing. "Well, I rather thought that was what I was going to say," and Kentucky heaved a deep sigh of relief. The boy's teeth began to chatter, and his clothes were soon freezing on him. They got him up off the ice, and Nicholas and the sturdy old Paimu storyteller, Yagasha, walked him, or ran him rather, the rest of the way to Paimu, for they were not so near the village as the travelers had supposed on seeing nearly the whole male population. The colonel was not far behind, and several of the bucks were bringing the disabled sled. Before reaching the Kachime, they were joined by the women and children, Mukluk much concerned at the sight of her friend glazed in ice from head to heel. Nicholas and Yagasha half dragged, half pulled him into the Kachime. The entire escort followed, even 2 or 3 very dirty little boys, everybody, except the handful of women and girls left at the mouth of the underground entrance and the 2 men who had run on to make a fire. It was already smoking viciously as though the seal lamps weren't doing enough in that line, when Yagasha and Nicholas laid the half-frozen traveler on the sleeping bench. The Paimus knew that the great thing was to get the ice-stiffened clothes off as quickly as might be, and that is to be done expeditiously only by cutting them off. In vain the boy protested. Recklessly they sawed and cut and stripped him, rubbed him and wrapped him in a rabbit blanket, the fur turned inside, and a wolverine skin over that. The colonel at intervals poured small doses of O'Flynn's whiskey down the boy's throat in spite of his unbecoming behavior, for he was both belligerent and ungrateful, complaining loudly of the ruin of his clothes with only such intermission as the teeth chattering, swallowing, and rude handling necessitated. I didn't like being in that blowhole. Do you know, it was so cold, it burnt. But I'd rather be in a blowhole than be Blowhole isn't so smelly as these skins. You better be glad you've got a whole skin of your own and ain't smellin' brimstone, said the colonel, pouring a little more whiskey down the unthankful throat. Pretty sort o' Klondiker you are, go and get nearly drowned first day out. Several Paimu women came in presently and joined the men at the fire, chattering low and staring at the colonel and the boy. I can't go to the Klondike, naked, no, nor wrapped in a rabbit skin, like Baby Bunting. Nicholas was conferring with the colonel and offering to take him to Old Chief's. Oh, yes, Old Chief got too close. You come. Me show, and they crawled out one after the other. You pretty near dead that time, said one of the younger women conversationally. That's right. Who are you, anyway? Me Anna, Yagasha's daughter. Oh, yes, I thought I'd seen you before. She seemed to be only a little older than Mukluk, but less attractive, chiefly on account of her fat and her look of ill temper. She was on specially bad terms with a buck they called Joe, and they seemed to pass all their time abusing one another. The boy craned his neck and looked round. Except just where he was lying, the Paimu men and women were crowded together, on that side of the Kachim, at his head and at his feet, thick as herrings on a thwart. They all leaned forward and regarded him with a beady-eyed sympathy. He had never been so impressed by the fact before, but all these native people, even in their gentlest moods, frowned in a chronic perplexity and wore their wide mouths open. He reflected that he had never seen one that didn't, except Mukluk. Here she was, crawling in with a tin can. Got something there to eat? The rescued one craned his head as far as he could. Too soon, she said, showing her brilliant teeth in the firelight. She set the tin down, looked round, a little embarrassed, and stirred the fire, which didn't need it. Well, he put his chin down under the rabbit skin once more. How goes the world, princess? She flashed her quick smile again and nodded reassuringly. You stay here now. No, going upriver. What for? She spoke disapprovingly. Want to get an orange grove. Find him upriver. Hope so. I think I go, too, and all the grave folk, sitting so close on the sleeping bench, stretched their wide mouths wider still, smiling good-humoredly. You better wait till summer. Oh. She lifted her head from the fire as one who takes careful note of instructions. Next summer. Well, summer's the time for squaws to travel. I come next summer, she said. By and by Nicholas returned with a new parkie and a pair of wonderful buckskin breeches, not like anything worn by the lower river natives, or by the coast men either, well cut, well made, and handsomely fringed down the outside of the leg where an officer's gold stripe goes. "Shaperjos," screamed the boy. "Where'd you get 'em?" "Ol chief, he catch 'em." "They a bully," said the boy, holding the despised rabbit skin under his chin with both hands, and craning excitedly over it. He felt that his fortunes were looking up. Talk about a tide in the affairs of men. Why, a tide that washes up to a wayfarer's feet a pair o' shaperjos like that, well, legs so habited would simply have to carry a fella on to fortune. He lay back on the sleeping bench with dancing eyes, while the raw whiskey hummed in his head. In the dim light of seal lamps vague visions visited him of stern and noble chiefs out of the leather-stocking stories of his childhood, men of daring, whose legs were invariably cased in buckskin with dangling fringes. But the dashing race was not all Indian, nor all dead. Famous cowboys reared before him on bucking broncos, their leg fringes streaming on the blast, and desperate chaps who held up coaches and potted Wells Fargo guards. Anybody must needs be a devil of a fellow who went about in chaps as his California cousins called shaperjos. Even a peaceable fella like himself, not out after gore at all, but after an orange grove, even he, once he put on, he laughed out loud at his childishness, and then grew grave. "Say, Nicholas, what's the tax?" "Hey." "How much?" "Oh, your pardner, he pay." "Humph. I suppose I'll know the worst on settling day." Then, after a few moments, making a final clutch at economy before the warmth and the whiskey subdued him altogether, "Say, Nicholas, hasn't the old chief got any less glorious breeches than those?" "Hey. Anything little cheaper?" "Nah," says Nicholas. The boy closed his eyes, relieved on the whole. Fate had a mind to see him in shaperjos. Let her look to the sequel, then. When consciousness came back it brought the sound of Yugosha's yawning by the fire, and the occasional laugh or grunt punctuating the eternal story. The colonel was sitting there among them, solacing himself by adding to the smoke that thickened the stifling air. Presently the storyteller made some shrewd hit that shook the Paimu community into louder grunts of applause and a general chuckling. The colonel turned his head slowly, and blew out a fresh cloud. "Good joke." In the pause that fell thereafter, Yugosha, imperturbable, the only one who had not laughed, smoothed his lank, iron-grey locks down on either side of his wide face, and went on renewing the sinew-open work in his snowshoe. When old chief's father died, all the Paimus chuckled afresh. The boy listened eagerly. Usually Yugosha's stories were tragic, or, at least, of serious interest, ranging from bereaved parents who turned into wolverines, all the way to the machinations of the horrid dwarf and the cannibal old woman. The colonel looked at Nicholas. He seemed as entertained as the rest, but quite willing to leave his family history in professional hands. Old chief's father, Glovatsky, him Russian Yugosha began again, laying down his sinew thread a moment and accepting some of the colonel's tobacco. I didn't know you had any white blood in you, interrupted the colonel, offering his pouch to Nicholas. I might have suspected Mukluk. He'd got Russian blood, interrupted Joe. As the storyteller seemed to be about to repeat the enlivening tradition concerning the almost mythical youth of Old Chief's father, that subject of the great Catherine's, whose blood was flowing still in Paimu veins, just then in came Yagasha's daughter with some message to her father. He grunted acquiescence, and she turned to go. Joe called something after her, and she snapped back. He jumped up to bar her exit. She gave him a smart cuff across the eyes, which surprised him almost into the fire, and while he was recovering his equilibrium she fled. Yagasha and all the Paimus laughed delightedly at Joe's discomfiture. The boy had been obliged to sit up to watch this spirited encounter. The only notice the colonel took of him was to set the kettle on the fire. While he was dining, his partner gathered up the blankets and crawled out. Coming in half a minute, the boy called after him. The answer was swallowed by the tunnel. Him go say goodbye, old chief, said Nicholas, observing how the colonel's partner was scalding himself in his haste to dispatch a second cup of tea. But the boy bolted the last of his meal, gathered up the kettle, mug, and frying pan, which had served him for plate as well, and wormed his way out as fast as he could. There was the sled nearly packed for the journey, and watching over it, keeping the dogs at bay, was an indescribably dirty little boy in a torn and greasy denim parkie over rags of reindeer skin. Nobody else in sight but Yagasha's daughter down at the water hole. Where's my partner gone? The child only stared, having no English apparently. While the boy packed the rest of the things, and made the tattered canvas fast under the lashing, Joe came out of the catchime. He stood studying the prospect a moment, and his dull eyes suddenly gleamed. Anna was coming up from the river with her dripping pail. He set off with an affectation of leisurely indifference, but he made straight for his enemy. She seemed not to see him till he was quite near, then she sheered off sharply. Joe hardly quickened his pace, but seemed to gain. She set down her bucket, and turned back towards the river. Idiot, ejaculated the boy, she could have reached her own igloo. The dirty child grinned, and tore off towards the river to watch the fun. Anna was hidden now by a pile of driftwood. The boy ran down a few yards to bring her within range again. For all his affectation of leisureliness and her obvious fluster, no doubt about it, Joe was gaining on her. She dropped her hurried walk and frankly took to her heels, Joe doing the same, but as she was nearly as fleet of foot as Mukluk, in spite of her fat, she still kept a lessening distance between herself and her pursuer. The ragged child had climbed upon the pile of driftwood, and stood hunched with the cold, his shoulders up to his ears, his hands withdrawn in his parkie sleeves, but he was grinning still. The boy, a little concerned as to possible reprisals upon so impudent a young woman, had gone on, watching the race down to the river, and even across the ice a little way. He stood still an instant staring as Joe, going now as hard as he could, caught up with her at last. He took hold of the daughter of the highly respected Yagasha, and fell to shaking and cuffing her. The boy started off full tilt to the rescue. Before he could reach them, Joe had thrown her down on the ice. She half got up, but her enemy, advancing upon her again, dealt her a blow that made her howl and sent her flat once more. "Stop that! You hear? Stop it!" the boy called out. But Joe seemed not to hear. Anna had fallen face downward on the ice this time, and lay there as if stunned. Her enemy caught hold of her, pulled her up, and dragged her along in spite of her struggles and cries. "Let her alone," the boy shouted. He was nearly up to them now. But Joe's attention was wholly occupied in hauling Anna back to the village, maltreating her at intervals by the way. Now the girl was putting up one arm piteously to shield her bleeding face from his fists. "Don't you hit her again, or it'll be the worse for you." But again Joe's hand was lifted. The boy plunged forward, caught the blow as it descended, and flung the arm aside, wrenched the girl free, and as Joe came on again, looking as if he meant business, the boy planted a sounding lick on his jaw. The Paimu staggered, and drew off a little way, looking angry enough, but, to the boy's surprise, showing no fight. It occurred to him that the girl, her lip bleeding, her parkie torn, seemed more surprised than grateful, and when he said, "You come back with me, he shan't touch you," she did not show the pleased alacrity that you would expect. But she was no doubt still dazed. They all stood looking rather sheepish, and like actors stuck who cannot think of the next line, till Joe turned on the girl with some mumbled question. She answered angrily. He made another grab at her. She screamed, and got behind the boy. Very resolutely he widened his bold buckskin legs, and dared Joe to touch the poor frightened creature cowering behind her protector. Again silence. "What's the trouble between you two?" They looked at each other, and then away. Joe turned unexpectedly, and shambled off in the direction of the village. Not a word out of Anna as she returned by the side of her protector, but every now and then she looked at him sideways. The boy felt her inexpressive gratitude, and was glad his journey had been delayed, or else, poor devil, Joe had stopped to speak to. Who on earth's that white woman? Nicola's sister. Not Mukluk. She nodded. What's she dressed like that for? Often like that in summer. Me, too, me got Holy Cross clothes. Mukluk went slowly up towards the Kachime with Joe. When the others got to the water hole, Anna turned and left the boy without a word to go and recover her pail. The boy stood a moment, looking for some sign of the colonel, and then went along the river bank to Old Chief's. No, the colonel had gone back to the Kachime. The boy came out again, and to his almost incredulous astonishment, there was Joe dragging the unfortunate Anna towards an igloo. As he looked back, to steer straight for the entrance hole, he caught sight of the boy, dropped his prey, and disappeared with some precipitancy into the ground. When Anna had gathered herself up, the boy was standing in front of her. You don't seem to be able to take very good care of yourself. She pushed her tousled hair out of her eyes. I don't wonder your own people give it up if you have to be rescued every half hour. What's the matter with you and Joe? She kept looking down. What have you done to make him like this? She looked up suddenly and laughed, and then her eyes fell. Done nothing. Why should he want to kill you, then? No kill, she said, smiling, a little rueful and embarrassed again, with her eyes on the ground. Then, as the boy still stood there waiting, Joe, she whispered, glancing over her shoulder, Joe want me be he squaw. The boy fell back an astonished step. Jerusalem. He's got a pretty way o' saying so. Why don't you tell your father? Tell, father. It seemed never to have occurred to her. Yes, can't Yagasha protect you? She looked about doubtfully and then over her shoulder. That Josiah, she said. He pictured to himself the horror that must assail her blood at the sight. Yes, he was glad to have saved any woman from so dreadful a fate. Did it happen often? And did nobody interfere? Mukluk was coming down from the direction of the Kachim. The boy went to meet her, throwing over his shoulder, You'd better stick to me, Anna, as long as I'm here. I don't know, I'm sure, what'll happen to you when I'm gone. Anna followed a few paces, and then sat down on the snow to pull up and tie her disorganized leg gear. Mukluk was standing still, looking at the boy with none of the kindness a woman ought to show to one who had just befriended her sex. Did you see that? She nodded. See that any day. The boy stopped, appalled at the thought of women in a perpetual state of siege. Brute! Hound! He flung out towards Josiah. No, says Mukluk firmly, Joe all right. You say that, after what's happened this morning. Mukluk declined to take the verdict back. Did you see him strike her? No hurt. Oh, didn't it? He threw her down, as hard as he could, on the ice. She get up again. He despised Mukluk in that moment. You weren't sorry to see another girl treated so? She smiled. What if it had been you? Oh, he not do that to me. Why not? You can't tell. Oh, yes. She spoke with unruffled serenity. It will very likely be you the next time. The boy took a brutal pleasure in presenting the hideous probability. No, she returned unmoved. Joe savvy I no marry Pimu. The boy stared, mystified by the lack of sequence. Poor Anna doesn't want to marry that Pimu. Mukluk nodded. The boy gave her up. Perversity was not confined to the civilized of her sex. He walked on to find the colonel. Mukluk followed, but the boy wouldn't speak to her, wouldn't look at her. You like my Holy Cross clothes? She inquired. Me, I look like your kind of girls now, huh? No answer, but she kept up with him. See. She held up proudly a medallion, or coin of some sort, hung on a narrow strip of rawhide. He meant not to look at it at all, and he jerked his head away after the merest glance that showed him the ornament was tarnished silver, a little bigger than an American dollar, and bore no device familiar to his eyes. He quickened his pace, and walked on with face averted. The colonel appeared just below the catchime. "Well, aren't you ever coming?" he called out. "I've been ready this half hour, hanging about waiting for you." "That devil Joe," he went on, lowering his voice as he came up and speaking hurriedly, "has been trying to drag Yagasha's girl into his igloo. They've just had a fight out yonder on the ice. I got her away, but not before he'd thrown her down and given her a bloody face. We ought to tell old Yagasha, hey?" Mukluk chuckled. The boy turned on her angrily, and saw her staring back at Joe's igloo. There, sauntering calmly past the abhorred trap, was the storyteller's daughter. Past it? No. She actually halted and busied herself with her legging thong. That girl must be an imbecile. Or was it the apparition of her father, up at the catchime entrance, that inspired such temerity? The boy had gone a few paces towards her, and then turned. "Yagasha," he called up the slope. Yagasha stood stock still, although the boy waved unmistakable danger signals towards Joe's igloo. Suddenly an arm flashed out of the tunnel, caught Anna by the ankle, and in a twinkling she lay sprawling on her back. Two hands shot out, seized her by the heels, and dragged the wretched girl into the brute's lair. It was all over in a flash. A moment's paralysis of astonishment, and the involuntary rush forward was arrested by Mukluk, who fastened herself onto the rescuer's parka tail and refused to be detached. "Yagasha!" shouted the boy. But it was only the colonel who hastened towards them at the summons. The poor girl's own father stood calmly smoking, up there, by the catchime, one foot propped comfortably on the traveler's loaded sled. "Yagasha!" he shouted again, and then, with a jerk to free himself from Mukluk, the boy turned sharply towards the igloo, seeming in a bewildered way to be, himself, about to transact this paternal business for the cowardly old loafer. But Mukluk clung to his arm, laughing. "Yagasha no. Joe give him nice mitts, sealskin, new mitts. Hear that, Colonel? For a pair of mitts he sells his daughter to that ruffian." Without definite plan, quite vaguely and instinctively, he shook himself free from Mukluk, and rushed down to the scene of the tragedy. Muffled screams and yells issued with the smoke. Mukluk turned sharply to the colonel, who was following, and said something that sent him headlong after the boy. He seized the doughty champion by the feet just as he was disappearing in the tunnel, and hauled him out. "What in thunder? All right, you go first, then. Quick!" As more screams rent the still air. "Don't be a fool. You've been interrupting the wedding ceremonies." Mukluk had caught up with them, and Yagasha was advancing leisurely across the snow. "She no want you," whispered Mukluk to the boy. "She like Joe, like him best of all." Then, as the boy gaped incredulously, She tell me heap long time ago she want Joe. That's just part of the wedding festivity, says the colonel, as renewed shrieks issued from under the snow. You've been an officious interferer, and I think the sooner I get you out o' Pimu the healthier it'll be for you. The boy was too flabbergasted to reply, but he was far from convinced. The colonel turned back to apologize to Yagasha. No like this in your country? Inquired Mukluk of the crestfallen champion. No, not exactly. When you like girl, what you do? Tell her so, muttered the boy mechanically. Well, Joe been telling Anna, all winter. And she hated him. No. She like Joe, best of any. What did she go on like that for, then? She know Joe savvy. The boy felt painfully small at his own lack of savoir, but no less angry. When you marry, he turned to her incredulously, will it be, again the shrieks, like this? I no marry Pimu. Glancing riverwards, he saw the dirty imp, who had been so wildly entertained by the encounter on the ice, still huddled on his driftwood observatory, presenting as little surface to the cold as possible, but grinning still with rapture at the spirited last act of the winter-long drama. As the boy, with an exclamation of "Well, I give it up," walked slowly across the slope after the colonel and Yagasha, Mukluk lingered at his side. In your country when girl marry, she no scream? Well, no, not usually, I believe. She go quiet. Like she want. Mukluk stood still with astonishment and outraged modesty. They agree, he answered irritably. They don't go on like wild beasts. Mukluk pondered deeply this matter of supreme importance. When you get you squaw, you no make her come. The boy shook his head, and turned away to cut short these excursions into comparative ethnology. But Mukluk was athirst for the strange new knowledge. What you do? He declined to betray his plan of action. When you, all same Joe. Hey. Still no answer. When you know, girl like you best, you no drag her home. No. Be quiet. No. How you marry yourself, then? The conversation would be still more embarrassing before the colonel, so he stopped, and said shortly, in our country nobody beats a woman because he likes her. How she know, then? They agree, I tell you. Oh, and girl, just come, when he call. She dropped her jaw, and stared. No fight a little, she gasped. No scream quite small. No, I tell you. He ran on and joined the colonel. Mukluk stood several moments rooted in amazement. Yagasha had called the rest of the Pimus out, for these queer guests of theirs were evidently going at last. They all said goodbye with great goodwill. Only Mukluk in her chilly Holy Cross cloes stood sorrowful and silent, swinging her medal slowly back and forth. Nicholas warned them that the Pimu air hole was not the only one. No, Yagasha called down the slope, better no play tricks with him. He nodded towards the river as the travelers looked back. Him no like. Him got heap plenty mouths, chew you up. And all Paimu chuckled, delighted at their storyteller's wit. Suddenly Mukluk broke away from the group, and ran briskly down to the river trail. I will pray for you, hard. She caught hold of the boy's hand, and shook it warmly. Sister Winifred says the good father, fact is, Mukluk answered the boy, disengaging himself with embarrassment, my partner here can hold up that end. Don't you think you'd better square you con in your? Don't believe he likes me. And they left her, shivering in her holy cross cloes, staring after them, and sadly swinging her medal on its walrus string. I don't mind saying I'm glad to leave Paimu behind, said the colonel. Same here. You're safe to get into a muss if you mix up with anything that has to do with women. That Mukluk o' yours is a minx. She ain't my Mukluk, and I don't believe she's a minx, not a little bit. Not wishing to be too hard on his partner, the colonel added, I lay it all to the Chaperjos myself. Then, observing his friend's marked absence of hilarity, you're very gay in your fine fringes. Been a little too gay the last 2 or 3 hours. Well, now, I'm glad to hear you say that. I think myself we've had adventures enough right here at the start. I believe you. But there's something in that idea o' yours. Other fellas have noticed the same tendency in Chaperjos. Well, if the worst comes to the worst, drawled the colonel, we'll change breeches. The suggestion roused no enthusiasm. Believe I'd have a camin influence. Yes, sir, I reckon I could keep those fringes out o' kinks. Oh, I think they'll go straight enough after this, and the boys' good spirits returned before they passed the summer village. It came on to snow again, about 6 o'clock, that second day out, and continued steadily all the night. What did it matter? They were used to snow, and they were as jolly as clams at high tide. The colonel called a halt in the shelter of a frozen slough, between 2 banks, sparsely timbered, but promising all the wood they needed, old as well as new. He made his campfire on the snow, and the boy soon had the beef tea ready, always the first course so long as Liebig lasted. Thereafter, while the bacon was frying and the tea brewing, the colonel stuck up in the snow behind the fire some sticks on which to dry their footgear. When he pulled off his mukluks, his stockinged feet smoked in the frosty air. The hint was all that was needed, that first night on the trail, for the boy to follow suit and make the change into dry things. The smoky background was presently ornamented with German socks, and Arctic socks, a kind of felt slipper, and mukluks, each with a stick run through them to the toe, all neatly planted in a row, like monstrous products of a snow garden. With dry feet, burning faces and chilly backs, they hugged the fire, ate supper, laughed and talked, and said that life on the trail wasn't half bad. Afterwards they rolled themselves in their blankets, and went to sleep on their spruce bough spring mattresses spread near the fire on the snow. After about half an hour of oblivion, the boy started up with the drowsy impression that a flying spark from the dying fire had set their stuff ablaze. No. But surely the fire had been made up again, and he rubbed the sleep out of his incredulous eyes. Yes, Mukluk was standing there. What in thunder, he began. What is it? It is me. I can see that much. But what brings you here? Shivering with cold, she crouched close to the fire, dressed, as he could see now, in her native clothes again, and it was her parkie that had scorched, was scorching still. Me, smiling, she drew a stiff hand out of its mitten and held it over the reviving blaze, glancing towards the colonel. He seemed to be sleeping very sound, powdered over already with soft wet snow, but she whispered her next remark. I think I come help you find that orange grove. I think you'll do nothing of the kind. He also spoke with a deliberate lowering of the note. His great desire not to wake the colonel gave an unintentional softness to his tone. You think winter bad time for squaws to travel? She shook her head, and showed her beautiful teeth an instant in the faint light. Then, rising, half shy, but very firm, I know wait till summer. He was so appalled for the moment, at the thought of having her on their hands, all this way from Paimu, on a snowy night, that words failed him. As she watched him she, too, grew grave. You say me nice girl. When did I say that? He clutched his head in despair. When you first come. When shaman make all chief all well. I don't remember it. Yes. I think you misunderstood me, Mukluk. Her countenance fell, but more puzzled than wounded. That is, oh, yes, of course, you're a nice girl. I think, Anna, too, you like me best. She helped out the white man's bashfulness. But as her interlocutor, appalled, laid no claim to the sentiment, she lifted the mittened hand to her eyes, and from under it scanned the white face through the lightly falling snow. The other hand, still held out to the comfort of the smoke, was trembling a little, perhaps not altogether with the cold. The colonel'll have to take over the breeches, said the boy, with the air of one wandering in his head. Then, desperately, what am I to do? What am I to say? Say. You say you no like girls scream, no like her fight like Anna. He. So, me, I come like your girls, quite good. He. You don't understand, Mukluk. You see, I could never find that orange grove if you came along. Why? Well, no woman ever goes to help to find an orange grove. There's a law against it. He. Law. Alas! She knew too little to be impressed by the majesty invoked. You see, women, they come by and by, when the orange grove's all ready for 'em. No man ever takes a woman on that kind of hunt. Her saddened face was very grave. The boy took heart. Now, the Paimus are going in a week or two, Nicholas said, to hunt caribou in the hills. Yes. But they won't take you to hunt caribou. No, they leave you at home. It's exactly the same with orange groves. No nice girl ever goes hunting. Her lip trembled. Me, I can fish. Course you can. His spirits were reviving. You can do anything, except hunt. As she lifted her head with an air of sudden protest, he quashed her. From the beginning there's been a law against that. Squaws must stay at home and let the men do the hunting. Me. I can cook, she was crying now, while you hunt. Good supper all ready when you come home. He shook his head solemnly. Perhaps you don't know, she flashed a moment's hope through her tears, me learn sew up at Holy Cross. Sew up your socks for you when they open their mouths. But she could see that not even this grand new accomplishment availed. Can help pull sled, she suggested, looking round a little wildly as if instantly to illustrate. Never tired, she added, sobbing, and putting her hands up to her face. Pshaw. Pshaw. Don't wake the Colonel. He got up hastily and stood beside her at the smouldering fire. He patted her on the shoulder. Of course you're a nice girl. The nicest girl in the Yukon. He caught himself up as she dropped her hands from her face. That is, you will be, if you go home quietly. Again she hid her eyes. Go home. How could he send her home all that way at this time of night? It was a bothering business. Again her hands fell from the wet, unhappy face. She shivered a little when she met his frowning looks, and turned away. He stooped and picked up her mitten. Why, you couldn't turn a dog away on a night like this. Plague take the Pimews, root and branch. She had shuffled her feet into her snowshoe straps, and moved off in the dimness. But for the sound of sobbing, he could not have told just where, in the softly falling snow, Muckluck's figure was fading into the dusk. He hurried after her, conscience-stricken, but most unwilling. Look here, he said, when he had caught up with her, I'm sorry you came all this way in the cold, very sorry. Her sobs burst out afresh, and louder now, away from the Colonel's restraining presence. But, see here, I can't send you off like this. You might die on the trail. Yes, I think me die, she agreed. No, don't do that. Come back, and we'll tell the Colonel you're going to stay by the fire till morning, and then go home. She walked steadily on. No, I go now. But you can't, Muckluck. You can't find the trail. I tell you before, I not like your girls. I can go in winter as good as summer. I can hunt. She turned on him fiercely. Once I hunt ol. Catch him, too. She sniffed back her tears. I can do all kinds. No, you can't hunt orange groves, he said, with a severity that might seem excessive. But I can't let you go off in this snowstorm. He soon stop. Goodbye. Never word of sweeter import in his ears than that. but he was far from satisfied with his conduct all the same. It was quite possible that the Paimus, discovering her absence, would think he had lured her away, and there might be complications. So it was with small fervor that he said, "Mukluk, I wish you'd come back and wait till morning." "No, I go now." She was in the act of darting forward on those snowshoes, that she used so skillfully, when some sudden thought cried halt. She even stopped crying. "I no like go near Blowhole by night. I keep to trail, but how the devil do you do it?" She paid no heed to the interruption, seeming busy in taking something over her head from round her neck. "Tomorrow," she said, lowering her tear-harshened voice, "you find Blowhole. You give this to Yukon in Ur, say I send it. He will not hate you any more." She burst into a fresh flood of tears. In a moment the dim sight of her, the faint trail of crying left in her wake, had so wholly vanished that, but for the bit of string, as it seemed to be, left in his half-frozen hands, he could almost have convinced himself he had dreamt the unwelcome visit. The half-shut eye of the campfire gleamed cheerfully, as he ran back, and crouched down where poor little Mukluk had knelt, so sure of a welcome. "Mukluk," cogitated the boy, "will believe more firmly than ever that, if a man doesn't beat a girl, he doesn't mean business." What was it he had wound round one hand? What was it dangling in the acrid smoke? That, then, her trinket, the crowning ornament of her Holy Cross holiday attire, that was what she was offering the old ogre of the Yukon, for his unworthy sake. He stirred up the dying fire to see it better. A woman's face, some Catholic saint. He held the medal lower to catch the fitful blaze. "Dg Autocratrix Russorum." The great Catherine. Only a little crown on her high-rolled hair, and her splendid chest all uncovered to the Arctic cold. Her Yukon subjects must have wondered that she wore no parkie, this lady who had claimed sole right to all the finest sables found in her new American dominions. On the other side of the medal, Minerva, with a Gorgon-furnished shield and a beautiful bone-tipped harpoon, as it looked, with a throwing stick and all complete. But she, too, would strike the Yukon eye as lamentably chilly about the legs. How had these ladies out of Russia and Olympus come to lodge in old Chief Silu? Had Glovatsky won this guerdon at Great Catherine's hands? Had he brought it on that last long journey of his to Russian America, and left it to his Paimu children with his bones? Well, Yukon Inu should not have it yet. The boy thrust the medal into a pocket of his chapeaujos, and crawled into his snow-covered bed. Chapter 11 Holy Cross Raise the stone, and ye shall find me, cleave the wood, and there am I. The stars were shining frostily, in a clear sky, when the boy crawled out from under his snowdrift in the morning. He built up the fire, quaking in the bitter air, and bustled the breakfast. "You seem to be in something of a hurry," said the colonel, with a yawn stifled in a shiver. "We haven't come on this trip to lie abed in the morning," his partner returned with some solemnity. I don't care how soon I begin caperin' ahead with that load again." "Well, it'll be warmin', anyway," returned the colonel, "and I can't say as much for your fire." It was luck that the first 40 miles of the trail had already been traversed by the boy. He kept recognizing this and that in the landscape, with an effect of good cheer on both of them. It postponed a little the realization of their daring in launching themselves upon the Arctic waste, without a guide or even a map that was of the smallest use. Half an hour after setting off, they struck into the portage. Even with a snow-blurred trail, the boys' vivid remembrance of the other journey gave them the sustaining sense that they were going right. The colonel was working off the surprising stiffness with which he had wakened, and they were both warm now, but the colonel's foot-soreness was considerable, an affliction, besides, bound to be worse before it was better. The boy spoke with the old-timer's superiority, of his own experience, and was so puffed up, at the bare thought of having hardened his feet, that he concealed without a qualm the fact of a brand-new blister on his heel. A mere nothing that, not worth mentioning to anyone who remembered the state he was in at the end of that awful journey of penitence. It was well on in the afternoon before it began to snow again, and they had reached the frozen lake. The days were lengthening, and they still had good light by which to find the well-beaten trail on the other side. "Now in a minute we'll hear the mission dogs." "What did I tell you?" Out of the little wood, a couple of teams were coming, at a good round pace. They were pulled up at the water hole, and the mission natives ran on to meet the new arrivals. They recognized the boy, and insisted on making the colonel, who was walking very lame, ride to the mission in the strongest sled, and they took turns helping the dogs by pushing from behind. The snow was falling heavily again, and one of the Indians, Henry, looking up with squinted eyes, said, "There'll be nothing left of that walrus tusk." "Hey?" inquired the boy, straining at his sled rope and bending before the blast. "What's that?" "Don't you know what makes snow?" said Henry. "No." "What does?" "Ivory whittlings. When they get to their carving up yonder, then we have snow." What was happening to the colonel? The mere physical comfort of riding, instead of serving as pack-horse, great as it was, not even that could so instantly spirit away the weariness, and light up the curious, solemn radiance that shone on the colonel's face. It struck the boy that good old Kentucky would look like that when he met his dearest at the gate of heaven, if there was such a place. The colonel was aware of the sidelong wonder of his comrade's glance, for the sleds, abreast, had come to a momentary halt. But still he stared in front of him, just as a sailor in a storm dares not look away from the beacon light an instant, knowing all the waste about him abounds in rocks and eddies and in death, and all the world of hope and safe returning is narrowed to that little point of light. After the moment's speculation, the boy turned his eyes to follow the colonel's gaze into space. "The cross." "The cross," said the man on the sled. "Don't you see it?" "Oh, that." "Yes." At the boy's tone the colonel, for the first time, turned his eyes away from the great white symbol. Don't know what you're made of, if, seeing that, you needn't be a church member, but only a man, I should think, to. He blew out his breath in impotent clouds, and then went on. We Americans think a good deal o' the stars and stripes, but that up yonder, that's the mightier symbol. Ha, says the boy. Stars and stripes tell of an ideal of United States. That up there tells of an ideal of united mankind. It's the great brotherhood mark. There isn't any other standard that men would follow just to build a hospice in a place like this. At an upper window, in a building on the far side of the white symbol, the travelers caught a glimpse, through the slanting snow, of one of the sisters of Saint Anne shutting in the bright light with thick curtains. Glass, ejaculated the colonel. One of the Indians had run on to announce them, and as they drew up at the door, that the boy remembered as a frame for Brother Paul, with his lamp, to search out iniquity, and his face of denunciation, out came Father Brachet, brisk, almost running, his 2 hands outstretched, his face a network of welcoming wrinkles. No long waiting, this time, in the reception room. Straight upstairs to hot baths and mild, reviving drinks, and then, refreshed and already rested, down to supper. With a shade of anxiety the boy looked about for Brother Paul. But Father Wills was here anyhow, and the boy greeted him, joyfully, as a tried friend and a man to be depended on. There was Brother Etienne, and there were 2 strange faces. Father Brachet put the colonel on his right and the boy on his left, introducing Father Richmond, my predecessor as ZE head of all ZE Alaskan missions, calmly eliminating Greek, Episcopalian, and other heretic establishments. Father Richmond you must have heard much of. He is ZE great authority up here. He is now ZE traveling priest. You can ask him all. He knows everything. In no wise abashed by this flourish, Father Richmond shook hands with the big chimney men, smiling, and with a pleasant ease that communicated itself to the entire company. It was instantly manifest that the scene of this Jesuit's labors had not been chiefly, or long, beyond the borders of civilization. In the plain bare room where, for all its hospitality and good cheer, reigned an air of rude simplicity and austerity of life, into this somewhat rarefied atmosphere Father Richmond brought a whiff from another world. As he greeted the 2 strangers, and said simply that he had just arrived, himself, by way of the Anvik portage, the colonel felt that he must have meant from New York or from Paris instead of the words he added, from St. Michael's. He claimed instant kinship with the colonel on the strength of their both being Southerners. I'm a Baltimore man, he said, with an accent no Marylander can purge of pride. How long since you've been home? Oh, I go back every year. He goes all over ZE world, to tell ZE people, something of the work being done here by Father Brachet, and all of them. He included the other priests and lay brothers in a slight circular movement of the grizzled head. And to collect funds. The colonel rightly divined, little guessing how triumphantly he achieved that end. Alaska is so remote, said the traveling priest, as if in apology for popular ignorance, and people think of it so inadequately, shall we say. In trying to explain the conditions up here, I have my chief difficulty in making them realize the great distances we have to cover. You tell them that in the Indian tongue Alaska means the great country, they smile, and think condescendingly of savage imagery. It is vain to say we have an area of 600,000 square miles. We talk much in these days of education, but few men and no women can count. Our Eastern friends get some idea of what we mean when we tell them Alaska is bigger than all the Atlantic states from Maine to Louisiana, with half of Great Texas thrown in. With a coastline of 26,000 miles, this Alaska of ours turns to the sea a greater frontage than all the shores of all the United States combined. It extends so far out towards Asia that it carries the dominions of the Great Republic as far west of San Francisco as New York is east of it, making California a central state. I try to give Europeans some idea of it by saying that if you add England, Ireland, and Scotland together, and to that add France, and to that add Italy, you still lack enough to make a country the size of Alaska. I do not speak of our mountains, 17, 18, 19,000 feet high, and our Yukon, flowing for more than 2,000 miles through a country almost virgin still. You travel about up here a good deal. He travels all the time. He will not rest, said Father Brachet as one airing an ancient grievance. Yes, I will rest now, a little. I have been 800 miles over the ice, with dogs, since January 1. The boy looked at him with something very like reverence. Here was a man who could give you tips. You have traveled abroad, too, the colonel rather stated than asked. I spent a good deal of my youth in France and Germany. Educated over there. Well, I am a Johns Hopkins man, but I may say I found my education in Rome. Speaking of education, he turned to the other priests. I have greatly advanced my grammar since we parted. Father Brachet answered with animation in French, and the conversation went forward for some minutes in that tongue. The discussion was interrupted to introduce the other new face, at the bottom of the table, to the Big Chimney men, resident Father Roget of Zedi Kuskokim Mission. That is the best man on snowshoes in central Alaska, said Father Richmond low to the colonel, nodding at the Kuskokim priest. And he knows more of two of Zedi native dialects here than anyone else, added the Father Superior. You must forgive our speaking much of the Indian tongues, said Father Richmond. We are all making dictionaries and grammars. We have still to translate much of our religious instruction, and the great variety in dialect of the scattered tribes keeps us busy with linguistic studies. Tomorrow you must see our schools, said Father Brachet. But the boy answered quickly that they could not afford the time. He was surprised at the colonel's silence, but the boy didn't know what the colonel's feet felt like. Kentucky ain't sorry, he said to himself, to have a back to his chair, and to eat off China again. Kentucky's a voluptuary. I'll have to drag him away by main force, and the boy allowed Father Richmond to help him yet more abundantly to the potatoes and cabbage grown last summer in the mission garden. It was especially the vegetables that lent an element of luxury to the simple meal. The warm room, the excellent food, better cooked than any they had had for 7 months, produced a gentle somnolence. The thought of the inviting look of the white-covered bed upstairs lay like a balm on the spirits of men not born to roughing it. As the travelers said an early and grateful good night, the boy added sleepily something about the start at dawn. Father Brachet answered, "Morning will bring counsel, my son. I think Zeddy Bleezer will not let us lose you so soon." They overslept themselves, and they knew it, in that way the would-be early riser does, before ever he looks into the accusing face of his watch. The boy leapt out of bed. "Hear that?" The wind was booming among the settlement buildings. Sounds as if there was weather outside. A glance between the curtains showed the great gale at its height. The snow blew level in sheets and darkened the air. "Well," said the colonel, splashing mightily in the ice-cold water, "I don't know as I mind giving my feet 24 hours time to come to their senses." A hurried toilet and they went downstairs, sharp set for breakfast after the long, refreshing sleep. Father Richmond was writing on his knee by the stove in the reception room. "Good morning, good morning." He rang the bell. "Well, what did we tell you? I don't think you'll get far today. Let these gentlemen know when breakfast is ready," he said, as Christopher put his head in. He looked at his watch. "I hope you will find everything you need," he said, and, continuing to talk about the gale and some damage it had done to one of the outbuildings, he went into the entry, just beyond the reception-room door, and began to put on his furs. "You are not going out in such weather," the colonel called after him incredulously. "Only as far as the church." "Oh, is there church today?" inquired the boy more cheerfully than one might expect. The colonel started and made a signal for discretion. "Blessed if it isn't Sunday," he said under his breath. "He doesn't seem dead set on our observing it," whispered the boy. The colonel warmed himself luxuriously at the stove, and seemed to listen for that summons from the entry that never came. Was Father Richmond out there still, or had he gone? "Do they think we are heathens because we are not Jesuits?" he said under his breath, suddenly throwing out his great chest. "Perhaps we ought to. Hey! They've been awfully considerate of us." The colonel went to the door. Father Richmond was struggling with his snow boots. "With your permission, sir," says the colonel in his most magnificent manner, "we will accompany you, or follow if you are in haste." "With all my heart." "Come," said the priest, "if you will wait and breakfast with us after Mass." It was agreed, and the immediate order was countermanded. The sound of a bell came, muffled, through the storm. With thoughts turning reluctantly from breakfast, "What's that?" asked the boy. "That is our church bell." The father had helped the colonel to find his parkie. "Oh, of course, a fine tone, don't you think?" but you can't tell so well in this storm. We are fond of our bell. It is the first that ever rang out in the Yukon Valley. Listen." They stood still a moment before opening the front door. The boy, seeing the very look of a certain high-shouldered grey stone St. Andrew's far away, and himself trotting along beside that figure, inseparable from first memories, was dimly aware again, as he stood at the Jesuit's door, in these different days, of the old Sunday feeling invading, permeating his consciousness, half reluctant, half amused. The colonel sat in a rural church and looked at the averted face of a woman. Only to the priest was the sound all music. "That language," he said, "speaks to men whatever tongue they call their own. The natives hear it for miles up the river, and down the river, and over the white hills, and far across the tundra. They come many miles to Mass." He opened the door, and the gale rushed in. "I do not mean on days like this," he wound up, smiling, and out they went into the whirling snow. The church was a building of logs like the others, except that it was of one story. Father Brachet was already there, with Father Wills and Brother Etienne, and, after a moment, in came Brother Paul, looking more waxen and aloof than ever, at the head of the school, the rear brought up by Brother Vincent and Henry. In a moment the little Mother Superior appeared, followed by 2 nuns, heading a procession of native women and girls. They took their places on the other side of the church and bowed their heads. "Beautiful creature," ejaculated the colonel under his breath, glancing back. His companion turned his head sharply just in time to see Sister Winifred come last into the church, holding by either hand a little child. Both men watched her as she knelt down. Between the children's sallow, screwed up, squinting little visages the calm, unconscious face of the nun shone white like a flower. The strangers glanced discreetly about the rude little church, with its pictures and its modest attempt at stained glass. "No wonder all this impresses the ignorant native," whispered the colonel, catching himself up suddenly from sharing in that weakness. Without, the wild March storm swept the white world. Within, another climate reigned, something of summer and the far-off south, of Italy herself, transplanted to this little island of civilization anchored in the northern waste. "Suppose you've seen all the big cathedrals, eh?" "Good many." There was still a subdued rustling in the church, and outside, still the clanging bell contended with the storm. "And this makes you smile?" "No," returned the older man with a kind of reluctance. "I've seen many a worse church, America's full of 'em. Hey. So far as dignity goes," the colonel was wrestling with some vague impression difficult for him to formulate. "You see, you can't build anything with wood that's better than a log cabin. For looks, just looks, it beats all your fancy gimcracks. Even brick beats everything else hollow, except stone. Then they've got candles. We went on last night about the luxury of oil lamps. They don't bring 'em in here. We do in our prairie and southern country churches. I know. But look at those altar lights." The boy was too busy looking at Sister Winifred, I tell you, sir, a man never made a finer thing than a tall wax candle. Pshaw! Mustn't talk in church. The colonel stared a moment at the boy's presumption, drew himself up a little pompously, and crossed his arms over his huge chest. Why, they've got an organ. The boy forgot his strict views on church etiquette as the sudden sweetness swelled in the air. Brother Paul, with head thrown back and white face lifted, was playing, slowly, absently, like one who listens to some great choir invisible, and keeps their time with a few obedient but unnecessary chords. And yet, the fella can play, the colonel admitted. The native choir, composed entirely of little dark-faced boys, sang their way truly through the service, Father Brachet celebrating Mass. Brother Paul's ill, isn't he? Look. The lay brother had swayed, and drooped forward over the keyboard, but his choir sang steadily on. He recovered himself, and beckoned one of the boys to his side. When he rose, the child nodded and took the organist's place, playing quite creditably to the end. Brother Paul sat in the corner with bowed head. Coming out, they were in time to confront Sister Winifred, holding back the youngest children, eager to anticipate their proper places in the procession. The boy looked fixedly at her, wondering. Suddenly meeting the clear eyes, he smiled, and then shrank inwardly at his forwardness. He could not tell if she remembered him. The colonel, finding himself next her at the door, bowed, and stood back for her to pass. No, she said gently, my little children must wait for the older ones. You have them under good discipline, madam. He laid his hand on the furry shoulder of the smallest. The boy stood behind the colonel, unaccountably shy in the presence of the only white woman he had seen in nearly 7 months. She couldn't be any older than he, and yet she was a nun. What a gulf opened at the word. Sister Winifred and her charges fell into rank at the tail of the little procession, and vanished in the falling snow. At breakfast the colonel would not sit down till he was presented to Brother Paul. Sir, he said in his florid but entirely sincere fashion, I should like to thank you for the pleasure of hearing that music today. We were much impressed, sir, by the singing. How old is the boy who played the organ? 10, said Brother Paul, and for the first time the boy saw him smile. Yes, I think he has music in him, our little Jerome. And how well all your choir has the service by heart. Their unison is perfect. Yes, said Father Brachet from the head of the table, our music has never been so good as since Paul came among us. He lifted his hand, and everyone bowed his head. After grace Father Richmond took the floor, conversationally, as seemed to be his wont, and breakfast went on, as supper had the night before, to the accompaniment of his shrewd observations and lively anecdotes. In the midst of all the laughter and good cheer Brother Paul sat at the end of the board, eating absently, saying nothing, and no one speaking to him. Father Richmond especially, but, indeed, all of them, seemed arrant worldlings beside the youngest of the lay brethren. The colonel could more easily imagine Father Richmond walking the streets of Paris or of Rome, than hitting the Yukon Trail. He marveled afresh at the devotion that brought such a man to wear out his fine attainments, his scholarship, his energy, his wide and catholic knowledge, in traveling winter after winter, hundreds of miles over the ice from one Indian village to another. You could not divorce Father Richmond in your mind from the larger world outside. He spoke with its accent, he looked with his humorous, experienced eyes. You found it natural to think of him in very human relations. You wondered about his people, and what brought him to this. Not so with Brother Paul. He was one of those who suggest no country upon any printed map. You have to be reminded that you do not know his birthplace or his history. It was this same Brother Paul who, after breakfast and despite the Paimu incident, offered to show the gold seekers over the school. The big recitation room was full of natives and decidedly stuffy. They did not stay long. "Upstairs, I sleep here in the dormitory," said the brother, "and I live with the pupils, as much as I can. I often eat with them," he added as one who mounts a climax. They have to be taught everything, and they have to be taught it over again every day. Except music, apparently. Except music, and games. Brother Vincent teaches them football and baseball, and plays with them and works with them. Part of each day is devoted to manual training and to sport. He led the way to the workshop. "One of our brothers is a carpenter and master mechanic," he called to a pupil passing the door, and told him the strangers would like to inspect the school work. Very proudly the lad obeyed. He himself was a carpenter, and showed his half-finished table. The boy's eye fell on a sled. "Yes," said the lad, "that kind better. Your kind no good." He had evidently made intimate acquaintance with the boy's masterpiece. "Yours is splendid," admitted the unskilled workman. "Will you sell it?" the colonel asked Brother Paul. "They make them to sell," was the answer, and the transaction was soon effected. "It has stopped snowing and the wind is fallen," said Father Brachet, going to the reception room window an hour or so after they had come in from dinner. The colonel exchanged looks with the boy, and drew out his watch. "Later than I thought." Much the colonel agreed, and sat considering, watch in hand. "I think our friends must see now the girls' school, and the laundry, Hein." "To be sure," agreed Father Richmond. "I will take you over and give you into the hands of our Mother Superior." "Why, it's much warmer," said the boy as they went by the cross, and Father Richmond greeted the half-dozen native boys, who were packing down the fresh snow under their broad shoes, laughing and shouting to one another as they made anew the familiar mission trails. The door of the two-story house, on the opposite side of the settlement, was opened by Sister Winifred. "Friends of ours from the White Camp below." She acknowledged the nameless introduction, smiling, but at the request that followed, "It is too bad that just today, the Mother Superior, she is too faint and weak to go about." "Will you see her, Father?" "Yes, if you will show these strangers the school and laundry and, oh, yes, I will show them." She led the way into the cheerful schoolroom, where big girls and little girls were sitting about, amusing themselves in the quiet of a long Sunday afternoon. Several of the younger children ran to her as she came in, and stood holding fast to the folds of her black habit, staring up at the strangers, while she explained the kind of instruction given, the system, and the order reigning in each department. Finally, she persuaded a little girl, only 6 years old, to take her dusky face out of the long flowing veil of the nun, and show how quickly she could read a sentence that Sister Winifred wrote on the blackboard. Then others were called on, and gave examples of their accomplishments in easy arithmetic and spelling. The children must have been very much bored with themselves that stormy Sunday, for they entered into the examination with a quite unnatural zest. 2 of the elder girls recited, and some specimens of penmanship and composition were shown. The delicate complexion of the little nun flushed to a pretty wild rose pink as these pupils of hers won the Colonel's old-fashioned compliments. "And they are taught most particularly of all," she hastened to say, "cooking, housekeeping, and sewing." Whereupon specimens of needlework were brought out and cast like pearls before the swine's eyes of the ignorant men. But they were impressed in their benighted way, and said so. "And we teach them laundry work." She led the way, with the children trooping after, to the wash-house. "No, run back. You'll take cold. Run back, and you shall sing for the strangers before they go." She smiled them away, a happy-faced, clean little throng, striking contrast to the neglected, filthy children seen in the native villages. As they were going into the laundry, Father Richmond came out of the house, and stopped to point out to the Colonel a snow-covered enclosure, the sisters' garden, and he told how marvelously, in the brief summer, some of the hardier vegetables flourished there. They spring up like magic at the edge of the snowdrifts, and they do not rest from their growing all night. If the time is short, they have twice as much sunlight as with you. They drink it in the whole summer night as well as all the day. And over here is the Father's garden. Talking still, he led the way towards a larger enclosure on the other side of the cross. Sister Winifred paused a moment, and then, as they did not turn back, and the boy stood waiting, she took him into the drying room and into the ironing room, and then returned to the betubbed apartment first invaded. There was only one blot on the fairness of that model laundry, a heap of torn and dirty canvas in the middle of the floor. The boy vaguely thought it looked familiar, before the sister, blushing faintly, said, "We hope you won't go before we have time to repair it." "Why, it's our old sled cover." "Yes, it is very much cut and torn." "But you do not go at once." "Yes, tomorrow." "Oh. Father Brachet thought you would stay for a few days, at least." "We have no time." "You go, like the rest, for gold." "Like the rest." "But you came before to help poor Nicholas out of his trouble." He was quite able to help himself, as it turned out. "Why will you go so far, and at such risk, she said, with a suddenness that startled them both. Well, I think I go chiefly because I want to get my home back. I lost my home when I was a little chap. Where is your home? Here. How long have you been here? Nearly 2 years. Then how can you call it home? I do that only that I may speak your language. Of course, it is not my real home. Where is the real home? I hope it is in heaven, she said, with a simplicity that took away all taint of cant or mere phrase-making. But where do you come from? I come from Montreal. Oh. And don't you ever go back to visit your people? No, I never go back. But you will sometime. No, I shall never go back. Don't you want to? She dropped her eyes, but very steadfastly she said, my work is here. But you are young, and you may live a great many years. She nodded, and looked out of the open door. The colonel and the traveling priest were walking in Indian file the new-made, hard-packed path. Yes, she said in a level voice, I shall grow old here, and here I shall be buried. I shall never understand it. I have such a longing for my home. I came here ready to bear anything that I might be able to get it back. She looked at him steadily and gravely. I may be wrong, but I doubt if you would be satisfied even if you got it back, now. What makes you think that? He said sharply. Because, and she checked herself as if on the verge of something too personal, you can never get back a thing you've lost. When the old thing is there again, you are not as you were when you lost it, and the change in you makes the old thing new and strange. Oh, it's plain I am very different from you, but he said it with a kind of uneasy defiance. Besides, in any case, I shall do it for my sister's sake. Oh, you have a sister? He nodded. How long since you left her? It's a good while now. Perhaps your sister won't want that particular home any more than you when you two meet again. Then, seeming not to notice the shade on her companion's face, I promised my children they should sing for you. Do you mind? Will your friend come in, too? And, looking from the door after the colonel and the father as they turned to rejoin them, he is odd, that big friend of yours, she said, quite like a human being, as the boy thought instantly. He's not odd, I assure you. He called me madam. She spoke with a charming piqued childishness. You see, he didn't know your name. What is your name? Sister Winifred. But your real name, he said, with the American's insistence on his own point of view. That is my only name, she answered with dignity, and led the way back into the schoolroom. Another, older, nun was there, and when the others rejoined them they made the girls sing. Now we have shown you enough, said Father Richmond, rising, boasted to you enough of the very little we are able to accomplish here. We must save something for tomorrow. Ah, tomorrow we take to the trail again, said the colonel, and added his goodbye, madam. Sister Winifred, seeing he expected it, gave him her hand. Goodbye, and thank you for coming. For your paw, he said shyly, as he turned away and left a gift in her palm. Thank you for showing us all this, the boy said, lingering, but not daring to shake hands. It seems very wonderful. I had no idea a mission meant all this. Oh, it means more than anything you can see. Goodbye. Goodbye. In the early evening the reception room was invaded by the lads' school for their usual Sunday night entertainment. Very proudly these boys and young men sang their glees and choruses, played the fiddle, recited, even danced. Pity Mac isn't here. Awful pity. Sunday, too. Brother Etienne sang some French military songs, and it came out that he had served in the French army. Father Roget sang, also in French, explaining himself with a humorous skill in pantomime that set the room in a roar. Well, said the colonel when he stood up to say good night, I haven't enjoyed an evening so much for years. It is very early still, said Father Brachet, wrinkling up his face in a smile. Ah, but we have to make such an early start. The colonel went up to bed, leaving the boy to go to Father Richmond's room to look at his grammar of the Indian language. The instant the door was shut, the priest set down the lamp, and laid his hands on the young man's shoulders. My son, you must not go on this mad journey. I must, you know. You must not. Sit there. He pushed him into a chair. Let me tell you. I do not speak as the ignorant. I have in my day traveled many hundreds of miles on the ice, but I've done it in the season when the trail's at its best, with dogs, my son, and with tried native servants. I know it is pleasanter that way, but pleasanter. It is the way to keep alive. But the Indians travel with hand sleds. For short distances, yes, and they are inured to the climate. You know nothing of what lies before you. But we'll find out as other people have. The boy smiled confidently. I assure you, my son, it is madness, this thing you are trying to do. The chances of either of you coming out alive are 1 in 50. In 50, did I say? In 500. I don't think so, Father. We don't mean to travel when, but you'll have to travel. To stay in such places as you'll find yourself in will be to starve. Or if by any miracle you escape the worst effects of cold and hunger, you'll get caught in the ice in the spring break-up, and go down to destruction on a floe. You've no conception what it's like. If you were 6 weeks earlier, or 6 weeks later, I would hold my peace. The boy looked at the priest and then away. Was it going to be so bad? Would they leave their bones on the ice? Would they go washing by the mission in the great spring flood, that all men spoke of with the same grave look? He had a sudden vision of the torrent as it would be in June. Among the whirling ice masses that swept by, 2 bodies, swollen, unrecognizable. One gigantic, one dressed gaily in chapeaux. And neither would lift his head, but, like men bent grimly upon some great errand, they would hurry on, past the tall white cross with never a sign, on to the sea. Be persuaded, my son. Dimly the boy knew he was even now borne along upon a current equally irresistible, this one setting northward, as that other back to the south. He found himself shaking his head under the Jesuit's remonstrant eyes. We've lost so much time already. We couldn't possibly turn back, now. Then here's my grammar. With an almost comic change of tone and manner the priest turned to the table where the lamp stood, among piles of neatly tied up and docketed papers. He undid one of the packets, with an ear on the sudden sounds outside in the passage. Brother Paul's got it in the schoolhouse. Brother Paul. He hadn't been at the entertainment, and no one seemed to have missed him. How did Sister Winifred know? Asked another voice. Old Maria told her. Father Richmond got up and opened the door. What is it? It's a newborn Indian baby. The father looked down as if it might be on the threshold. Brother Paul found it below at the village all done up ready to be abandoned. Tell Sister Winifred I'll see about it in the morning. She says, pardon me, Father, she says that is like a man. If I do not bring the little Indian in 20 minutes she will come herself and get it. Father Richmond laughed. Good night, my son, and he went downstairs with the others. Colonel, you asleep? The boy asked softly. No. He struggled in silence with his muclucs. Presently, isn't it frightfully strange, he mused aloud. Doesn't it pull a fella up by the roots, somehow, to see Americans on this old track? The colonel had the bedclothes drawn up to his eyes. Under the white quilt he made some undistinguishable sound, but he kept his eyes fastened on his partner. Everything that we Americans have done, everything that we are, is achieved by the grace of going bang the other way. The boy pulled off a mucluc and threw it half across the room. And yet, he sat with one stocking foot in his hand and stared at the candle. I wonder, Colonel, if it satisfies anybody to be a hustler and a millionaire. Satisfies, echoed the colonel, pushing his chin over the bedclothes. Who expects to be satisfied? Why, every man, woman and child on the top o' the earth, and it just strikes me I've never, personally, known anybody get there but these fellas at Holy Cross. The colonel pushed back the bedclothes a little farther with his chin. Haven't you got the gumption to see why it is this place and these men take such a hold on you? It's because you've eaten, slept, and lived for half a year in a space the size of this bedroom. We've got so used to narrowing life down, that the first result of a little larger outlook is to make us dizzy. Now, you hurry up and get to bed. You'll sleep it off. The boy woke at 4 o'clock, and after the matchlight, by which he consulted his watch, had flickered out, he lay a long time staring at the dark. Silence still reigned supreme, when at last he got up, washed and dressed, and went downstairs. An irresistible restlessness had seized hold of him. He pulled on his furs, cautiously opened the door, and went out, down, over the crisp new crust, to the river and back in the dimness, past the father's house to the settlement behind, then to the right towards the hillside. As he stumbled up the slope he came to a little burial ground. Half hidden in the snow, white wooden crosses marked the graves. "And here I shall be buried," she had said, "here." He came down the hill and round by the sister's house. That window. That was where a light had shone the evening they arrived, and a nun, Sister Winifred, had stood drawing the thick curtains, shutting out the world. He thought, in the intense stillness, that he heard sounds from that upper room. Yes, surely an infant's cry. A curious, heavy-hearted feeling came upon him, as he turned away, and went slowly back towards the other house. He halted a moment under the cross, and stared up at it. The door of the father's house opened, and the traveling priest stood on the threshold. The boy went over to him, nodding good morning. "So you are all ready, eager to go from us?" "No, but, you see, I see." He held the door open, and the boy went in. "I don't believe the Colonel's awake yet," he said, as he took off his furs. "I'll just run up and rouse him." "It is very early." The priest laid his hand on the young man's arm, "and he will not sleep so well for many a night to come. It is an hour till breakfast." Henry had lit the fire, and now left it roaring. The priest took a chair, and pushed one forward for his guest. The boy sat down, stretched his legs out straight towards the fire, and lifting his hands, clasped them behind his head. The priest read the homesick face like a book. "Why are you up here?" Before there was time for reply he added, "Surely a young man like you could find, nearer home, many a gate ajar. And you must have had glimpses through of things many and fair." "Oh, yes, I've had glimpses of those things." "Well, what I wanted most I never saw." "You wanted to be sure." "Ah. It is one of the results of agnosticism." The boy never saw the smile. "I've said, and I was not lying, that I came away to shorten the business of fortune-making, to buy back an old place we love, my sister and I, but, which does she love best, the old place or the young brother?" "Oh, she cares about me, no doubt o' that." He smiled the smile of faith. "Has she an understanding heart?" "The most I know." "Then she would be glad to know you had found a home for the spirit. A home for the body, what does it matter?" In the pause, Father Brachet opened the door, but seemed suddenly to remember some imperative call elsewhere. The boy jumped up, but the superior had vanished without even good morning. The boy sat down again. "Of course," he went on, with that touch of pedantry so common in American youth, "the difficulty in my case is an intellectual one. I think I appreciate the splendid work you do, and I see as I never saw before." He stopped. "You strike your foot against the same stone of stumbling over which the Pharisees fell, when the man whom Jesus healed by the way replied to their questioning, whether he be a sinner or no, I know not. One thing I know, that whereas I was blind, now I see. I don't deny that the life here has been a revelation to me. I'm not talking about creeds, for I don't know much about them, and I don't think it's in me to care much, but so far as the work here is concerned, he paused. We can take little credit for that, it is the outcome of our order. The boy failed to catch the effect of the capital letter. Yes, it's just that, the order, the good government. A fellow would be a bigot if he couldn't see that the system is as nearly perfect as a human institution can be. That has been said before of the Society of Jesus. But he spoke with the wise man's tolerance for the discoveries of the young. Still, it was not to discuss the merits of his order that he had got up an hour before his time. I understand, maybe better than yourself, something of the restlessness that drove you here. You understand. The priest nodded. You had the excuse of the old plantation and the sister. The boy sat up suddenly, a little annoyed. The priest kept on, but you felt a great longing to make a breach in the high walls that shut you in. You wanted to fare away on some voyage of discovery. Wasn't that it? He paused now in his turn, but the boy looked straight before him, saying nothing. The priest leaned forward with a deeper gravity. It will be a fortunate expedition, this, my son, if thou discover thyself, and in time. Still the boy said nothing. The other resumed more lightly, in America we combine our travels with business. But it is no new idea in the world that a young man should have his wanderjahre before he finds what he wants, or even finds acquiescence. It did not need Wilhelm Meister to set the feet of youth on that trail, it did not need the Crusades. It's as old as the idea of a golden fleece or a promised land. It was the first man's first inkling of heaven. The boy pricked his ears. Wasn't this heresy? The old idea of the strenuous, to leave home and comfort and security, and go out to search for wisdom, or holiness, or happiness, whether it is gold or the San Grail, the instinct of search is deep planted in the race. It is this that the handful of men who live in what they call the world, it is this they forget. Every hour in the greater world outside, someone, somewhere, is starting out upon this journey. He may go only as far as Germany to study philosophy, or to the nearest mountain top, and find there the thing he seeks, or he may go to the ends of the earth, and still not find it. He may travel in a Hindu gown or a Mongolian tunic, or he comes, like Father Brachet, out of his vineyards in the pleasant land of France, or, like you, out of a country where all problems are to be solved by machinery. But my point is, they come. When all the other armies of the world are disbanded, that army, my son, will be still upon the march. They were silent a while, and still the young face gave no sign. To many the traveling priest went on, the impulse is a blind one or a shy one, shrinking from calling itself by the old names. But nonetheless this instinct for the quest is still the gallant way of youth, confronted by a sense of the homelessness they cannot think will last. That's it, Father. That's it, the boy burst out. Homelessness. To feel that is to feel something urging you. He stopped, frowning. Urging you to take up your staff, said the priest. They were silent a moment, and then the same musical voice told out the words like a low bell, "But with all your journeying, my son, you will come to no continuing city. It's no use to say this to me. You see, I'll tell you why I say it." The priest laid a hand on his arm. "I see men going up and down all their lives upon this quest. Once in a great while I see one for whom I think the journey may be shortened." "How shortened?" A heavy step on the stair, and the boy seemed to wake from a dream. "Good morning," said the colonel, coming in cheerily, rubbing his hands. "I am very jealous." He glanced at the boy's furs on the floor. "You have been out, seeing the rest of the mission without me." "No, no, we will show you the rest, as much as you care for, after breakfast. I'm afraid we oughtn't to delay, but they did, for a few minutes while they are putting a little fresh meat on your sled, as Father Brachet said. They went first to see the dogs fed. For they got breakfast when they were at home, those pampered mission dogs. And now we will show you our storehouse, our caches." While Father Brachet looked in the bunch for the key he wanted, a native came by with a pail. He entered the low building on the left, leaving wide the door. "What? No. Is it really?" "No, not really." The colonel was more excited than the boy had ever seen him. Without the smallest ceremony he left the side of his obliging host, strode to the open door, and disappeared inside. "What on earth's the matter?" "I cannot tell. It is but our cow house." They followed, and, looking in at the door, the boy saw a picture that for many